Recorded Books and RB Digital present Blood at Sundown, The Violent Days of Lou Prophet, Bounty Hunter, by Peter Brandvold. Narrated by Richard Ferrone. Chapter 1. Lou Prophet quietly pumped a fresh cartridge into the action of his Winchester 73, off-cocked the hammer, and turned to his partner. "How you want to play this one?" Louisa Bonaventure lay belly down on the face of the bluff beside him. She turned to him, one pretty hazel eye arched. "Are you all right, Lou?" "No, I ain't all right. I'm in Dakota Territory. It's winter. It's colder'n a gravedigger's behind. There are sundry parts of myself I haven't felt since we left Deadwood early last week. In fact, I'm not sure everything's still where it's supposed to be and hasn't frozen off. I fear when I finally pull off my moccasins, my toes are gonna come rolling out of my socks like dice off a craps table. I need a hot toddy worse than I ever needed one before, worse than I ever hope to again. That said, why do you ask?" "You asked me how I want to play this one. You usually like to call it yourself, since no one, especially a woman, is as smart as you are." "Oh, that. Well..." Prophet shrugged, then, chuckling, turned his attention to the rambling wood-frame roadhouse nestled in the snowy hollow down the bluff's far side. A skein of gray smoke curled from the building's large stone chimney poking up from the pitched roof behind the broad front veranda. "You called it right the last couple of times. You seem to have an eye for strategy. When your neck ain't in such a hump you can't see straight." Prophet scowled over at her. "You don't got your neck in too big a hump to see straight, do you? I can usually tell, not by an actual hump, but usually by how quiet you've been on the trail. Like a whiskey still about to blow from an overheated firebox. You can't hear nothing until all of a sudden all hell breaks loose and your britches have caught fire and your ears are ringing to Whistle Dixie. I can also tell by the color in your cheeks. Usually, when your blood's in a boil and you're primed to go off half-cocked to start shooting at folks left and right with those pretty Colts of yours, your cheeks are as red as the yams old Ma Prophet used to grow in her garden patch." Louisa gazed stone-faced down over the barrel of her Winchester carbine at the roadhouse below. The trail of the thieving killers had led her and Prophet here, several days north of Bismarck. Judging by the tracks they'd been following along the old stage and army road north of Devil's Lake, all 6 killers were likely warming themselves with whiskey, women, and the fire popping in the stone hearth down yonder, while Prophet and his comely blonde partner, Louisa Bonaventure, the infamous, notorious Vengeance Queen herself, lay belly flat against the frozen slab of this haystack butte, lightly dusted with a recent Dakota snow. The bones of Lou Prophet, born and bred in the warm and humid climes of North Georgia, were rattling from the cold. He couldn't feel his toes inside his high-topped fur-lined moccasins. True, the Georgia mountain winters could be cold, but not like this. He thought he could feel the temperature plummeting like a bucket down an empty well. His breath frosted in the air before his face, freezing in the bristles of his nearly 2 weeks' worth of sandy beard. Louisa turned to him slowly. Slowly, she blinked her long, cat-like hazel eyes. "2 things we know for sure haven't frozen off you, Lou." "Oh? What 2 things are that, pray tell?" Prophet gave her a lusty smile. "Keep it clean, Miss Bonaventure. This ain't the time nor the place for your farm talk." Your vocal cords. Prophet shrugged with chagrin. Well, shit, I just know how you get when the devils we find ourselves on the trails of have killed women or children. And, when these devils robbed that bank over Wyoming way, well, let's just not talk about it. I'm sorry I even brought it up, consarn my big mouth anyway. They kidnapped 2 young female tellers and held on to them, using them for their pleasure until they tired of them and tossed them away along the trail like used-up airtight tins, but not without cutting their throats first. Prophet ground his molars. Damn my big mouth anyway. You go around back, Louisa said. There must be a back door since there's a privy back there. I'll wait here until I see you're in position. Then I'll head on down the butte and go in the front, like a proper lady. Louisa sighed tolerantly as she continued staring down her carbine's barrel. That sounds all right to me, but don't you start thinking I'm a backdoor sort of fella. Prophet grinned at her. Louisa cast him a dull stare. He used to get that look from the schoolmarm back home, on the rare occasion he'd attended classes, that was. He was usually admonished with such a look after he'd slipped a snake into the girl's privy, or had brought an old, dangerous blunderbuss to school to shoot squirrels during recess, or sundry other misdeeds his pa would later haul him out to the woodshed for. Only the schoolmarm hadn't been half or even a quarter as easy on the eyes as Louisa was, and she hadn't cut as fine a figure as Louisa did either, though Prophet had to admit he'd never seen Mrs. Derry Hempel in a snug pair of Levi's or a skin-tight pair of boys'-sized long handles like the ones Louisa tended to wear in cooler climes, under her Levi's and tight wool shirts. Not that he would have wanted to see Mrs. Derry Hempel in those clothes. Louisa, on the other hand, he could stare at all day and all night, especially when she wasn't wearing anything at all. Now he returned her flat, incriminating stare, trying not to imagine how she might look later standing before that popping hearth down there, the fire silhouetting her willowy, high-busted, round-hipped body, and shrugged. All right, I can see you're losing patience with this old rebel, Miss Starchy Bloomers, Prophet said, so I won't tarry any longer. Good. Prophet leaned forward and planted a kiss on her peach-colored right cheek, enjoying the warmth, the smoothness, and the softness of her skin. You just be careful, understand, Miss Starchy Bloomers. Without you, this old Confederate would be a drunkard and a fool totally unmoored. We wouldn't want that to happen, Louisa said, rolling her eyes. Prophet crabbed backward down the hill. When he was nearly to where Louisa's pinto and his own horse, the appropriately named Mean and Ugly, stood tied inside a fringe of bur oaks and cedars at the base of the butte, Louisa said, just loudly enough for Prophet to hear, "Lou?" Prophet stopped crawling and looked up at her, brows raised. Looking back at him over her left shoulder, Louisa held his gaze with a stern one of her own. "You be careful, too." He gave her a wink, then turned toward Mean and Ugly. He plucked his sawed-off, double-barreled 12-gauge Richards coach gun from his saddle, broke open the nasty-looking gut shredder to make sure both tubes were wadded, then snapped it closed and slung its leather lanyard over his head and right shoulder, letting the shotgun hang down his back. The gut shredder cleaned up well at close range and tight quarters. He'd save it for inside the roadhouse if he needed it. He picked up his Winchester and felt hot breath on his neck. He jerked his head away from his horse, just in time to avoid a nasty nip to his earlobe, which protruded slightly from the muffler securing his hat to his head. "Doggone it, Mean, you cussed cayuse!" Prophet wheezed, slamming his left mittened fist against the horse's stout jaw. "You're plumb evil, you know that." The horse turned its head away, laying its ears back against its head, grinning and whickering softly in satisfaction with itself. "Wicked hay-burner," Prophet muttered, adjusting the muffler so that it covered his ear, then moved into the trees beyond both mounts. "The glue factory is too good for you. Oughta just put a bullet through your plug-ugly head." But then he'd been saying that for years. He jogged through the woods that encircled the hollow, keeping an eye on the rambling roadhouse through the tangled branches. The building was flanked by a barn with a hole in its roof, a corral, a privy, a spring house, and an old Halliday standard windmill that sat askew on one broken leg. The roadhouse had fallen on hard times since a spur railroad line, completed only last year, now spoked north out of Bismarck for 100 miles just east of here, rendering obsolete the mule and ox teams that had once pulled Big Murphy freight wagons along the old stage and army road on which the roadhouse sat. Those teamsters had once stopped here overnight to indulge themselves in a hot meal, a glass or two of stiff busthead, and a warm bed. Now, of course, the iron horse hauled the freight the stout-wheeled, high-sided Murphys had once carried, leaving the roadhouse sitting high and dry, so to speak, likely patronized by only the occasional cowpuncher off area ranches, woodcutters, and market hunters, maybe the rare cavalry patrol out of Fort Totten near Devil's Lake. Now and then, a begging Indian, a Sisseton, Wahpeton, or Cuthead Sioux, too proud or restless to be confined to the agency, probably hoofed it by here on a broom-tailed cayuse with painted rings around its eyes, pausing for a free cup of whiskey and a plate of beans. Breathing hard from the jog, Prophet pulled up behind a stout oak and turned to the roadhouse. He was parallel now with the western rear corner. He could see a back door from his vantage atop a low rise, roughly 60 yards from the building itself. A half a dozen horses milled in the corral off the slumped log barn, munching hay from a crib, their collective breath rising like fog in the air that was darkening now as the winter sunlight, filtering through high steel-colored clouds, waned. Prophet dropped to a knee, drawing the raw, cold air into his lungs. Holding his rifle in his right hand, clad in a deerskin mitten over a thin wool glove, he clenched his left hand into a tight fist, trying to work some blood into his numb fingertips, cursing the chill air at these northern prairie climes, berating his bad luck at having been lured this far north this late in the year on the trail of lucrative bounties carried by a notorious gang of thieves, rapists, and cold-blooded killers, when he should be a good 500 or so miles south of here, heading even farther south toward Mexico, where he'd planned to winter along the sandy shores of the Sea of Cortez, sunning himself with a couple of supple señoritas. He'd just taken his Winchester into his left hand and was working blood into his right hand fingers when a woman's shrill scream exploded inside the roadhouse. It was like a coyote's bereaved wail. Fast footsteps sounded on the heels of the cry, feet pounding raw wooden floorboards. Prophet swung his gaze back toward the roadhouse in time to see the rear door fly open. A woman shot out of the door like a shell from a Napoleon cannon. Clad in a long buffalo robe and moccasins, she leaped off the small rear wooden stoop and into the backyard, running fast, loosing another shrill, horrified cry, and bolted straight back in the direction of the barn. She was young and slender, with long brown hair which flew back behind her in the wind as she tripped on something, nearly fell, then, regaining her balance, continued running straight out toward the barn. She looked profoundly delicate and nearly marble white against the drab winter colors of the barnyard, even inside the bulky robe she wore. Oh no," Prophet said, his heart quickening. Boots thundered inside the lodge behind the fleeing girl. A man burst out the door and onto the stoop, raising a rifle to his shoulder, bellowing, "Come back here, you little hussy!" "No!" Prophet heard himself yell as he ran out from behind the tree. The rifle of the man on the roadhouse stoop cracked twice, smoke and orange flames lapping from the barrel. The girl screamed and continued running toward a front corner of the barn. The shooter ran off the stoop and into the yard, pumping another round into his rifle's action. Running down the slope toward the roadhouse, Prophet shouted, "Stop!" The man fired twice more. The girl jerked with both shots, bending forward as she continued running. Her knees buckled just as she gained the barn's front corner. She hit the ground and rolled wildly. "Son of a buck!" Prophet dropped to a knee. He thought he was within range now of accurate shooting. He chewed off his right-hand mitten, let it drop to the ground, then pumped around into the Winchester and raised the rifle to his shoulder. As he did, the shooter swung toward him. Prophet fired, the Winchester 73 kicking back against his shoulder. He was breathing too hard, and his fingers were too cold for accurate shooting. That bullet and the next one he sent hurling toward the girl's shooter plumed snow-dusted dirt in the yard beyond the man. Prophet quickly stuffed his mitten into his coat pocket, heaved himself to his cold feet, and resumed running down the slope. There was little cover between him and the yard, only a couple of widely scattered small boulders and brush clumps. "Hell!" the shooter cried as two more men came running out of the roadhouse to his right. "That's Lou Prophet!" he bellowed. "I knew I seen that old rebel devil on our back trail. Ringo, saddle our hosses. I'll try to hold him off." The third man, running out of the roadhouse, glanced over his shoulder to yell through the open door, "It's Lou Prophet! Cut and run, fellas! Cut and run!" The first man ran to the edge of the barnyard and dropped to a knee behind a boulder little bigger than a rain barrel. He poked his rifle over the top of the boulder and fired 2 quick rounds. The first bullet sliced a hot line across the outside of Prophet's right cheek, while the second bullet nipped the sole of his left moccasin. The bounty hunter cursed as he dropped and rolled up against a small, thick clump of shad bush growing up around a rock about the size and shape of a wheat shock. From inside the roadhouse came the horrified cry of another young woman. "Damnation!" Prophet spat out through gritted teeth. "They're gonna kill the girls, the black-hearted sons of witches!" Rising onto his right knee, he glanced over the shadbush thicket toward the hill on which he had left Louisa. His stomach fell. Louisa was running down the hill toward the roadhouse. She was halfway between where Prophet had left her and the front of the roadhouse, running hard, her hat, secured to her neck by its horsehair thong, flapping behind her on the wind, her honey-blonde hair bouncing on her shoulders, clad in a green and brown wool coat that dropped to halfway down her shapely thighs. The cuffs of her Levi's were stuffed down inside her high-topped rabbit fur boots. She clutched her Winchester carbine in her black-gloved right hand. She'd stuffed her heavy fur mitten into a pocket of her coat. Even from this distance, Prophet could see the gravely determined expression on her face, the menacing chill in her hazel eyes. She'd turned her wolf loose, and the devil take the hindmost. Chapter 2. "Louisa, hold on," Prophet said. "Now ain't the right time to go in there, damn it." He pulled his head down as rifles thundered from straight ahead of him. Bullets plunked into the face of his covering rock. They snapped branches off the shadbush thicket and threw them up over his head. 2 tumbled onto his hat, which he'd tied to his head with his spruce green muffler, covering his ears so they wouldn't freeze, turn black, and fall off. Edging a look around the rock, he now saw 5 men, 3 in various states of dress. 4 were spread out near the first man, triggering their rifles toward Prophet, while another man, with long, bushy, mutton-chop whiskers and wearing a fawn-colored rabbit hat with ear flaps, just then threw a saddle, saddlebags, and a rifle over the top corral slat into the corral, then climbed in after them. His woolly chaps flapped around his legs. Prophet snaked his rifle over the top of the rock and began returning fire, first planting a bead on the man who'd shot the girl and squeezing the trigger, feeling a lurch of satisfaction as the girl killer's right eye was turned to jelly as the .44 slug punched through his head. Lou drew his head and rifle back down behind the rock as the other 3 men, on knees and spaced about 10 feet apart outside the corral, threw lead at him. As they did, he heard glass breaking and peered around the rock's right side to see 2 more men busting out 2 of the roadhouse's side windows and poking their rifles through the sashed frames. Those rifles, too, began barking, stitching the air around him with screaming lead. Again, Prophet peered around the right side of his covering rock and the thicket. He briefly glimpsed Louisa running toward the roadhouse. Then she was gone from view. She was mounting the front veranda steps, heading for the front door. "Damn it, Louisa!" Prophet grated out through gritted teeth as more bullets screamed off his covering rock and flipped broken thicket branches every which way. He gave another bellowing curse and then heaved himself to his feet, racking another round into his Winchester's breech and slamming the butt against his shoulder. He aimed quickly at the 3 men firing at him from between the rear of the roadhouse and the corral. He laid out one with his first shot. As the other one triggered around toward Prophet, Prophet returned fire, his bullet sailing wide as the man flinched and lost his balance, throwing his left arm onto the ground to balance himself. Prophet jogged toward him, grinding his teeth at the lead punching into the ground around him, curling the air around his ears. "Prophet, what the hell you doing this far north, you southern rebel son of a buck?" shouted the man he was targeting just before the hammer of the man's rifle pinged benignly onto its firing pin. The man heaved himself to his feet, pulled the 2 pistols jutting from the holsters thonged low on his thighs, and, raising them, clicked the hammers back. Prophet strode toward him, yelling, "I come to kill you, you black-hearted Yankee devil!" Calmly aiming down the Winchester's barrel, he squeezed the trigger, and the rifle bucked against his shoulder. He fired 2 more rounds, and then the 2-gun pistolier was rolling backward in the snow-speckled dust, throwing his 6 guns high over his head. Prophet's determined walk, resolutely flinging lead while seemingly mindless of the lead caroming around him, had so startled the other 2 rifle-wielding men that they'd taken off running toward the corral in which the other outlaw was saddling a horse. They fired as they ran, sort of half-twisted around and bellowing curses. Prophet dropped to a knee and emptied his 9-shot Winchester and whooped in satisfaction as the 2 went down, screaming and rolling up against the base of the corral. The bounty hunter dropped the rifle and palmed his Colt Peacemaker, turning toward the 2 windows from which the other thieving killers had been slinging lead at him. He'd just clicked the hammer back when another rifle began blasting away inside the roadhouse, evoking screams, this time not from women, but from men. One of the window shooters came hurling backward out his window in a rain of glass. He dropped his rifle and hit the ground outside the roadhouse and lay still as the man in the other window, left of the first one, shouted, "Oh no! It's that damn Vengeance Queen!" He flew forward out the window, a long, tall hombre in nothing more than a union suit and pistol belt and with long, stringy hair. He dropped the pistol he'd been firing, turned a forward somersault in midair, and hit the ground on his back as the rifle continued blasting away inside the roadhouse, evoking more shrill curses and terrified screams from the remaining outlaws inside the place. The long-haired drink of water outside the roadhouse lifted his head, shouted a string of blue epithets that would have set a nun's habit on fire, then rolled onto his hands and knees. He looked up to see Prophet walking toward him. The outlaw grabbed his pistol out of the dirt. He looked up at Prophet again, his two silver front teeth winking in the wintry wan light. "Cooch Ringo," Prophet snarled, and shot the man through his forehead. "Pleasure to put you down like the rabid dog you are." Ringo lay face down in the dirt, quivering as though he had been struck by lightning, blood from the hole in his forehead quickly pooling around him. "Hi-ya!" a man bellowed behind Prophet. He turned as the man inside the corral, now astride a big Appaloosa, came bounding up from inside the corral to hurdle the fence facing Prophet. The Appy's eyes were wide and white-ringed, its ears laid back against its head. The rider's eyes, beneath the brim of his rabbit fur hat, were pinched and dark with rage, the hat's untied flaps bouncing around his red cheeks, bristling with several days' worth of dark beard stubble. "Prophet, you're done for, you fork-tailed devil!" shouted the outlaw, whom Prophet, owning a keen memory for men with money on their heads, recognized as Wind River Bob Albright, a stone-hearted gunfighter who'd once served in the frontier cavalry stationed at Fort Laramie until he'd been dishonorably discharged for running a prostitution ring involving young, orphaned, hunk-papa Sioux girls. The Appy touched down 10 feet beyond the fence, and Bob Albright, crouched low in the saddle, sort of hiding behind the Appy's head, batted his heels against its flanks, directing the galloping mount toward Prophet. The man's woolly chaps flapped about his legs and high-topped fur boots. The bounty hunter raised his peacemaker, aimed quickly, and fired twice. Both slugs flew wide of Albright's head. Prophet could have shot the horse. He should have, in fact. The trouble was he liked horses better than he liked most men, so he always had to think twice or 3 times before performing what he considered a low-down dirty deed of last resort. This time he waited a wink too late. The Appy was on him before he could get his peacemaker cocked again, the horse bulling into him hard at almost a full run. Prophet grunted as the horse punched the air from his lungs. The big bounty hunter flew a good 10 feet straight back before hitting the ground hard, losing his hat as the knot in his muffler loosened beneath his chin. He lay dazed and grunting and cursing for 3 or 4 seconds before he rolled up onto his left shoulder and hip. He'd dropped the peacemaker. He just then realized that he'd lost the Richards 12-gauge as well. Both weapons lay too far away for a quick grab, especially in the bounty hunter's bruised and battered condition, his ribs barking like wild dogs. Wind River Bob was swinging back toward Prophet from 15 feet away, bringing his gun around as well. Bob aimed and fired, but the horse was moving, fouling Bob's aim. The shot spanged off a rock over Prophet's right shoulder. The cutthroat aimed his horse as well as his pistol at Prophet once more, and, galloping forward, fired again. Prophet threw himself to his left, avoiding another bullet. Wind River Bob and the Appaloosa barreled on past Prophet once more, dust wafting in the chill air. Shaking away the cobwebs from behind his eyes, Prophet hauled himself to his feet. The hip and shoulder that had taken the brunt of the Appy's weight were sore as hell, as were his ribs. As Wind River Bob checked the appy down, turned it, and began galloping back in Prophet's direction, the bounty hunter sucked back his misery and dove for his peacemaker. Bob's next round plunked into the dirt just behind Prophet's right boot. The bounty hunter hit the ground again, groaning against the agony in his cold, battered bones, and scooped the .45 off the ground. He hauled himself back to his feet and stepped sideways as Bob and the appy thundered toward him. Prophet reached out with his left hand, grabbing the horse's bridle and jerking his head toward him. The appy gave a shrill, indignant whinny as its rear hooves plowed dirt beneath its belly, its barrel curveting sharply. As Prophet drew the horse's head toward him, he rammed his right shoulder hard against the horse's left side and against Wind River Bob's left leg. Bob aimed his cocked Schofield down toward Prophet, but the horse was falling sideways as Prophet continued ramming his shoulder against it, gritting his teeth. Bob and the appy fell over hard, and Bob's bullet sailed skyward. "Oh! Ah!" Bob howled where he lay with his right leg pinned beneath the horse's writhing bulk. He lifted his now hatless head, which was bald save for a band of brown hair above his ears, and hardened his jaws. "Off! Oh, get off me, you miserable cayuse!" Prophet threw himself back off the horse and onto his butt, away from the horrified horse's flailing hooves. The Appaloosa gained its feet with effort, awkwardly, its saddle loose, bridle hanging askew from its head. Bob gave another squeal as the weight left his crushed right leg. The appy trotted off, shaking its head as though it had had its fill of such shenanigans. Bob lay inside the cloud of dust the horse had kicked up, writhing on his back while also stretching his left hand out toward the Schofield, which lay about 3 feet away from his outstretched fingers. He stared toward Prophet, his eyes dark with pain and exasperation. He jerked his body back and forth against the ground, inching his left hand toward the pistol while holding his right hand against his right thigh. Prophet heaved himself to his feet once more, wincing and spitting grit from his lips, a wing of his sandy, close-cropped hair hanging over his eyes. He held his left arm against his battered ribs. As Bob laid his hand on his Schofield, Prophet clamped his right boot down over Bob's hand as well as on the gun. He shifted all his weight, 200-plus pounds, to that foot, feeling the bones in Bob's hand grind against the unforgiving steel of the Schofield. "Aye!" Bob cried, squeezing his eyes closed and tipping his head far back so that the cords in his neck stood out like ropes in a ship's rigging. Oh, get off me, damn you!" Prophet grinned down at the man. Slowly, he removed his foot from the man's hand. "There you go. Feel better?" Prophet crouched down. Bob stared up at him, eyes growing bright in horror when he saw what was about to happen. Prophet smashed the barrel of his Colt against Bob's left temple, laying him out cold. Prophet swept his mussed hair back from his eye. He picked up his hat and scarf. He retrieved the Richard sawed-off and slung it behind his back and turned toward the roadhouse. He was breathing hard, sucking air through his teeth, gritted against his sundry aches and pains, and the cold wind nibbling his ears. The roadhouse had suddenly fallen eerily silent as a church, the back door standing wide open, its inner depths as black as a mine. A fine granular snow angled down. A chill breeze pelted the snow against the roadhouse's clabbered siding, badly in need of fresh paint. "Louisa!" Prophet shoved his muffler into a coat pocket, pulled his hat down low on his head, and began stumbling toward the open back door. He stopped suddenly when there sounded the shriek of breaking glass. Almost simultaneously came a young woman's agonized scream. A man laughed raucously somewhere up in the roadhouse's second story. "Louisa!" Prophet shouted and lurched into a sprint. Chapter 3. A little over 5 minutes before Prophet trimmed Wind River Bob's wick with his .45's barrel, Louisa kicked in the roadhouse's front door and stepped quickly to the door's right side, where the outdoor light, as fading as it was, wouldn't outline her. As her eyes quickly adjusted to the dingy light inside the roadhouse's broad drinking hall, she saw a girl with a bruised, Indian-featured face lying across a table to Louisa's right, her molasses-dark eyes wide and staring straight up at the ceiling. The girl's throat had been cut. One arm hung down over the side of the table, as did both smooth copper-brown legs. 2 men were crouched before 2 windows running along the wall to Louisa's left beyond a crude wooden stairway. The men were shooting rifles through the broken-out windows, angling the barrels back toward the roadhouse's rear, toward Lou. They were firing quickly, pumping their cocking levers, empty cartridge casings arcing back over their shoulders to clatter onto the floor around their boots. A bearded man stood behind the bar about halfway down the room along its right wall. He was setting bottles onto the bar as though preparing to load them into the large canvas war bag resting on the pine blanks before him. His movements were quick and nervous. Boots thumped and men shouted in the ceiling above Louisa's head. Another man just started down the broad wooden stairs to Louisa's left, though she couldn't yet see him, for he was somewhere above the second-floor landing. She could hear only the fevered thundering of his boots growing quickly louder. The gang, their hideout having been discovered, and not knowing how many had discovered it, was preparing to pull out. The bearded man behind the bar had swung his head and his sharp, nervous eyes toward Louisa. He bellowed a curse as he reached behind him, pulling up a long-barreled double-bore shotgun from where it had been resting atop the back bar. "It's her!" Louisa snapped up her Winchester and threw a round at him just as he stumbled backward and slightly sideways so that the bullet merely shredded his right earlobe before shattering a bottle and the back bar mirror. The man bellowed another curse, hardening his jaws against the pain in his ear, and swung the gut shredder in Louisa's direction. As the big popper roared, flames lapping from one barrel, the report like the explosion of a keg of dynamite in the close confines, Louisa dove onto a table ahead and on her right. She hit the near end of it, and it sank beneath her to the floor, rising on its far side and becoming a shield, an inadequate one, she discovered a second later, when the man behind the bar tripped the shotgun's second trigger. The buckshot blew a pumpkin-sized hole through the upper half of the table, maybe 4 inches above Louisa's now hatless head. Scrambling onto a knee, Louisa poked the barrel of her Winchester through the big hole, aimed hastily, and sent 2 quick rounds hurling toward the man behind the bar. He was just then tossing the shotgun onto the bar, knocking over several bottles he'd set there, and pulling up 2 long-barreled Smith & Wessons from holsters strapped around his broad waist. Louisa's first bullet drilled a quarter-sized hole through his left cheek just beneath that eye. His head jerked backward, nodding as though he were in firm agreement with something that she'd said. Louisa's second bullet drilled another hole through the dead center of the man's forehead, jerking his head back once more and sending his whole body flying into the back bar. He blinked his eyes quickly as he rolled down the back bar's shelves, dislodging bottles left and right, and dropped to the floor with a resolute thud. The man on the stairs was in full view now as he stopped 4 steps up from the bottom, a long-faced hombre with close-set eyes and long, lusterless blonde hair. "We got trouble inside, boys," he bellowed to the gang in general, bringing the Spencer repeater down off his shoulder and quickly aiming at Louisa, who swung her Winchester in his direction and shot him twice. The slugs punched him backward, firing his own rifle into the ceiling. He fell onto the steps, howling and reaching again for the rifle. Louisa calmly aimed and punched another pill through his forehead, silencing his infernal caterwauling. "Ah, hell! It's that damn Vengeance Queen!" That had been shouted by one of the two men who'd been shooting out the windows just beyond the stairs to each side of the large fieldstone hearth in which a fire popped and crackled, tempering the smell of cordite in the air with the tang of burning pine. The shooter who'd spoken swung his rifle from the window, but before he could even get a fresh round racked into the breech, Louisa's slug punched a hole in his Adam's apple and sent him hurling back through the window, breaking out what glass had remained in the frame. The other shooter, nearer Louisa, had already turned and was crouched over his Winchester, flinging lead at the Vengeance Queen. Bullets screeched through the air around Louisa's head, thudding into the front wall behind her and into the table, which she had crouched behind once more, angling the table toward the shooter to act as a shield. When she heard the shooter's rifle click empty and the man say, "Crap!" she rose to her knees. Instinctively knowing that her own 9-shot carbine was also empty, she lifted her head from behind the table and snatched both her matching pearl-gripped, nickel-washed pistols from their hand-tooled brown leather holsters thonged on her thighs beneath the flaps of her heavy wool coat. The shooter flung his rifle away and reached for a pistol tucked into a shoulder holster between his quilted leather coat and his sheepskin vest. "Oh, hell!" he cried, his blue eyes sharp with terror, seeing that Louisa had the drop on him. "That's where you're headed, all right." Louisa curled her ripe upper lip as her right hand Colt bucked a quarter-second before the one in her left hand bucked, both rounds thumping into the screaming man's chest and punching him straight back through the window out of which he'd been flinging lead at Lou. A pistol cracked behind Louisa. The bullet was like a hot andiron laid against the right side of her neck, just above the collar of her wool coat. She flinched and swung around, raising both her fancy Colts, to see a man standing on the second-floor balcony stretching across the saloon's far wall. Louisa had started to squeeze both triggers, but now she eased the tension in her trigger fingers. The man, a big man with a black beard cleaved by a long, thick scar running crookedly down his left cheek, held the young girl clad in only pantaloons, a thin shift, and a string of colored feathers and faux pearls, one purple and one bright red ribbon poking up from the mess of light red hair wound and secured into several buns atop her head. The girl was very young, Louisa judged. Maybe 16, maybe younger. She was missing an eye tooth. Louisa could see that because the girl's lips were stretched back from her lips in terror and agony, for the big man standing behind her had one beefy arm, clad in red calico, hooked around her neck, drawing her head back taut against his broad, lumpy chest. He held a cocked, stag-butted Colt Lightning taut against her right temple. The fleshy hand gripping the gun was covered in small, light brown freckles. "Drop them Colts, woman!" the man bellowed through his beard, narrowing his dark brown eyes beneath the brim of a black bullet-crowned hat to the front of which the moon and star badge of a deputy U.S. Marshal was pinned. That told Louisa which gang member he was. N.B. Stone. He'd killed a federal lawman several years ago in Montana after murdering 2 doxies and a deputy sheriff in a whorehouse in Bannock. His way of thumbing his nose at anyone who would come after him for such crimes had been to pin the dead lawman's badge to his hat. A badge of honor, so to speak. "Hello, Mr. Stone," Louisa said, gazing up across the barrels of her aimed Colts at the man. "Drop 'em, Bonaventure. Drop 'em now. I'll kill this girl. Drill a hot one right through her purty little head. You know me, so you know I'll do it." Louisa swallowed down a tight knot of apprehension in her throat. As she moved forward across the room toward a second stairway ahead of her, sitting parallel to the saloon floor and angling up toward the second-story balcony running parallel to the saloon, she kept the anxiety out of her voice as she said, "You'll do it even if I set down my guns." "Stop there!" Stone bellowed, hardening his jaws inside his thick black beard. "Stop there, or I'll shoot her." "No, you won't. You're not suicidal, are you, Norman?" Louisa kept moving toward the rickety-looking, unpainted plank-board stairs ahead of her, kicking chairs out of her way. "You look like a man who enjoys life far too much to see it all end right here in this lonely saloon, out here in the middle of nowhere." Louisa put her right boot on the first step and, keeping her eyes on Stone and the girl above her, near the top of the stairs, she said, "You have too much life left." She gritted her teeth, but kept her voice calm, even. "Too much thieving and raping and killing to do." "That does it. I'm going to shoot her." "No!" the girl cried, struggling against the man's chest. Stone held her fast with his thick left arm, pressing his pistol firmly against her temple. "Please, please, don't kill me." Through tear-glazed eyes, she gazed beseechingly at Louisa moving slowly up the stairs. "Please, don't let him kill me. I don't want to die." "He's not going to kill you," Louisa assured the girl, though she herself wasn't sure at all. "He's not going to kill you because Mr. Norman Bryan Stone doesn't want to die." Louisa gained the top of the stairs, stepped onto the second-story balcony, on the same plane now with Stone and the horrified girl, and kept walking ever so slowly, menacingly, toward them. She shook her head. "You don't want to die here, Norman. Not now. Not like this. Killed by a woman." Louisa smiled coldly, jeeringly over the barrels of her nickel-washed pistols, 6 guns aimed straight out in front of her. "Do you, Norman? You don't want to be just another notch on the Vengeance Queen's belt, do you?" Stone's cheeks turned red behind and above his beard at the notion of being killed by the notorious female bounty hunter. "I'm gonna warn you for the last time," Stone yelled, stepping back and jerking the bawling girl along with him, keeping her pulled taut against him, drawing her back through an open door, her bare feet entangling with his boots. "You put them hog legs down, or I'm gonna blow her head off." "You do that," Louisa said, slowly following the man and the girl into the room, "and I'll blow yours off right after." She passed through the doorway and into the small bedroom crudely furnished with a dilapidated chest of drawers, a zinc-topped washstand, and a brass bed. The room smelled like man-sweat and sex and tobacco smoke. A single lamp burned on the chest of drawers. "Think about it, Norman. Death, annihilation, no past, no future. Worm food." Louisa stopped just inside the doorway. Stone stopped then as well, near the foot of the bed, a window directly behind him. He held the girl as before, his beefy arm hooked around her neck, drawing her head back. Her face was red and soaked with tears that flowed steadily down from her horrified eyes. "Please," she kept begging through her tears. "Please, please, please." "Think about it, Norman," Louisa said again. "You got your whole life ahead of you. What are you, 35, 40? You have 30, 40 years left. You don't want it all to end here today. All you've been, all you are, all you'll ever be, killed in a remote Dakota watering hole." Louisa curled her upper lip. By a woman. Stone stared at her for a full 10 seconds, thoughtful. He looked down at the girl writhing against him. He cursed as he turned back to Louisa. If I turn her loose, you'll set your guns aside? If you holster your pistol and turn her loose, I'll let you walk out of here. You can fetch your horse and ride clear. I'll inform Lou of our arrangement. Stone turned his head sideways. His right eye twitched. You're bluffing. My word is bond, Norman. Bullcrap. You're a kill-crazy bounty hunter. Everybody knows about you. I'm that rare bounty hunter with honor, Norman. Empty your pistol, turn the girl loose, and live to eat another meal, to drink another glass of whiskey. She glanced at the doxy's right discolored eye and drew a deep, calming breath. To beat another defenseless girl in some remote roadhouse. Stone's eye twitched again, skeptically. You lower yours first. Shove it into your holster and secure the thong over the hammer. Not a chance. You're going to have to trust me. You holster that pistol and turn the girl free. I lower my Colts and you walk out of here. I keep my guns. More importantly, you keep your life. Or, Louisa hiked her right shoulder, kill her and die here today. Let this be your last day on earth, Louisa smiled. The wolves will be dining well this evening. You're plumb loco. I heard tell about you. Now I know it's true. You're crazier than an owl in a lightning storm. Be that as it may. Stone's gaze was darkly pensive. Sweat dribbled down his cheeks and into his beard. He looked at the twin maws of Louisa's Colts aimed at his head. He shifted his gaze to her eyes. All right. I'm going to trust you. I'm going to believe you're an honorable woman, despite all the men you've killed. Despite all the bad men I've killed. Let's not split hairs here. I'm going to holster this pistol. Then I'm going to turn her free. Then I'm going to step back out of your way and wish you a good rest of the day, Norman. Who knows? Maybe we'll meet again someday. Stone flared his nostrils and shook his head. You better hope not. Louisa smiled. All right, said Stone. I'm going to holster this hog leg. Get on with it, Louisa said. Can't you see how frightened the poor girl is? You're an honorable woman. Remember that. I'll remember. All right. Stone swallowed, lowered the pistol from the girl's head. He slid it into his holster, fastened the keeper thong over the hammer. Slowly, tentatively, he removed his left arm from around the girl's neck. The girl gave a relieved cry and ran toward Louisa. Get behind me, the Vengeance Queen ordered. The girl stepped behind Louisa. Stone stared at her, anger sparking in his eyes. Lower them Colts. Step aside. Louisa stretched her lips slightly back from her teeth in a shrewd, mocking smile. The fear in Stone's eyes brightened. He jerked his arm up and pointed an accusing finger at Louisa. You made a promise. You remember that. I held up my end of the bargain, you bitch. Unlike my friend Prophet, Norman, Louisa said, sliding her lips farther back from her perfect white teeth. I do not bargain with the devil. Stone replaced his pointing finger with his palm turned outward. Wait now! Hold on! Louisa's pistols bucked and roared. The girl behind her screamed as the bullets cut through Stone's chest and hurled him straight out the window behind him. Chapter 4. Prophet shouted, "Louisa!" as he crossed the stoop and ran through the roadhouse's rear door. He stopped 10 feet inside the place and looked around. The 2 windows to his right were broken out, and a chill breeze blew through them, sawing against the few shards of glass remaining in the frames. A fire popped and snapped in the big stone hearth between the windows, lending welcoming warmth and tempering the rotten egg smell of burnt powder with the perfume of pine. A man lay on the stairs, limbs akimbo, blood oozing out of the twin holes in his chest and another in his forehead, pooling on the steps beneath him. A Spencer repeating rifle lay on the saloon floor at the base of the stairs. No sign of Louisa. Again, Prophet called her name, heard his own voice echo around the shadowy cavern-like room. He also heard a girl sobbing coming from somewhere behind the crude pine bar to his left. He moved slowly into the room, quickly emptying his Colt, spinning the wheel and letting the spent cartridges clatter onto the worn puncheons beneath his boots. He winced when he saw a girl with distinctly Indian features lying across a table before him, eyes staring upward in death. Her face was badly bruised, beaten. Blood oozed from a broad gash across her neck. As Prophet slid fresh ammo from his cartridge belt and thumbed them into the peacemaker's chambers through the open loading gate, he turned his head to his left and saw Louisa standing on a second-floor balcony. The Vengeance Queen held a sobbing girl in her arms, a young redhead several inches shorter than Louisa and clad in only a thin shift, pantaloons, and a necklace of some kind. Colored feathers hung askew in the tangle of her thick, mussed hair. Rocking the girl gently, holding the girl's head against her chest, Louisa turned to gaze down over the balcony rail at Prophet. Lou stopped, loosed a relieved sigh at seeing his partner still standing. The girl in her arms slowly lifted her head to gaze up at Louisa. Through her sobs, she said, "Why are men so mean? Cruel? Why? Why do they have to be so poison mean?" "They don't have to be," Louisa said tonelessly. "Some just choose to be. Maybe even most. There are a few." She turned to stare over the balcony rail again at Prophet, "who don't. But even they have their faults." Prophet turned his mouth corners down. Louisa blinked as she turned back to the girl. "There's no point in not facing facts." She pulled away from the girl, glanced over the rail again, her eyes finding the dead Indian girl sprawled across the table near Prophet. Turning back to the redhead, she said, "You'd best go back to your room for a while. We'll try to get it cleaned up a little down there." The redhead turned to gaze down into the saloon. She looked at the dead Indian girl, her eyes glazing with fresh tears. She turned to Prophet, and the skin above the bridge of her nose wrinkled with a vague incredulity, maybe even revulsion. Prophet thought he saw it, understandably, in her eyes. She turned away and retreated through an open door, clicking the door closed behind her. Louisa turned to Prophet. "You all right?" Prophet asked her. Louisa dug a lilac-colored hanky from her coat pocket, brushed it across the side of her neck under her long hair, and looked at it. She winced. "Bad?" She looked at him. "No." Prophet chuckled. It never ceased to amuse him that while Louisa had drained out maybe 100 gallons of blood from well-deserving men throughout the West, the sight of her own blood made her queasy. Once upon a time, it had made her pass out. Over the years, she'd gotten more used to seeing it. Now it made her only pale up for a time, like a cloudy day. She stuffed the hanky back into her coat pocket and began reloading her Colts. Prophet twirled his own walnut-gripped Colt on his finger, dropped the pistol into its holster beneath his coat. He secured the keeper thong over the hammer, then walked around behind the bar. 2 more men lay dead back there. The first one, sitting on the floor and leaning against the back bar, was an older, scrawny gent with long, grizzled gray hair. His chin was tipped to one shoulder. Prophet might have thought him merely sleeping if it hadn't been for the bullet hole in the man's forehead. He wore a green apron which marked him as the man, or one of the men, who likely ran the place. He'd apparently gotten crossways with the killers, most likely when the gang had first ridden up to the place last night. The apron-clad man was cold and pale, and he was already stiff. The bullet wound in his forehead was crusted with dried blood. He'd been dead nearly a full day. Maybe he'd balked at pouring the gang free drinks, offering his doxies up for free, or at how the gang was treating the girls. Whatever the reason, he was dead. It never took much of a reason for Gritch Hatchley's men to kill. Judging by the amount of killing they'd done in the past, they enjoyed it. The second dead man, a tall, fat, bearded man in a checked shirt and beaded, fringed elk-hide vest, had been killed recently. Louisa must have killed him. He lay slumped to one side amidst the shards of broken bottles and spilled whiskey, blood oozing from the many glass cuts pocking his big, fleshy body. Prophet crouched over him, pulled the man's head up by his hair. He recognized the round, crudely featured face from a wanted circular Prophet had out in his saddlebags. Brett Cheney, a killer from Utah who'd busted out of the Utah Territorial Pen some years ago and had somehow eluded being dragged back. His joining up with Gritch Hatchley and Hatchley's second cousin, Weed Brome, who formed the leadership of the bunch, had made Chaney and the rest of the gang hard to run down. Hatchley's bunch was a nasty pack of bloodthirsty wolves. They'd been running off their collective leash for a good 3 years, since they'd all thrown in together to rob banks, trains, and stagecoaches, and generally rape, pillage, and plunder to the content of their black hearts, bouncing from one territory to the next, mostly northern territories, staying 2 steps ahead of the law, evading capture. Until today, Prophet thought, letting Cheney's head flop back down against the floor littered with broken glass. He pulled an unbroken bottle of rye whiskey off a shelf beneath the bar, set it on the scarred oak, and grabbed a shot glass off a near pyramid. "Drinks are on the house, I reckon," he said, casting a dubious glance at the dead, apron-clad gent. "Likely forevermore." The bounty hunter pried the cork out of the bottle with his teeth, spat it onto the floor, and splashed whiskey into the glass. He held the glass up in salute to the dead man and threw back the entire shot. He smacked his lips, then turned sadly to the dead apron. "Sorry, partner. Truly I am. You'll never again know the joy of a stiff shot of rot-gut whiskey. Even cheap rye is bracing on a cold day that's gonna get even colder." He shook his head, then glanced at the 2 broken-out windows flanking the big hearth in which the fire was dying. "It don't help we lost 2 windows." He turned to his partner, who was dropping slowly down the stairs, running one bare hand along the banister, staring at the dead Indian girl. "Hey, Vengeance Queen, was you born in a barn?" Chuckling to himself, Prophet refilled his shot glass. He left it on the bar without drinking it. A vague apprehension touched him. He wasn't sure of its source. Frowning, pensive, he walked out from behind the bar and tramped over to the hearth. Beside the fireplace was an ancient wooden feed bin filled with old newspapers, dry branches, and split pine and post oak. He fed several of the smaller branches to the fire, building it up gradually. When the flames were dancing again, exhaling more pine tang into the room, he added a couple of split pine logs and then an oak knot that, if tended well, should burn half the night, holding at bay some of the chill pouring in on the breeze raking through the broken windows. When he had the knot arranged to his satisfaction atop the grate, he swung away from the fire, eyes widening and lower jaw sagging as he realized what had been troubling him. He turned to Louisa, who was striding slowly out from the bottom of the stairs. "Hey, we're a few owl hoots short." Louisa gave him one of her incredulous, impatient looks from inside the tangle of her honey-blonde hair framing her cameo-perfect face with bee-stung lips. She wasn't wearing her hat, and her cream muffler hung from her shoulders. "What are you caterwauling about?" Prophet counted silently on his fingers. "We're a few wolves short of a pack," he said, looking around, frowning, fists on his hips. "More than a few. Several." Lou walked over to the stairs, climbing his side of the saloon hall, and inspected the long-haired dead man there whom Louisa had drilled a third eye. Swinging toward where Louisa stood by the overturned table near the dead Indian girl, brushing her gloved hands down her carbine stock, Prophet said, "This is Joe Horton. So far, I haven't seen Hatchley, or the woman in the bunch. What's her name?" "Sweet Dupree," Louisa said. "As deadly as Hatchley, but she's the half-breed's woman. Pima Quarles." "Where's Hatchley?" Prophet asked her. "I didn't see him outside." "Are you sure?" "No. I'll check again, but I'd recognize that varmint from a mile away. Probably smell him from that distance, too. He's almost as tall as I am. Nasty-looking devil with a big, thick head and a curly beard, and he wears a stinky buffalo coat. He's got a gold stud through his left ear. Resembles a mossy-horned bull buff, and he's got a temper to match." "I haven't seen any ill-tempered bull buffaloes in here, Lou." "I didn't see any out back. No woman, neither, save the dead girl. In here?" "Only the redhead." Louisa jerked her chin toward the second-story balcony behind her and set her Stetson on her head, letting the horsehair chin thong dangle against her coat. Prophet turned to stare up the stairs rising behind and above him, beyond the dead Joe Horton. "Anybody up there?" "I haven't made it that far," Louisa said. "Pretty quiet, though. If Hatchley was up there, I think we might have heard from him by now." "Just the same." Prophet palmed his Colt, clicked the hammer back, leaped up and over the dead man, and quickly but thoroughly checked out the second story. He found nothing but overfilled slop buckets, unmade beds, and the owl hoot-strewn gear. "Nothing," Prophet said, dropping back down the steps, leaping the dead man again, and sliding the peacemaker back into its holster. Louisa had been waiting at the bottom of the stairs, holding her carbine in both hands at port arms across her chest, ready in case anyone besides Prophet came back down the stairs. Now, as Prophet dropped into the saloon, Louisa turned to follow him as he walked along beside the bar and out through the rear door he'd left open. He walked across the stoop and into the yard, stopping and looking around. Only one of the 5 men out here was moving. That was Wind River Bob. He was down on one knee, trying to rise onto the other knee, but the leg that had been pinned under his horse wasn't having it. He was grunting and groaning and looking around, probably for a gun. Blood dribbled from the cut on his left temple, courtesy Prophet's gun barrel. "Which one is that?" Louisa asked Prophet. "Wind River Bob." "Albright?" "One and the same." "Are any of the others Hatchley?" "Nope." Prophet stepped over Cooch Ringo to inspect the other men he'd shot from a distance and hadn't gotten a good look at yet. He rattled off their names, then turned to Louisa. "Hatchley and the woman ain't here. Who are the fellas you hurled out the windows?" "Let's have a look." Prophet swung around and walked up the side of the roadhouse toward the front. Louisa, too, had a good eye for the men they were after. After all, they'd been on their trail for the past 2 weeks. She and Prophet had had plenty of time to study their likenesses and descriptions on wanted circulars, usually by the light of their nightly campfires and while coyotes yammered in the distance. Louisa named both men she'd blown out the windows on either side of the fireplace as Charlie Seltzer and Billy Hoedown Scroggs. She turned to Prophet, fists on her hips. "There's one more on the other side. N.B. Stone." "No Hatchley," Prophet said, scraping a thumb along his jaw and looking around as though he thought the gang leader might appear out of the chill wind. "No Weed Brome, either. And no Sweets Dupree nor Pima Quarles." Behind them, Wind River Bob groaned loudly as he sagged onto his butt, his injured leg protruding straight out in front of him. "I need help here. Say there, I need help. I'm afraid my leg is broken." Prophet and Louisa shared a glance. The bounty hunters moseyed over to where Wind River Bob lay writhing and groaning. They stood over Bob, staring distastefully down at the vile brigand. "Not feeling too good this afternoon, Bob?" Prophet asked. Bob looked up at him through pain-racked, dung-brown eyes. "I need a doctor. I think my hip is broke. Hurts god-awful bad." "Let me see." Prophet dropped to a knee before Bob. He grabbed the man's right ankle with one hand and laid his other hand over the man's knee. "What are you doing, Prophet?" Bob looked confused, fearful. He tried to scuttle back away from the bounty hunter. "I need a sawbow." "Oh, Jesus Christ, what are you doing?" "I'm just trying to see if your leg's broke." Prophet pressed his left hand down hard against Bob's knee. "How's that feel?" "Ah!" Bob howled, tipping his head back and trying to inch away again. "It hurts like hell. Leave me alone. I can tell it's broke. I don't need you to—" "Oh! Oh! What the hell are you doing, you fork-tailed devil?" "We're missing a few folks, Bob," Louisa said, standing over Prophet, staring down at Bob. What? "We're a few wolves short of a whole pack," Prophet said. "You really like that one, don't you, Lou?" Louisa said. "Get your hands off me, damn it, Prophet! I'm an injured man." Prophet shoved down hard again on the man's knee. "Where'd they go, Bob?" Wind River Bob threw his head back and howled like a gut-shot coyote. Stop! "Where's Hatchley, Bob?" Louisa asked the outlaw. "Where's his sidekick cousin, Brome?" "And where's the girl, Sweets Dupree?" Prophet added. "Oh, and the half-breed, Pima Quarles. Where's Quarles, Bob?" "I don't know," Bob said, panting and staring at Prophet in horror. Even though the temperature was dropping fast now as dusky shadows filled the yard and more snow stitched the breeze, sweat beads dribbled down Bob's cheeks and into his beard. "How would I know where they are?" "Bob," Prophet said, Let me check your hip." "No!" Prophet tugged on the man's right ankle. Bob threw his head back and screamed. "Damn! Damn! Damn it!" he said, panting, when Prophet had eased up on the tension on Bob's wounded leg. I think it's separated." "No," Prophet said. "It's your knee that's separated. It's swelling up on you real bad. I think your hip is plumb broken. Lordy, you're injured bad, Bob." The bounty hunter grinned devilishly and gave the man's right ankle another savage tug. Chapter 5. Howling, Bob flopped back against the ground, slamming the backs of his fists into the finely churned dirt laced with hay, horse manure, and fresh snow. Louisa stepped forward, placed her right boot over Bob's right knee. "Where'd they go, Bob?" Bob sobbed, shook his head, then hardened his jaws and gritted his teeth. "You ain't new to this business, neither one of you. You know I can't tell you that." Louisa rammed her boot down on Bob's knee. Bob slammed his fist into the ground, wailing. When Louisa had removed her boot from the man's knee, Prophet scuttled up to kneel beside the man's left shoulder on the opposite side of Bob from Louisa. "Bob, I'm gonna turn my partner loose on you here in a minute. You are aware of what everyone calls her, aren't you? The Vengeance Queen?" "Yes, I'm very much aware of that," Bob said, dead sober. Prophet poked his hat brim up on his forehead. "It ain't worth it, Bob. Let me tell you straight. Look at her." Bob looked up at Louisa, smiling down at him, the heel of her boot resting on the ground beside Bob's right leg, the bottom of the sole angling over the knee that was swelling up to the size of a wheel hub. Bob whined deep in his chest. Prophet said, "She'd love nothing better than to put you through the worst kind of misery. A man like you, one that's known for selling poor little Injun orphan girls into slavery, that's been terrorizing, not to mention killing, the doxies here at the roadhouse. Why, Louisa's been dreaming of this day." "I have, Bob." Louisa blinked her cat-like hazel eyes slowly. "It's true." "Besides," Prophet said, "what do you want Hatchley and the others getting away for? Why should they be allowed to ride free to drink and gamble and carouse to their heart's content, while you're headed to a federal courthouse in Bismarck? Hell, your trial won't last 10 minutes before they drag you out to the federal gallows down by the Big Misery. After the jury hears what all you've done, all the nefarious, nasty deeds to them orphan girls and others, they'll hang you by the neck and watch you do the mid-air kickstep while the band plays, the dogs bark, and the doxies dance." "Think about it, Bob," Louisa prodded the man. "Do you really want Hatchley and the others running free, enjoying themselves, while you're feeding the angleworms?" She pressed her boot down on the outlaw's swollen knee. Bob wailed. All right. Stop that. Stop it. You hear? I see your point." Louisa removed her boot from the man's knee. Wind River Bob stared up at her and Prophet, hardening his jaws in anger. "I see your point," he repeated, panting. "Hatchley and Weedbrome headed east to Indian Butte. Sweets and Pima Quarles headed south to Sundown. We was all headed for Canada, No one expects outlaws to head north this time of the year instead of south, so we headed north. Leave it to you two crazy-ass bounty hunters to head north after us. Do you know what time of year it is? Prophet, ain't you a southern boy? Hear me when I say your point is well taken, Bob. Bob chuckled sourly, shook his head, brushed a tear of misery from his left cheek. Hatchley and Pima had a falling out over Sweets. The half-breed thought he saw Sweets making candy eyes at Hatchley. Sweets always thought Pima should be heading up the gang, and she's been trying to goad Pima into challenging Hatchley, but Pima didn't want no part of Gritch Hatchley. So Sweets, she started getting cozy with Hatchley. Bob scowled up at Louisa. What is it with you women? Sweet and purty looking, but savages. Louisa smiled down at him. What are their plans in Indian Butte and Sundown, Bob? Prophet asked. I don't know, Bob said. Hatchley said something about maybe going on to Canada after Christmas, then heading south when their trails had cooled. Brome tagged along because Brome wouldn't know what to do with himself without Hatchley by his side, making all the decisions. After the big fuss and them making up all sugar-like, Sweets and Pima decided to forget about Canada. They decided to take their chances and start making their way down to Mexico. We knew you was behind us 3 days ago, but we hadn't seen you on our back trail lately, so we got to thinking it was too cold for your old rebel-ass Prophet, and you decided to head for Mexico your own self, and took her with you. He wrinkled his nostrils at Louisa. Pima's from Arizona. He don't care for this cold weather one bit. Bob looked around, indicating the cold, snow-stitched breeze. Can't say as I care for it neither, by God. Louisa glanced at Prophet. Think we can believe him? Yeah, I think we can, Prophet said. He knows what's gonna happen to him if I find out he's been lying, don't you, Bob? Bob snarled, gave a little croak-like sob. To Louisa, Prophet said, Bob and me will head over to Indian Butte for Hatchley and Brome. Them's the two with the biggest bounties on their heads. Each is worth around 500 more alive than dead, so I'll take them. Try to take 'em alive. You just shoot 'em and be done with it. Sweets and Pima are worth more alive, too, so remember that. They're not worth as much alive as Gritch and Weed are, but money's money. Louisa didn't argue. I'll head south to Sundown, pick up Sweets and Pima Quarles. Both towns are on the spur railroad line. I'll wait for you to pull through on the train, then we'll continue on to Bismarck together. She glanced at the dead men lying twisted around them. We'll turn all this dead outlaw beef over to the U.S. Marshal there and collect the bounties. She smiled sourly at Prophet. Should make you a nice steak for Mexico. Prophet grinned. In the meantime, let's get inside before I freeze something else off. Not that I probably have anything left that ain't already frozen. I'll gather up the dead later on, lay 'em out in the barn nice and tidy so the wolves don't get 'em. I want to thaw out and have another drink first. The girl? Louisa stared toward where the girl in the buffalo robe lay near the barn. Don't worry, I'll bring her inside. Louisa nodded, and they headed for the roadhouse. Hey, bellowed Wind River Bob. Aren't you forgetting something? Prophet and Louisa stopped, exchanged a look. What do you think? Lou said. I think we should leave him to the wolves. I hear you. Prophet looked at Wind River Bob staring over his shoulder at them in horror. On the other hand, I think Bob's worth more alive than dead. So practically speaking, I think I'm gonna haul his undeserving behind inside, thaw him out for the hangman. I'd call killing him good money well spent, but have it your way," Louisa continued on into the roadhouse. "All right, Bob," Prophet said, dropping to his knees behind the killer. "Let's get you inside, shall we? Hangmen need to earn a living, too." Prophet hauled the killer to his feet, Bob cussing and grunting and casting doubt on the purity of the bounty hunter's lineage. Prophet chuckled as he slung Bob's arm over his shoulder and began leading the injured brigand back toward the roadhouse. Louisa came out the back door to stop on the rear stoop. In her arms she held the dead Indian girl who'd been lying across the table near the front of the place. "Who cut this girl's throat?" Louisa asked Bob tightly. Bob glanced at Prophet, then cut his sheepish gaze back to Louisa. "Hatchley." Louisa arched a skeptical brow. "Really?" "It was Hatchley," Bob insisted. "He called her scrawny and berated Bert Jiggs, he's the apron that ran the place, for not having no decent girls in his employ. He said they was all too skinny. Jiggs told him he had better girls before the railroad came through and wrecked his business. Hatchley, being drunk and smoking that nasty weed he likes to smoke, didn't like Jiggs' tone, so he shot Jiggs and cut the girl. Tossed her over the table. He spent the night with the redhead. She seemed to pacify him, likely got him drunk so he passed out. Slept till late this morning when he and Brome headed out, avoiding a sure shooting war with Sweets and Quarrels." "What got the other one shot?" Prophet asked, glancing over his shoulder toward where the dead girl lay by the barn. "Ah, hell." "What was it?" Louisa prodded. Bob sighed. "Don't hold it against me now, but she overheard me and Ringo talking about probably having to kill her and the other girl when we left tomorrow morning. You know, we couldn't be expected to leave anyone alive who's seen our faces." When Bob saw how Prophet and Louisa were looking at him, he added with no little exasperation, "That wouldn't have been professional." Louisa gritted her teeth as she came forward, turned sideways, and chopped the side of her boot down against Bob's swollen knee. Prophet helped Wind River Bob into the roadhouse and laid him down on a beat-up leather sofa angled before the fireplace. So Bob couldn't get his hands on any of the weapons strewn around the saloon in the wake of the shootout. Prophet tied Bob's hands behind his back. "There you go, Bob," Prophet said, cutting the excess rope from around Bob's wrists with his Barlow knife and shoving the injured owl hoot back against the sour, overstuffed sofa. "I hope you're comfortable. I didn't get those ropes too tight now, did I?" "Go to hell, you rancid grayback," Bob pulled against the rope. "I need some whiskey to kill the pain. Fetch me a bottle. I ain't here to feed liquor to girl killers. You're so low you'd stick a rattlesnake in a man's pocket and ask him for a light." Prophet put a pot of hot water on the fire to boil and built himself a toddy of hot water, whiskey, and dark cane sugar he found in a crock behind the bar. He sipped 2 toddies while sitting in a chair before the fire. Bob snarled at him like a leg-trapped wolf. Louisa, who abstained from alcoholic beverages, drank a couple cups of coffee. Louisa could turn men toe down without batting one of her pretty, long-lashed eyes, but she never drank anything stronger than coffee, tea, milk, or sarsaparilla. Occasionally, she'd take a ginger beer. When Prophet could feel his toes again, and before the toddy could make him overly sleepy, he shrugged into his coat once more and dragged the 2 dead owl hoots, the one on the stairs and the one behind the bar, out to the barn. He retrieved his and Louisa's horses from the far side of the hill and stabled them in the barn with plenty of feed and water. He dragged the other dead men from around the roadhouse into the barn as well. In the morning, he'd tie them over their horses' backs. He and Louisa would split them up and each take half to Indian Butte and Sundown, respectively. When he had all the dead killers lined up in the barn, where the wild animals couldn't get at them overnight, he carried the dead girl in the buffalo robe into the roadhouse and laid her out in a bed upstairs, where Louisa had laid the Indian girl. He went back downstairs and fetched the body of the man who'd owned the place, Burton Jiggs, and laid him out on the floor beside the two dead girls. There was room on the bed for Jiggs, but it didn't seem right somehow. Prophet intended to send a sheriff for the bodies later. He'd summon one from Indian Butte. He thought the county seat was Devil's Lake. The roadhouse would be in the sheriff's jurisdiction. The county badge toter could decide what to do with them, identify them, maybe wire any family they might have in the area. Prophet had just gotten Jiggs arranged beside the horse when he heard light footsteps behind him. He turned to see the third girl, the sole survivor of the Hatchley gang's depredations, walk into the room. She was small and pale, and her thick red hair was like a tumbleweed around her delicate head. It hung in tangles down her back and over her shoulders. She held a thick quilt around her small body, drawing it close beneath her chin, which bore one small dark mole. Her right eye was swollen, and there were a couple of nasty cuts on her lips, but they'd scabbed up all right. She stood staring at the two girls on the bed. She didn't say anything. She just stared. A single tear gathered in the corner of her right eye and dribbled down her cheek. Prophet sighed, pulled the bed covers up over the two dead young women. He pulled another sheet from over a chair and used it to shroud Jiggs. He walked over and placed his hands on the redhead's shoulders, drew her to him. She succumbed to the hug stiffly at first, likely repelled by his maleness, as was understandable. But finally she leaned forward and pressed her cheek to his chest. "What's your name, darling?" Prophet asked her, holding her. She took a moment to respond. It was almost as though she had to think about it. "Antoinette Morganson," she said finally. "Tony Morganson." "I'm Lou Prophet, Tony. My lady friend is Louisa Bonaventure." "I know," Tony said softly. He felt her nod her head against his chest. "I've read about you two before, in the newspapers." She paused. "They call her the Vengeance Queen." "They sure do." Tony lifted her head and glanced up at him, her eyes vaguely ironic. "You sold your soul to the devil." "Yeah, well, he was the only taker," Prophet said with a sigh, nudging the girl's chin with his thumb, playfully. "Come on, Tony. Let's get you back into bed. Gonna be a cold night. You got a fire in your room?" Tony shook her head. "Show me," Prophet said. "I'll build one." Tony turned slowly away from the two lumps of the dead girls on the bed, and Prophet followed her out of the room and down the hall to an open door. Tony walked into a small room with walls papered in dark red with gilt wheat heads standing out in relief. The furniture was typically shabby. Snow ticked against the single small window. While the girl removed the quilt from her shoulders, appearing mindless of the fact that she wore nothing except frayed pantaloons and the thin shift, she crawled into the small bed. Prophet got a fire going in the small sheet-iron stove in the near corner. "You hungry?" Prophet asked her, closing the stove door, the stove now creaking and wheezing to life as the fire grew. He turned to the girl who lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. "I don't know," Tony said, frowning, as though that, too, had been a difficult question. "I'll see what old Diggs had downstairs for victuals, and I'll bring you something up, just in case you are." Tony slid her gaze to him. Her eyes appeared cloudy with consternation, but gradually they cleared. She quirked her mouth corners slightly, a feeble attempt at a smile. "Thank you, Lou." Prophet tossed her a wink, then headed out into the hall and drew the door closed behind him. Chapter 6. Prophet dropped back down the stairs to the main saloon hall. Louisa stood at the bar. Several sets of saddlebags lay atop the bar around her, as well as several stacks of greenbacks and burlap sacks of coins. While Prophet had been sorting out the bodies, Louisa had been going through the dead gang members' gear, looking for the money they'd stolen out of a bank in Wyoming. They'd gotten away with almost $40,000, and there was a 3% safe return fee in addition to individual bounties, which meant more bounty money for the bounty hunters. "Well, we've gotten quite a bit of it back," Louisa said as Prophet walked around behind the bar. "They split it up, but didn't have much time to spend it. Let's hope Hatchley and the others don't as well." "Not much to spend it on around here," Prophet said, "this far off the beaten path." He splashed whiskey from his bottle into a shot glass. "I reckon old Wind River Bob didn't care to share any of it with Jiggs or his girls. You're tighter'n a heifer's ass in fly season, Bob," he yelled over the bar at the outlaw lounging on the sofa, his injured leg drawn up, the other one on the floor. "Why buy the cow when you can have the milk for free?" Bob threw his head back and howled with delighted laughter, slapping the sofa back. He laughed for a long time, eyes squeezed shut. Finally, his guffaws dwindled to hiccups and chuckles. "I tell you what, you Confederate devil," he said, brushing tears from his cheeks. "I'll pay you full price for a bottle of that liquor. You're making sure I know how much you're enjoying over there." Prophet threw back the rye. He smacked his lips and shook his head. That there is nectar of the gods. Makes me feel so good. Why, it'd take all the soreness out of my joints, you know. The ones you tried to pulverize with that appy. "Spare a bottle, damn it, Prophet!" Bob punched the sofa back. "I'll tell you what, Bob," Prophet said. "I'm gonna do just that." He pulled a bottle down from a back bar shelf. Walking around from behind the bar, he said, "Maybe this will silence your infernal caterwauling. It ain't a labeled bottle, you understand. It's probably tarantula juice old Jiggs brewed out in a stock tank in his barn, complete with strychnine and rattlesnake venom, maybe a dead lizard for seasoning. I see no reason to waste good liquor on a raping, thieving killer like you, Bob. Keeping the good stuff for yourself, eh, Lou?" Bob accepted the brown, unlabeled bottle. He pulled the cork out with his teeth and spit it toward the leaping flames of the fire. "And why shouldn't I?" Prophet tramped back over to the bar. He stopped near where Louisa stood, still counting money and penciling figures onto an open notepad, and turned his head to see Tony coming down the stairs on the room's opposite side. The young doxy held the same quilt as before around her slender shoulders, drawing the corners up tight beneath her chin. "Sorry, honey," Prophet said. "I said I was gonna bring you some victuals. I reckon I got sidetracked." "That's all right." Tony moved from the bottom of the steps toward the bar. "I ain't hungry after all. Couldn't sleep either. I keep seeing—" She shook her head as though to nudge troubling thoughts away. She moved up to the bar near Louisa. "I reckon I didn't feel like being alone up there," the girl said in a thin, faraway voice. "We're all alone," Louisa said absently, scribbling figures on the pad. "Either up there or down here." Prophet nudged her left boot with his right one. When she turned to him, brows arched, he gave her an admonishing look. Louisa hiked a shoulder and returned to her figures. "Ha ha," Bob laughed. "Ain't that just like the Vengeance Queen? As philosophical as she is purty." Tony turned toward the sofa. "That him?" she asked. "That the last one?" Prophet splashed more whiskey into his shot glass. "Pretty close to the last one. 4 more are still running off their leashes, but not for long." Tony pushed away from the bar and, holding the quilt taut beneath her chin, walked over to the end of the sofa. She stopped and faced Bob, standing near his left boot resting on the hemp rug on the floor before the snapping hearth. She shook the thick ribbons of her red hair back from her eyes. Bob looked her blanket-wrapped body up and down, slowly, leeringly. "Hello, sweet thing," the outlaw grunted. He quirked half of his mouth in a mocking grin. "You miss old Bob?" The girl stared at him dully, shook her head slowly. "No, I haven't been missing you, Bob. I'll likely smell your stench, just like Hatchley's, till the day I die." Bob chuckled. "I'll tell you who's calling for you, Bob." "Oh," Bob said, arching one brow. "Who's that?" "The devil." Tony opened her hands, releasing the quilt. It dropped to her bare feet. In her right hand was a .38 caliber, elaborately engraved Merwin and Hulbert revolver. "You should go see him, maybe." "Whoa, now," Bob said, sitting straight up and holding both his hands toward the girl, palms out. "Stop, stop, stop!" The pop of the little pocket pistol cut off Bob's last plea. Bob howled and snapped his right hand down, falling back against the sofa arm behind him. He held his hand up in front of his face, mouth wide in astonishment. The bullet had drilled a bloody hole through his palm. It had drilled a second one into his chest, from which blood was now beginning to ooze. "Stop her!" Bob wailed, looking down in horror at the blood bubbling out of his chest. "Stop her! For Christ's sake, stop the crazy little polecat!" Holding the pocket pistol in both her small hands, Tony fired again, and again. She blinked with every shot, gritting her teeth. With each shot, Bob jerked violently back against the arm of the sofa. As he rolled to his left and fell off the sofa to the floor with a heavy thud, Tony fired twice more. She would have fired one more time, but the pistol's hammer pinged benignly against the firing pin. Lou and Louisa stared in shock from the bar. Tony stared down at Bob. Smoke from the Merwin and Hulbert wafted around her. "There," she said, finally, reaching down and pulling the quilt up around her shoulders again. "I think I'll sleep better now." She padded barefoot across the room toward the balcony stairs. Prophet turned slowly to Louisa, his lower jaw hanging. Louisa raised her brows and dipped her chin in appreciation. "She'll do." Prophet dragged Wind River Bob outside and added him to the carnage in the barn. He also hazed the horses into the barn from the corral, for the wind was really howling now and more snow was coming down. It was damn cold and would likely get colder. Horses needed shelter from such weather as much as people did. Prophet knew from previous experience how cold it could get here, and how much snow could fall, choking the ravines. This wasn't the first time he'd gotten caught in Dakota territory this late in the year, when he should have been close enough to the Mexican border that he could smell the tequila and pulque, the carnitas enchiladas, the salt tang of the Sea of Cortez, and the beguilingly gamey aromas of the dusky-skinned señoritas who plied their artful trade in those balmy climes. When he'd gotten a dozen or so horses into their stalls, he heard Mean and Ugly kicking his own stable door and whickering darkly, customarily spoiling for a fight. Most of the other horses just glanced sidelong at him over their stall partitions, their eyes glistening in the darkness, skeptically pricking their ears. "Look how well-behaved these killers' horses are, Mean," Prophet admonished his ewe-necked hammerhead. "Ain't you ashamed?" With that, he closed the barn doors and ran to the roadhouse, holding his hat on his head with one hand and watching his footing. It was true dark now, and about all he could see before him was murky darkness stitched with swirling snow. Once back in the roadhouse, he ate some of the beans Louisa had cooked from a tripod over the fire, then brought a bowl up to Tony. The doxy was sound asleep in her bed, snoring softly. Prophet smiled at that. He vaguely wondered if Tony and Louisa weren't somehow related, for nothing made the Vengeance Queen sleep so well as killing men who needed killing. He left the beans on the doxy's chest of drawers, banked her fire against the cold night, then went back downstairs and polished off the whiskey in his labeled bottle. He was too exhausted to talk. Louisa appeared that way as well. She sat staring into the fire, sipping her coffee. They both had a good long ride ahead of them tomorrow, possibly in several feet of snow, so Prophet shrugged out of his coat and hat, kicked out of his boots, and plopped down on the same sofa on which Wind River Bob had met his well-deserved bloody end. He drew his blanket roll up over him, against the chill wind howling through the broken windows. Louisa sat up for a while, staring into the fire. Finally, she banked the fire in the hearth, nudged Prophet as far back against the sofa as he could get his tall, brawny frame, and then stretched her slender, willowy body down against his, facing away from him. He wrapped his arms around her, sniffed her hair, nuzzled her neck, and kissed her left ear. "Thanks for breaking out those windows," he growled, shivering against the unabated breeze. "Don't mention it." She put his right hand on her left breast, snuggled back against him, groaning luxuriously. She ground her round rump against him, then glanced over her shoulder at him, frowning. "Take your gun off." "I did." Louisa's frown became an exasperated scowl. "After this long day and a whole bottle of whiskey?" Louisa lay her head back down with a sigh. "Men." Chapter 7. A low growling nudged Prophet from the depths of sleep. The growling stopped. Prophet didn't know how much time passed, for he was falling back into sweet slumber once more before the growling came again. Longer, sharper, more angry. The sound pulled him out of his slumber again, all the way out this time. He lifted his head from the sofa and slitted one eye to see a large, round, shaggy head with a long black snout and two mud-black eyes, ears angling back and quivering. Leathery, whisker-bristling lips rose from the beast's mouth, showing bone-white, peg-like teeth framed by long, curved fangs. The dark eyes, flat with wild savagery, glared at Prophet from 3 feet away. Lou could smell the sweet, dead-meat fetor of the beast's breath. The bounty hunter jerked his head farther up with a start and an involuntary clipped yell. The wolf wheeled with a frightened yelp, ran toward the saloon's far wall flanking the stone hearth, and leaped up and through the broken-out window in which granular snowflakes swirled. The beast was a mottled gray and blue blur in the dingy shadows. There was a soft thump as the 4 feet hit the snowy ground outside the roadhouse, and then soft, frantic thuds faded as the wolf ran away, breath rasping. "What is it?" Louisa said, lifting her head and looking around, her hair in her eyes. "What's the matter, Lou?" "You sure sleep sound for a bounty hunter," Prophet exclaimed, his heart still pounding. "There was a wolf in here." "I always sleep sound when I'm with you, because I know you don't." "What are you talking about? A wolf? Inside?" "Sure as hell." "You were dreaming. Go back to sleep." Louisa stared toward the window, touched with the grays and blues of the early dawn. "Sun's not up yet, and it's cold and snowy. I need another hour. Build up the fire, will you?" "Hell, I can't go back to sleep after that." Prophet crawled over his slender partner and rose, staring at the window through which the wolf had disappeared and through which snow swirled, dusting the floor several feet in front of it, around the now cold hearth. "We was wolf bait. That beast likely smelled the carrion in the barn. Couldn't get in the barn, but he could get in here through them windows. I should have boarded him up." "What's that horrible smell?" Louisa said, curled in a ball beneath Prophet's bedroll, eyes closed but frowning as she sniffed the air. "First thing you should do when you get to Indian Butte, Lou, is take a bath." "That's the wolf stench." "Hush." Louisa turned over with a groan, giving her back to him. "I need another hour. Occupy yourself, please, Lou. Quietly." "Occupy yourself, Lou," Prophet mimicked, sitting in a chair and pulling on a fur-lined moccasin. "Quietly. Miss Uppity Britches." Louisa snored softly into the back of the sofa, sound asleep. Prophet pulled on his other moccasin. "Wolf bait is what we was. Here, I survived the War of Northern Aggression and a dozen years on the wild and woolly frontier, hunting the baddest men for the highest bounties, and I was damn near ate by a damned wolf while sleeping in a backwater Dakota watering hole." He moved to the cold hearth, muttering, "Occupy yourself, please, Lou. Quietly. Take a bath when you get to Indian Butte, Lou." He took an iron poker and poked at the remnants of last night's fire until a flame licked up from a bit of burned log. He added paper and bark to the flame, growing it, then added twigs and branches, and finally a couple of stout split logs. Soon the fire was once again licking up through the chimney, panting like a baby dragon and putting up a fight against the bone-splintering chill in the room. The perfume of the smoke warred against the sweet, gamey stench the wolf had left behind. Prophet buckled his cartridge belt and peacemaker around his waist. He tied the thong around his thigh. He shrugged into his heavy buckskin coat, pulled on his knit gloves, and then his wool-lined buckskin mittens over the gloves. Having been caught up here in similar weather before, he'd be damned if he'd leave any fingers behind. His oysters, maybe, but not his fingers. He tramped lightly back along the bar, then headed out the roadhouse's rear door and into the chill air of early morning. He paused on the wooden stoop, looking around. The cold air nipped at his nose and cheeks. It was cold, all right, but it could get a hell of a lot colder in these climes. The air was now as still as that inside an abandoned church, though a few small flakes were still falling, lazily, like afterthoughts. Sweeping his gaze around the yard, Prophet thought that only an inch or so of the white stuff had fallen overnight, not the good 2 feet he'd expected. A rare bit of good luck. The light was growing, the eastern horizon blushing like a Lutheran bride. Peering up at the sky, Lou spied a few stars flickering wanly between the parting, ragged-edged clouds. He'd be damned if it didn't look like the sun might make an appearance once it had heaved itself out of the eastern plains. As he dropped down off the stoop and began tramping toward the big log barn, a single crow, larger than some hawks, cawed at him from atop the corral to the barn's right, shuffling its feet and sending the light dusting of snow from the corral's top slat to the ground. The snow glittered like stardust. Prophet threw open the barn doors and stood staring down at the dead men he'd laid out in the barn's main alley, shoulder to shoulder and hip to hip, starting just a few feet beyond the door. "Don't get up, gents," Prophet said. "It's just me, Lou Prophet, ex-Confederate freedom fighter from the hills of North Georgia." He pronounced the last 2 words, North Georgia, playfully accentuating his drawl. He wasn't mocking the dead. Prophet had just enough hillbilly superstition in him to know to never mock a dead man and risk attracting a possible hex from the dead man's ghost or from one of the many unknown but very real hoodoo specters that prowled the earth. In fact, even after all the men Prophet had killed or seen killed on southern battlefields, as well as out here on the western frontier, dead men still made his spine tingle. That's why, as he went to work saddling the outlaws' horses and then hoisting the dead men over the saddles and tying cold wrists to cold ankles beneath the horses' bellies, he joked aloud and whistled while he worked. He was relieved to finally lead Mean and Ugly out of the barn and into the weak sunlight of the early morning. Sure enough, it would be a sunny day. Sunny but cold. 5 horses, tied tail to tail, followed behind Mean and Ugly. Prophet led the lead horse of the second set of 5 by the lead mount's bridle reins. Also in his right hand were the reins of the spare horse he'd saddled and over which no dead man lay, as well as the reins of Luis's brown and white pinto. The day was cold but clear. A breeze had picked up, swirling the freshly fallen snow so that it glittered in the clean-scoured air like crushed sequins. The horses clomped heavily, slowly behind him. Several whickering anxiously at the dead men draped over their backs. As Prophet pulled up in front of the roadhouse, just off its snow-dusted front porch, the front door opened. Louisa stepped out holding 2 steaming tin cups in her gloved hands. She came down the porch steps and held one of the cups up to Prophet. "Figured you might want some mud before you start for Indian Butte." Prophet dropped the reins of Louisa's horse, as well as that of the spare horse, and accepted the cup. He salivated at the welcoming smell of the freshly boiled belly wash in his hand, the warm steam wafting up around him. "You're good enough to marry." "Yes, I am," Louisa said with customary insouciance. "Unfortunately, you're not." Prophet gave a wry chuff. Ever the charmer. After he'd taken his first couple of sips of the coffee, blowing on its tar-black surface, he said, "Well, we got 10 dead men here. I figured we'd each take 5. You take the money. I'd likely get drunk and head straight to Mexico with it." Louisa had walked back up onto the porch. Now she turned toward the yard and glanced over the rim of her own steaming cup. "Who's the calico for?" Prophet glanced at the spare mount over which he'd strapped a spare saddle he'd found in the barn's side shed tack room. "Well, I figured—" "Is that one for me?" Tony stepped through the open door behind Louisa. She was bundled in a thick blue wool coat too big for her, a gray wool hat, red wool muffler, and matching red knit mittens, the bright red of the muffler and mittens fairly glowing in the crisp sunshine. She held a carpet bag in one hand. On her feet were heavy, wool-lined deerskin boots that had seen better days but would do just fine, keeping the girl's toes from freezing. One of the dead hard cases had likely left the boots upstairs, maybe the rest of the gear as well. "Yes, ma'am, it is," Prophet said. Louisa frowned at the pale redhead moving up to stand beside her. "I don't understand." "She can't stay here all by herself," Prophet said. He glanced around at the sunlit, empty yard fogged by wind-blown snow. "There's nothing here now. Jiggs is dead. Besides, the windows are broken out, and whether you saw it or not, we was almost eaten by a big blue wolf one short hour ago." "We could board up the windows before we leave," Louisa said. "No." Tony moved up to stand beside the female bounty hunter, gazing pleadingly at Prophet. "I don't want to stay here. I can't run this place myself. I don't want to. Besides," she glanced around apprehensively, "lots of bad men in these parts, almost as bad as them." She pinned her gaze on the dead men riding belly down across their saddles, and she hardened her jaws in renewed anger. "You must know some good folks in these parts," Prophet said. "I figured one of us, Louisa or me, would drop you off on the way to Indian Butte or Sundown. Some nice rancher, maybe a nice farmer in need of a cleaning girl." "I know few people in these parts, Mr. Prophet. The few I do are probably not looking for a maid." "Nice people are in short supply everywhere," Louisa said to Tony. "But there must be someone you can, I don't know, trust at least." "Trustworthy folks are in short supply too, Miss Bonaventure. I was hoping I could ride with you to Sundown. I won't be alone there, at least, and I could maybe get a job working for Mr. Emery, Adam Emery. He's the banker there. Came last year from Bismarck, I heard, thinking the town would grow with the coming of the spur line. I heard he has a nice new house, but no wife and no children. I'm thinking he might need a girl to help him clean and cook." A pink flush touched her cheeks, and she dropped her eyes with vague self-consciousness. Prophet and Louisa shared a fleeting, meaningful glance. Tony was likely hoping in the back of her mind, or maybe even in the front of it, that the new banker in Sundown might need a young wife as well. There was nothing unreasonable about that. Many a girl had married for far more nefarious reasons than to have a shelter over her head, food on her table. Louisa looked at Prophet, frowning. She sucked her cheeks in, not liking the situation. She didn't want the girl tagging along with her, but she saw no solution to the problem. "If that's what you want to do," she said with a sigh, "let's get a move on. We're burning the daylight." "Thank you." Tony set down her carpet bag. "I'll be right back. I just have one more small bag." When the doxy had gone back into the roadhouse, Prophet frowned curiously down at Louisa. "What's the matter with you?" Louisa tossed the dregs of her coffee into the snow and set the empty tin cup on the porch rail. "She should ride with you." Louisa stepped back inside the roadhouse and returned a few seconds later with her saddle, saddlebags, sheathed carbine, and blanket roll. A second set of saddlebags contained the loot the gang had stolen from the bank in Wyoming. "Why should she ride with me?" Prophet said, still scowling down at his comely but moody partner. "She wants to go to Sundown. I'm heading to Indian Butte." Louisa leaned her rifle against a porch post, then moved down the steps and over to her pinto. "Indian Butte's the larger town. I saw it on the map. Sundown is practically just a water stop for the spur line. Besides, you're better with people than I am." "You can say that again. But the banker's in Sundown. She wants to work for him." Louisa tossed both pairs of saddlebags over her pinto's rump behind her saddle. She shook her long, honey-blonde hair over her left shoulder and began strapping her bedroll to her saddle. "She shouldn't get her hopes up about the banker." "How do you know?" "I just know, that's all." "You're some authority on bankers now, are you?" Louisa cast him a wry look, then retrieved her rifle from the porch. "What's got your bloomers in a twist?" Prophet asked. "Don't you like that girl?" "I don't know her enough to like her or dislike her. I just prefer to ride alone, that's all." "She needs help for crying in Grant's moonshine. That's what you're all about, helping women and children who've been savaged by outlaws like them." He hooked a thumb over his shoulder, indicating the dead men behind him. "I have helped her," Louisa said, glancing at the dead men. "That's all I can do. The rest is up to her." "I don't understand you. I know I've said that before, but I'll say it again. I purely do not understand you, Miss Bonaventure." "It's Bonaventure," Louisa said automatically, tightly, pulling down on the rifle with one gloved hand as she adjusted the set of her scabbard with the other. "There's no why in it." Prophet chuffed and shook his head. "Just get the girl, too." He cut himself off as Tony came back out of the roadhouse carrying another, smaller carpet bag. "I'm ready," she said, stopping at the top of the porch steps, where her other bag leaned against a post. She stared down at Louisa, who was sliding her rifle back and forth in its oiled sheath, making sure of a quick draw if needed. "I haven't ridden a horse in a while," Tony told her. "I've pretty much been cooped up here for nigh on 3 years now. You won't ride too fast, will you?" Louisa didn't respond to that. Without even looking at the girl, she said crisply, "Get mounted up so we can get a move on, girl. Like I said, we're burning daylight." Tony approached the spare horse tentatively. "I'll help." Prophet swung down from Mean's back and walked over to where Tony stood beside the spare calico, which had turned its neck to sniff the redhead curiously. Prophet gave Tony a hand up into the saddle, then handed her carpet-bags up to her. "Thank you, Mr. Prophet." Prophet pinched his hat-brim to her, then leaned toward her, muttering with a conspiratorial air, "Don't mind her." He jerked his chin toward the Vengeance Queen. Louisa never did sleep in a bed she didn't get up on the wrong side of. She'll come around once the coffee hits her veins and you're well along the trail. Sitting still is what gets to her. As soon as she gets another man in her rifle sights, she'll be sweet as fresh apple pie." Tony glanced at Louisa and gave the ghost of a smile. As cool as the freshly fallen snow, Louisa scooped up the reins of the first lead horse, then swung up onto her pinto's back. She turned the pinto away from the roadhouse, jerking on the reins of the lead pack horse, and said to Tony, "Come on, if you're coming." I know," Tony said, rolling her eyes. "We're burning daylight." Louisa touched spurs to the pinto's flanks and went loping toward the mouth of the southern trail leading away from the roadhouse. Tony glanced back at Prophet, who said, "Hang on now." He slapped the calico's rump, and the horse lurched forward, lunging after Louisa. The sudden movement took Tony by surprise. She leaned far sideways over the right stirrup, throwing her left arm high. Prophet winced, thinking she was about to lose her seat, but then she managed to grab the horn and pull herself upright. She hunkered low, holding on for dear life as the calico bounded after Louisa and the pinto. They turned around a bend in the southern trail and disappeared behind a clump of snow-dusted brush, only the thuds of their horses' hooves and the rattle of the bit irons lingering in the cold, sunlit air behind them. "Go with God, girl," Prophet said. "Go with God." He didn't mean Louisa. Chapter 8. Louisa trotted the pinto and her 5 pack horses down a shallow rise. At the bottom of the rise, she stopped and glanced over her shoulder. The redhead was not behind her. At least, the redhead wasn't in sight behind her. Louisa sighed, waited, tapping her left thumb against her saddle horn, looking around. She was in relatively open country now, the heart of a massive prairie, low rolling hills carpeted in the fresh ermine of last night's snow. Fawn-colored weeds poked up above the fresh coat of white like a man's tawny beard stubble through shaving soap. The sun was high and bright, but it was also the color of unpolished brass, a customary hue for this time of year. A depressing hue to her mind. Depressing, too, was the vast lonely prairie over which shone the occasional small clump of grazing cattle and the straight line of some rancher's barbed wire fence, some artist's ever-thinning pencil line foreshortening into the distance of a vast empty canvas. Louisa hipped around in her saddle to cast a look over her shoulder. Just then, a lone rider, not the girl, appeared at the crest of a distant hogback. It appeared to be a man. He continued riding up over the top of the hill and then down the near side, heading in Louisa's direction. 15 or 20 feet down the slope of that hill jutted a single spindly cottonwood. The rider drew rein beside the cottonwood, pulling his reins up tight against his chest. He was a good 200 yards away, but Louisa thought he stiffened in his saddle a little. He sidled his horse closer to the spindly cottonwood, as though he thought he could merge his figure with that of the tree, and Louisa wouldn't see him. "Oh, but I do see you," Louisa said softly to herself, narrowing her eyes at the distant rider. "I saw you back a ways, and I see you now." When she'd first spied the man, she'd wondered if he were trailing her and the redhead, or maybe he was only heading in the same direction. She'd kept an eye on him for several miles, as he'd pretty much matched Louisa's and the redhead's pace, staying about a quarter mile behind. Now, however, he'd gotten closer. He must have gigged up his horse when he'd been out of Luisa's view, on the far side of a bluff well behind them now. He must be intending to overtake them. Luisa's pulse quickened slightly, but only slightly. He was only one man, after all. She had dealt with such men before. In fact, 5 such men lay slumped over the saddles of the 5 horses tied tail to tail behind her. Luisa swung her head around to stare off over her right shoulder. Still no sign of the girl. What was her name again? Tony? Luisa cursed. She dropped the reins of the lead pack horse, hoping it was trained to stay with its reins, then swung the pinto around and galloped up and over the top of the low rise down which she'd just ridden. At the bottom of the rise, the girl was having a devil of a time trying to mount the calico. She had her left foot in the left stirrup, and she was hopping on her other foot as the calico turned slowly away from her, a devilish gleam in its eyes. As the calico turned more sharply, snorting playfully, Tony gave a loud, groaning cry as her left foot slipped out of the stirrup. She fell in a heap. The calico gave its tail a satisfied switch, then casually dropped its head and began to crop grass growing up around a cedar post from which 3 nasty-looking strands of barbed wire stretched. Luisa reined up before the girl, who, sitting on her butt in the snow, leaning back on her hands, looked up at her angrily, narrowing one eye. "He stopped to eat grass," she said bitterly. "I pulled his head up firmly, just like you said to do last time he pulled that. He didn't lift his head a bit. It was his rear end he lifted. He bucked me off. Then, when I tried to mount again—" "That was quite a dance you 2 were performing." Luisa leaned forward, arms crossed on her saddle horn. She rolled her eyes slightly right to see the rider she'd seen before, now riding slowly down the hill, heading toward her. "He seemed to be enjoying it," the girl said of the calico. Luisa sighed and stepped down from the pinto's back. She grabbed the calico's reins and pulled its head up sharply by the bridle's cheek strap. Chewing a mouthful of grass, the calico stared at her with a contrary gleam in its eyes. Luisa swatted its snout with her open palm. "Don't think you're going to defy me, you cayuse," she warned. Tony heaved herself to her feet. "He's contrary." "Of course he's contrary. He's male. Just like males of the human race, he's dumb and stubborn. You have to show him who's boss. Once he knows, when you tell him to jump, he'll ask you how high. Until then, he'll think he can do whatever he wants to you, and he'll laugh while he's doing it." Again, Luisa swatted the calico's snout. The horse jerked its head up and whickered. The contrary gleam in its eyes disappeared, and it stared at her slightly askance, warily, ears straight up. "Mount your horse," Luisa ordered the girl. The girl gave a grunt as she hiked her skirts and poked her left foot into the left stirrup. Holding the horn with her left hand, she swung smoothly up into the leather. She looked down at Luisa and shook her long red hair back from her face. "You know men right well." "Well enough to know the lot of 'em deserve to be gut-shot and left to howl." "Wow," Tony exclaimed. "You really don't like men. Is it because of what they did to your family?" "Be quiet." Luisa glanced at the rider still moving toward them down the slope of the hill to the northeast. "I read about that," the girl persisted, "in a newspaper story about you and Mr. Prophet. I'm sorry about how your whole family was—" Luisa snapped a sharp-eyed look of pure rage at the girl, hardening her jaws. "Shut up about that!" The words were like a slap, causing Tony to lurch back in her saddle. Luisa turned again to the rider. He was coming along slowly, hesitantly, head cocked to one side, holding his reins up close to his chest, clad in a bulky gray winter coat. He wore a broad-brimmed hat tied to his head by a plaid muffler which was knotted beneath his chin. Tony turned to follow Louisa's gaze. She gasped slightly and said, "Who's that?" "I don't know." Louisa looked sharply up at the girl. "You think you can stay in that saddle, or do I need to tie you to it?" "I'm going to try," the girl said in exasperation, her pale cheeks, already rosy from the cold, turning as red as apples. She had a temper almost to match Louisa's, but the Vengeance Queen stifled any empathy she might have felt for the girl. "See that you do." As Tony gave an enraged chuff, like a young student unduly harassed by her schoolteacher, Louisa swung away and mounted the pinto. "Come on." The Vengeance Queen put spurs to her mount and loped up the hill, hearing the girl behind her clucking to her horse. 15 minutes later, Louisa and her charge rode through a fringe of winter-naked trees near the edge of a frozen slough ringed with cattails. Louisa glanced behind. The rider was still on the other side of the last rise they'd crested. He wouldn't be for long. She'd been keeping a close watch on the man, for he was shadowing them, staying about a city block behind, but slowly closing the gap. Louisa turned to Tony, said, "We're going to take a little detour," then swung her mount off the trail's left side and into the trees. "What? What are you—" Louisa pressed 2 fingers to her lips, scowling at the girl, and booted her pinto deeper into the trees, climbing a low hill. Another glance behind her told her that Tony had managed to get the calico off the trail and was shambling along with the pack horses clinging to her saddle horn, but looking as though the next stiff breeze would fling her from her saddle. When they were roughly 30 feet from the trail, Louisa said, "This is far enough." She stopped and curveted the pinto so that it stood parallel with the hill and the trail below. Tony stopped her horse several feet down the slope from Louisa. "Come on," Louisa said, tossing her chin. "Get behind me." "I don't understand. What are you—" "You don't need to understand," Louisa told her sharply. "All you need to do is what I say and keep your mouth shut." The girl drew a deep breath, averted her offended gaze, and batted her heels against the calico's ribs. She put the calico up the slope above and behind Louisa, stopped, and turned the horse back around until it and she were facing Louisa, who was looking down toward the trail and the white expanse of the slough beyond it. Louisa dropped the reins of the lead pack horse, then removed her right mitten and shoved it into her coat pocket. She reached forward with her right hand and shucked her Winchester from its scabbard. Quietly, she pumped a cartridge into the action, then off-cocked the hammer and rested the rifle across her saddle horn. She thrust her index finger through the trigger guard, ignoring the sting of the cold air — it must have been down around 10 degrees — and waited. Shortly, the thuds of horse hooves sounded on the chill air. Growing gradually louder, they came from the right. Louisa saw the rider moving down the hill, just now entering the trees. Horse and rider were obscured by the bur oaks and box elders. The hoof thuds grew louder and louder until the man was nearly directly below where Louisa waited with the girl and the 5 horses packing the dead cutthroats. The man had his eyes to the ground. When he reached the place where Louisa and the girl had left the trail, he drew back on the reins of his apple bay and said, "Whoa, now. Whoa." His voice was clear in the crisp, clear air. Holding his reins taut, he leaned out slightly from his saddle's left side, eyes scouring the trail. He turned his head toward the slope rising with the trees, following the scuff marks Louisa's horses had left in the freshly fallen snow. When he turned his face up toward where Louisa waited on her pinto, rifle resting on her saddle horn, surprise flickered across the stranger's eyes behind a pair of small, steel-framed spectacles. "Oh, hello there." Chapter 9. Louisa caressed her Winchester's hammer with her cold, bare thumb as she studied the stranger staring up at her from the trail. He appeared an older man, late 50s, early 60s, with a thick, light gray beard and a long, slender hawk's nose. The round steel-framed spectacles perched on that nose slightly obscured his close-set pale blue eyes. A rifle jutted from a saddle scabbard on the far side of the apple bay. Louisa thought she glimpsed a bulge on the other side of the man's coat, indicating a holstered hogleg. As his eyes flitted to Louisa's carbine, which was generally aimed at him, his right mittened hand began to slide up his thigh toward the bulge beneath his coat. "It's a losing proposition," Louisa said matter-of-factly. "One, it's too far under your coat. 2, you're wearing a heavy mitten. 3, I don't need any more encouragement than I've already received to blow you out of that saddle, you tin-horned peckerwood." "Holy cripes!" the man exclaimed. "That's some way for a girl to talk." "I know of only one other." Louisa lifted her Winchester slightly above the pommel of her saddle. The man held up a hand, palm out. "Don't get an itchy trigger finger, pretty lady. I'm not a bad person." "What kind of person are you?" "I'm not sure how to answer such a question." "The name's Clayton. Edgar Clayton." "Why are you shadowing us?" "I wasn't, shadowing you, pretty one. Stop calling me that. It's annoying. For that alone, I'm liable to trim your wick." Louisa nudged the barrel of the carbine up from her saddle horn again, this time resting it over the top of her left arm. "Christ, you're contrary." "Being shadowed makes me more than contrary." "I wasn't shadowing you," said Edgar Clayton, raising his voice in frustration. "We happen to be headed in the same direction, is all. I spied you from Bear Butte when I was making my way cross-country to the main trail. Saw your pack horses from a distance. They made me curious. My curiosity was welcome, for this is rather dull country. There ain't much to occupy a man's thoughts while traveling through it, so I occupied myself by wondering what you could be packing over them horses, 5 in a row. As I gradually closed the gap between us, I saw that you were, well," he gave an ironic smile, "2 young women, pretty young women at that. One a blonde, one a redhead, and that you were packing." Now he frowned as he turned his gaze to the 5 pack horses flanking Louisa and the girl. "Dead men." "True enough, I see now. I'll be damned. 2 pretty young women trailing 5 dead men. Clayton returned his frowning, curious gaze to Louisa and scratched his chin. "How could that be?" "None of your business," Louisa jerked her head. "Ride on." "I was only trying to make polite conversation." Louisa gave a caustic chuff and booted the pinto on down the hill, the pack horses lunging into awkward motion behind her, the dead men jerking stiffly down their sides, their hair sliding around in the breeze. Louisa steered the pinto through the trees. When she bottomed out on the trail, she turned her mount to face the stranger who eyed her warily from beneath the floppy brim of his dark felt hat. Louisa saw now that a thin, tightly bound gray braid slithered out from beneath his hat to hang down the back of his coat. Either his cheek was swollen or he had chaw tucked against his jaw. "Who are you, Mr. Clayton?" Louisa asked pointedly, keeping her carbine aimed at the annoying stranger. "What do you mean? What do you do for a living? Maybe you're a bounty hunter." "What?" Clayton widened his eyes in shock. "A bounty hunter? No. "Are you sure about that?" Louisa kept after him. "Maybe you saw 5 dead men, 5 men from the Gritch-Hatchley bunch, and were sort of wondering if you might be able to wrangle them away from the 2 pretty females whose possession they are in. Perhaps you considered turning them in for the bounties yourself." Clayton glanced behind Louisa at the pack horses. "Gritch-Hatchley, you say? Those men are from his bunch, eh?" He whistled his amazement, shaking his head. "Imagine that. Don't act so surprised. You keep up the charade, Mr. Clayton, and I'll blow you out of your saddle." "You sure are eager to blow another man out of his saddle." "Don't worry, Mr. Clayton. It's not personal with her." Tony was riding down the slope, clinging to her saddle horn. When the calico stepped onto the trail, the girl pulled it up to where Louisa sat facing Clayton. "It's how she communicates regular, that's all." Clayton raised his shaggy eyebrows in surprise at the girl. "Tony? What in tarnation are you doing out here? You're a fair piece from Jiggs's place." Tony glanced at Louisa. "He is who he says he is. He's not a bounty hunter. He's not after your bounty money, Miss Bonaventure. Stand down." Clayton shifted his gaze back to Louisa. Bonnyventure, where have I heard that name?" "If not in the newspapers, then maybe in your nightmares," Tony said with subtle irony. "Some call her the Vengeance Queen. She is that and more. She rides with Lou Prophet. Prophet rides with me," Tony said to Clayton. "Her and Prophet cleaned those vermin back there out of Jiggs's place, but only after they'd killed Greta and Grace and blew out Jiggs's lights because he balked at serving him up free whiskey and mattress dances." "Bert Jiggs is dead?" Clayton's bearded face acquired a pained look. "Ah, that grieves me. Purely it does." He shook his head, then looked at the doxy. "Where are you off to, Miss Tony?" "Sundown. I don't want to stay at the roadhouse, not with Jiggs dead. He may have had his faults, but he gave me a home when no one else would. Now I reckon I have to find another roof, but I'll be damned if I'll ever work the line again." "I don't blame you a bit." "I didn't mean no offense, Mr. Clayton." None taken," Clayton said, flushing sheepishly. "I realize those times with you and me at Jiggs's place was just business arrangements." "You were nicer than most, Mr. Clayton." "Why, thank you, Tony. I hope I always treated you respectful-like." "You did. Say, how is Rose, anyways?" "Listen, I'd love to sit here and listen to you 2 chin the morning away," Louisa said, cutting off Clayton's response. "But I'll be heading up the trail." She glanced at Tony. "If you're coming with me, get your horse turned around." Louisa started to rein the pinto around, then stopped when Clayton said, "You heading for Sundown too, Miss Bonnyventure?" Turning her mouth corners down, Louisa said, "It's Bonaventure. If you'd listen closely, you wouldn't hear a Y in it. And so what if I was heading for Sundown?" Clayton held up his mittened hands in supplication. "Please don't shoot me for asking. I was just making polite conversation." "I don't care for conversation, polite or otherwise." "Jesus," Clayton said. "There you have it." Louisa booted the pinto on up the trail, jerking the pack horses into line behind her. Tony shrugged at Clayton and then batted her heels against the calico's ribs, urging the feisty mount along behind the Vengeance Queen. Clayton spurred his horse up beside Louisa. He rode in silence for a time. Louisa didn't look at him. She didn't want to encourage any more of his so-called polite conversation. She couldn't get rid of him short of shooting him, but she didn't have to talk to him. Clayton drew a deep breath, filling up his chest beneath his coat. "I am hunting a man." Louisa glanced at him sidelong. "But you're not a bounty hunter." No. I'm hunting no bounty. Just the man. The no-account Ramsey Willis isn't worth a damn cent either alive or dead." "You're hunting Ramsey Willis, your hired man?" Tony's eyes widened in shock as she rode behind Louisa and Edgar Clayton. "You two must have had one nasty falling out, Mr. Clayton." Clayton dipped his chin and bunched his lips. He narrowed his eyes until a sudden light in them shone like miniature bayonets. "We did indeed," he said slowly, letting the words hang ominously in the chill air around his head. He drew a deep, calming breath. "Well, I'll ride on ahead." He glanced at Louisa. "Don't want to nettle the Vengeance Queen with all my polite conversation." He glanced back at Tony, pinched his hat brim to the girl. "Be seeing you, Miss Tony." "See you, Mr. Clayton." "Be well now." "You too." He touched spurs to the apple bay's ribs and galloped up the trail. "I wonder what they had words over," Tony wondered aloud behind Louisa. "They must have been some loud words," Louisa opined with an ironic snort. When Clayton was nearly out of sight around the far side of the slough, riding through thick timber, Tony urged the calico up beside Louisa. She looked at the Vengeance Queen and turned down her mouth corners. "Well, now I know it ain't just me, anyways," she said. "What isn't just you?" "It ain't just me you got it in for. You hate everybody equal." Louisa glanced at her. "I don't hate you. I just—" She paused and stared ahead as though searching the distance for the right words. "There's only so much one person can do for another is all. Each one of us is alone in this world, and we might as well face up to that cold fact. We're alone, maybe, but that don't mean we can't be friends." Louisa turned to her again, her face expressionless. "Most of my friends are dead, except for Prophet. But even he has one foot in the grave." She glanced at the sky across which low gray clouds were sliding again, blotting out the sun. It looked as though more bad weather was on the way. She spurred the pinto into a rocking lope. "Come on," she called. "We're—" I know," Tony said. "We're burning daylight." At the same time, but roughly 30 miles northeast of Louisa and Tony, Lou Prophet followed a 2-track wagon trail up into a crease between 2 haystack bluffs and halted mean and ugly. The hammer-headed Dunn turned his head slightly to one side, sliding an incredulous glance at the big rider on its back. Mean rippled his withers, whickering, his breath frosting in the air before his leather-tipped, whisker-bristling snout. "Get your neck out of a hump," Prophet growled, leaning back to pull a spyglass from a saddlebag pouch. "I know you got your hat set on hay and oats and a nice warm barn. Hell, I got mine set on beer and grub and a nice warm girl. But me? He slid the brass spyglass from its leather sheath, dropped the sheath to his lap, and raised the glass to his right eye. I like to look a town over before I ride in. Slowly, Prophet adjusted the focus, bringing the little town of Indian Butte gradually into magnified view before him. A fella, especially one like myself, who's acquired him plenty of enemies over the years, never knows what he's gonna ride into. In the circular field of magnified vision, the town clarified in the broad hollow about a quarter-mile away from the rise upon which the bounty hunter sat. Prophet had found himself in this neck of the upper Midwest before, so he knew a little about the place. Indian Butte, named after the rise itself, had originated as a hide hunter's camp back before the War of Northern Aggression. When the buffalo herds had been turned to little more than piles of bleached bone and baled hides stacked along western railheads, or natty coats sheathing the figures of eastern dandies, the hiders had disappeared from Indian Butte. A saloon hotel remained, serving mainly wandering pilgrims and occasional cavalry patrols. It remained down there now, at a curve in the wide main drag of the small town that had grown up around it when the country outlying the town had been homesteaded off into a scattering of large and small ranches, which the town now supplied and which gave it its sole reason for existence. Now there were a half-dozen business establishments, most either log or wood frame affairs, hunkering close to the saloon hotel, a sprawling hodgepodge of a place, part log, part wood frame, part mud brick, which unoriginally was called Indian Butte Saloon and Hotel. The name was announced proudly in large red ornate letters brightly painted across its second story. The hotel gave its back to the twin iron rails that curved into the town from the south, bisecting the flat area between the town and a sharply twisting creek choked in scrub brush and deciduous winter-naked trees. The rails came from the blur of nowhere in the south and disappeared into a similar blur to the north, ending just 20 miles up the line in a town called Devil's Lake, near which lay an Indian agency to which beef and other supplies were shipped by the new spur rail line. A long, low depot building ran parallel to the rails in Indian Butte on its ragged southern end. On the rails sat a train complete with black iron locomotive with a diamond-shaped stack, a tender car stuffed to brimming with split wood, and several other cars, including what appeared to be passenger coaches, a freight car, and a stock car before the obligatory red caboose at the tail end. The train, more substantial than what Prophet had expected, was aimed south. That fact warmed Prophet's cold, cold heart. Genuinely cold, not just figuratively cold. He was bone-deep cold, ticker-deep cold. In fact, he hadn't heard the old turnip beat a single hiccup in his chest since leaving the blood-washed roadhouse locally known as Jiggs's place. He half thought the blood-pumping organ might be frozen in the texture of stone by now, just like his feet inside his fur-lined moccasins and his fingers inside his mittens and gloves. He took a good, slow look at the town through the spyglass, sliding the piece gradually from right to left and then back one more time, bringing in the shacks, shanties, stock pens, and corrals at its ragged outer fringes. He saw no obvious signs of anyone lying in ambush for him. He could never be too sure, however. He'd been hunting bounties a good long time, and it was only natural that he'd acquired more than a few enemies here and there. A couple of raggedy-assed-looking drifters had passed him a ways back along the trail, giving his freight load of stiff cadavers as well as himself the woolly eyeball. They hadn't said anything, just looked the dead men and himself over real good, glanced at each other in silent communication, then ridden on ahead. Prophet hadn't been sure, but he thought he might have recognized one of them. A tall, slender fellow with a droopy right eyelid. Prophet couldn't remember the man's name or where he'd seen him before. That was a problem. The fellow with the sleepy eye might be trouble. He and his partner, a younger blond man with a coyote face, might be waiting somewhere down there in Indian Butte with a rifle. Maybe they'd talk to Prophet's quarry down there, Gritch Hatchley and Weed Brome, and given them the lowdown on the bounty man heading this way with the dead men tied belly down over their saddles. Hatchley and Brome might be waiting to greet him with a hail of hot lead as well. Prophet drew a deep breath, wincing at the cold air chafing his tonsils, burning his nostrils, and grieving his lungs, and reduced the spyglass. No, there were no obvious signs of trouble in Indian Butte. That didn't mean there would be no trouble, of course. But all he was doing, sitting out here where it was colder than a banker's heart, was turning more and more of him to stone and further piss-burning mean and ugly, though that didn't take a whole lot of doing. Lou narrowed an eye as he glanced at the sky. Gunmetal clouds had slid over the blue bowl. There was no longer any sign of the sun. It was so gone it might have gone out. In its place, a fine snow was falling again. A building wind was swirling it around, howling morosely. Damn Dakota. All right, Mean, Prophet said, leaning back to return the spyglass to its saddlebag pouch. Have it your way. He clucked to the horse. As he and Mean and the 5 horses bearing the dead men started down the hill toward the town, he said, Just keep your eyes skinned. I'm too cold to die today. Why, if I died today, old Scratch would have to wait a good year to thaw me out before he could put me to work shoveling coal. He chuckled at that. Not because the joke was funny, but because he was nervous. Chapter 10. It was the cold that was making Prophet nervous. Leastways, that's what he told himself. As Mean and Ugly thudded his hooves down the broad main street of Indian Butte, the 5 pack horses trudging along behind, the big bounty hunter shivered inside his coat and looked around carefully at the buildings spaced widely apart on both sides of the trace. If he saw a man aiming a rifle at him from one of those stock pens to his left or from behind a barrel of the sprawling mercantile store on his right, and he had to throw himself from his saddle to keep from being perforated, his frozen bones would likely shatter like the delicate china you'd find in a preacher widow's cupboard. The door of Madame Montrose's ladies' fineries opened. Prophet jerked suddenly back on Mean's reins, reached for the peacemaker he'd shoved into his left coat pocket, butt forward for a faster grab. An old woman clad in a thick mountain lion shawl poked her crow-like head out the door. She jutted her pointed chin at Prophet, her dark bead-like eyes taking in the big bounty hunter and the dead men hanging over the saddles of the horses behind him. Returning her disapproving gaze to Prophet himself, the crone leaned farther out the open door and expertly spat a long black stream of chaw over the front porch rail before her and into the frozen stock trough on the other side with a dull wet plop. With that, she gave an audible harumph, pulled her head back into her shop, and closed the unpainted Z-frame door. Prophet removed his hand from over the peacemaker's grips. The gun wouldn't have done him much good anyway, as he'd forgotten to remove the mitten. You couldn't shoot a pistol wearing a mitten. He quickly pulled the mitten off his right hand with his teeth and stuffed it into his coat pocket. Flexing his right hand, covered in a thin knit glove that in this severe kind of cold was almost like wearing nothing at all, he cursed the weather and this extreme northern territory and rode on. "Please, Scratch, get me the hell to Mexico," he muttered beseechingly as he swerved mean and ugly toward a 2-story livery barn on his left, sitting kitty-corner to the Indian Butte Saloon and Hotel, which occupied the opposite side of the street, on the far side of a narrow cross street on which a shaggy dog was just then ripping a dead jackrabbit to bloody shreds, holding the body down with his front paws, snarling and growling, thoroughly reveling in its meal. Raucous piano and accordion music was reverberating from inside the hotel. There was the collective metronomic clapping of many hands as well, and the stomping of many pairs of feet. Occasionally there rose a jubilant, victorious, bellowing wail and then raucous laughter. A single wagon was pulled up in front of the sprawling hodgepodge of a building. The wheeled contraption was sort of a cross between a chaise and a hansom cab. It was constructed of some sort of expensive-looking, dark, polished, ornately scrolled wood, appointed with brass window frames and fittings, including a brass gas lamp mounted on the near side and high, gold-painted wheels. No horse stood in the traces, but Prophet bet that when one did, it was a fine one, sure enough. The empty yellow shafts sagged onto the ground that was collecting a fresh, fuzzy layer of new-fallen snow. The fancy wagon, as fancy as Prophet had ever laid eyes on, was the only contraption sitting on the town's main street, or on any street in Indian Butte as far as Prophet could tell from his vantage. The townsfolk appeared to have secured themselves away from the nasty weather, the purple clouds roiling over Prophet portending even nastier weather still ahead. The fragrant smoke from many warm fires peppered the bounty hunter's nose and made his bones fairly scream for warmth. "It's a savage world, ain't it?" The rhetorical question came from the skinny oldster standing between the livery barn's open doors, pensively smoking a corncob pipe while watching the dog devour the jack, the festivities throbbing from inside the hotel just beyond it. "You Schofield?" Prophet asked the old pipe-smoking graybeard, whose long blue-gray hair hung down his back from the round bear fur hat perched on his wizened head. A tangled gray beard hung to his chest. The sign above the man, tacked to the barn's second story, announced Pop Schofield's Livery and Feed. The oldster turned to study the 5 cadaver-burdened horses behind Prophet, pensively puffing his pipe. "That depends." "On what?" "On what you got slung over your horses." "What's it look like?" "Dead men." "That's what I thought they were." Prophet swung down from Mean and Ugly's back. "Then why'd you ask?" "A man wants to be sure." "Well, now you're sure. I need a place to house them until the train leaves for Bismarck. The horses, too. Do you know when that'll be?" The old man seemed a little distracted. "When what'll be?" "The train leaving for Bismarck." "Oh, that!" Frowning apprehensively, the old man continued to puff his pipe while studying the dead men. "Tomorrow, I think, maybe, if them Fancy Dans and the princess is ready to pull out by then, I reckon. They got dibs on the train, don't you know?" "What Fancy Dans? What princess?" The oldster lifted his scrutinizing gaze up to Prophet, who stood a whole 2 heads taller than he. He looked Prophet up and down several times, nostrils flaring slightly as he drew on the pipe, smoke slithering like gray snakes from between his thin, loosely compressed lips. "The ones the senator and his son is entertaining. They brought him out here to hunt. The princess, too. She's purty and a speckled pup. Don't look like butter would melt in her mouth. But she's got the blood fever, I hear." "Another one, huh?" Prophet chuffed, reflecting on his comely partner. "Another one? Never mind. Did you say princess?" "Leastways, I think that's what they called her," the old man said. "You say they got dibs on the train?" Prophet held Mean and Ugly's reins out to the old man, who looked at them as though he were being handed a handful of fresh dog crap. Stepping back uncertainly, the oldster said, Yeah, that's right." He took another step back. "Don't get too close to me, will you, son?" "Huh?" Prophet scowled down at him. "Why not?" The old man stiffly shifted his apprehensive gaze toward the hotel and winced slightly around his pipe stem. "'Cause I don't think you got long to live, partner." Prophet turned his head to follow the old man's glance toward the hotel. Good thing he did, too, or the bullet that curled the air against his left cheek would have connected the canal of his right ear with the canal of his left ear, out of which his brains likely would have dribbled like corn chowder from a broken soup bowl. Instead, the bullet slammed loudly into the livery barn's open door an eighth of a second before the ripping screech of the rifle that had fired it reached Prophet and the old man, echoing. Mean and Ugly reared and whinnied, clawing the gray snow-stitched air with his front hooves, his eyes wide and white-ringed. The horses behind him followed suit, whinnying shrilly and dancing, pulling against the ropes tying them to the tail of the horse in front of them. Meanwhile, the man standing on the roof of the Indian Butte Hotel and Saloon's broad front veranda stared through his own wafting powder smoke toward the livery barn, showing his teeth as he spat a curse that couldn't be heard above the din in the building below him. He also angrily worked his Winchester's cocking mechanism, racking a fresh round into the breech. For some reason, Prophet's first impulse was to save the old man. "Get down, you old devil!" The bounty hunter bounded forward and hammered the heel of his left hand against the old man's upper chest. The old man gave a squeal and, opening his mouth and losing his pipe, flew backward against the edge of the right open barn door, slamming the door back against the barn and falling to his ass with an indignant yelp. Prophet dropped to a knee as the shooter on the hotel's porch roof loosed another chunk of hot lead, the rifle smoking and stabbing yellow-orange flames from its maw. The shooter was frustrated now and harried. That and Prophet's sudden crouch caused that bullet to fly wide, also hammering the open barn door behind Prophet, ripping out several long wood slivers about 6 inches to the right of the first gouge. Prophet rose to his feet and ran out to where Mean and the other horses were dancing in the middle of the street. Prophet grabbed the dun's reins out of the air where they were swaying in time to the hammerhead's movements and pulled the horse back toward him. He reached across his saddle pommel and jerked his Winchester 73 from the leather scabbard strapped to the saddle's right side. As yet another round screeched over his head to break a window of another shop behind him, Prophet dropped to a knee, bit off his left mitten, spat it into the street, and rammed a cartridge into the Winchester's breech. He quickly lined up his sights on the murky gray-black figure on the hotel's porch roof, whom he instantly recognized by the man's battered cream Stetson as the droopy-eyed man from the trail. Lou drew a sharp breath, held it, and as he started to let it out slowly, he squeezed the trigger. The Winchester bucked against his Mackinaw-padded shoulder. "Damn!" He spat through gritted teeth, seeing through his wafting powder smoke that his bullet had merely shattered the left knee of the curly wolf on the porch roof. The man showed his teeth again as his left leg jerked backward. He dropped to the porch roof on his right knee, dropping his rifle and clutching his bullet-torn knee with his left hand. When he looked up at Prophet, gritting his teeth and likely cursing like an Irish gandy dancer, though Prophet still couldn't hear above the din in the building beneath the man, Prophet drew a bead on the pale square of the man's head, specifically on the narrow strip between the man's wide nose and his dark hairline, which was clear now that the man had lost his hat. Prophet cursed as he drew a breath. He held the breath and squeezed the trigger, enjoying the reassuring kick of the Winchester's brass buttplate against his shoulder. He also enjoyed seeing the droopy-eyed man's head jerk backward, then bob forward. When it jerked backward again, as death spasms gripped the bushwhacker, Prophet could see the dark hole in the pale strip between the man's nose and his hairline. The bushwhacking devil sagged forward, then rolled down the sloping roof. He dropped over the roof's edge and turned a single forward somersault before crashing through the roof of the fancy carriage standing directly below him on the street. The whole carriage leaped as though with a start off all four wheels, then settled back down as the bushwhacker made himself deathly comfortable inside. "Don't tell this Georgia boy he can't shoot straight in cold weather," Prophet bellowed. He gave a raucous laugh, throwing his head back. That sudden movement probably saved him also, this time from a bullet that came hurling out of the dark depths of the barn itself. The bullet trimmed the several days' worth of beard stubble along the nub of his chin before making a wet smacking sound as it drilled into the back of the head of one of the dead men hanging down the side of one of the horses prancing in the street behind him. There's a second one," rasped the old man, down on his side in the snow and straw-flecked dirt just outside the barn's open doors. "I'm sorry. They told me they'd burn down my barn and cut my ears off, shoot all the stock. I had to play along." Prophet ran crouching to the left open barn door. From far back in the barn's dark depths, a gun flashed. The bark came as the bullet screeched through the air to Prophet's left and broke out yet another shop window with a dull clink followed by a man's bellowing curse. Cocking the Winchester, Prophet edged a look around the door's right side. Again came the flash. Prophet pulled his head back just as the bullet hammered the edge of the door, flinging slivers, the loud smack making his ears ring. Cursing, Lou snaked his Winchester around the door and fired several times quickly down the barn's dark alley, aiming generally at where he'd seen the flash. Empty cartridge casings arced over his right shoulder, smoking, clinking together in the snowy dirt behind him. He pulled his head and rifle back behind the barn door. He waited. Nothing. He glanced at the old man lying to his right on the other side of the opening. The old man frowned, puzzled. "You get him?" he whispered. "Stop!" came a wail from inside the barn. "Stop! Stop!" Prophet edged a look around the barn door. A vague shadow moved around toward the rear of the barn. There was a slice of gray light as a rear door opened. The man-shaped shadow blotted out the light for a second as the man stumbled through it and out the back. Prophet heaved himself to his feet and strode purposefully into the barn. "Old son," he said loudly, angrily racking another round into his Winchester's breech. "We're just getting started." Chapter 11. When Prophet's eyes had adjusted to the murk inside the barn, which was relieved by only 2 small windows in the wall to his left, he broke into a jog. Stalled horses whickered to his right, anxious eyes glistening over stalled doors. A mule brayed raucously. "Sorry for the noise, pards," Prophet said as he approached the rear door, which stood half open. Gray light and flecks of snow oozing through the gap. "I'll be out of your hair in 2 jangles of a whore's bell." He doffed his hat and edged a cautious look around the doorframe. Instinctively knowing he was about to have a third eye drilled in his forehead, he pulled his head back behind the frame. Sure enough, a bullet smashed the frame's edge, flicking sharp slivers against Prophet's cheek. At the same time, the shooter's rifle report reached his ears. Prophet jerked his head around the door again, casting his gaze into the weedy, rubble-strewn yard behind the barn. Smoke was just then wafting and tearing on the breeze to the left of a small, dark log cabin hunched against the weather, brittle weeds jutting up high around its stone foundation. A man's head slid out away from the cabin to where the gun smoke was being dispersed by the breeze. Prophet saw the coyote-like eyes gazing at him from beneath a cap of matted, dark blonde hair, and the bounty hunter grinned malevolently, triggering the Winchester that was snugged up against his right shoulder. On the heels of the 73's buck and roar, the blonde head jerked back out of sight against the cabin with a sharp yowl. It reappeared a second later atop the short, slender figure of the man himself. The droopy-eyed hombre's coyote-faced sidekick, clad in a red and white plaid mackinaw, stumbled out away from the barn. He held his hat in his left hand, his carbine in his right hand. He gave another yowl as he triggered the carbine into the ground near his right boot. Dropping his hat, he slapped his left hand to his bloody left cheek. "You shot me!" he cried, stumbling farther out away from the cabin and glaring at Prophet striding up to him, holding his Winchester 73 out from his right hip. "You shot me in the face, you son of a buck!" The blonde coyote stumbled around and tried running away, but his right boot came down on a stray chunk of split firewood, partly hidden by the snow-dusted grass. He tripped and dropped to his knees, clutching his left cheek with one hand, clamping his other hand against his right side just above his shell belt. Prophet reached down and pulled the bone-handled Colt from the man's holster and tossed it away. He pulled a skinning knife from a second sheath on the blond man's left hip and tossed that away as well. He walked around to stare down at the top of the man's blond head as the wounded ambusher writhed in pain, holding each of his wounds from which blood dribbled liberally. White lice clung to strands of the man's matted hair that had been pressed flat against his head by his hat, revealing a small, round, bald spot at the crown. Prophet flared his nostrils. "Who are you gutless bushwhacking privy snipe?" "You shot me!" the wounded man bellowed, lowering his head toward the ground. Prophet lowered his 73's butt, hooked it under the wounded man's chin, and raised the man's face until the 2 coyote eyes glared up into his. "You shot me in the face, you big bastard!" the wounded bushwhacker bellowed, half sobbing, spitting blood. "Couldn't have happened to a more deserving cur. Tell me who you are, who your friend is, and why you were both out to liberate my soul, or I'm gonna take your own knife and go to work on you slow. You'll forget all about your face and that bullet in your liver. Trust me on that one, old pard." The blond coyote's eyes sparked with both fear and exasperation. He spat another gob of blood. "Chauncey Nettles. My pard is Arlen Piper." "Okay. You sent us both up the river, you big ape. 3 years ago, West Texas. Prophet furrowed his brows, thinking back, sifting through the remembered faces in his mind, riffling through names. "Nettles and Piper," he said. "Nettles and Piper. Oh, yeah, now I remember." The names were familiar, but the face staring up at him was that of a stranger. "That was you two?" "Sure as hell." "Damn, you don't look nothing like how I remember. Maybe the sharp nose a little and your cow-stupid eyes, but—" Prophet shook his head, befuddled. "Yeah, well, that's what 2.5 years in the Texas State Pen, turning big rocks into little rocks, does to men, you big, ugly, rebel son of a buck. If you don't stop insulting me in the glorious South, I'm gonna cut your ears off and feed 'em to you." The man's pain-bright eyes widened a little, as though he believed Prophet would actually make good on his threat. He spat blood to one side. He was breathing hard, panting. His left cheek looked like freshly ground beef. "So that's what this was about." "Of course that's what this was about. We seen you along the trail, and you know how long Arlen and me been wanting to settle up for what you done to us." 5-6 years, I'd fathom." "Sure as tootin'." "You didn't get much satisfaction, though, did you? Arlen's dead as a post inside that once fancy buggy, and you appear to be headed that way yourself." "Christ!" Nettles sobbed as he jerked his chin out from under Prophet's rifle butt and slowly lowered his head to the ground, jerking as he cried. "I'm gonna die," he wailed. "I'm gonna die." "I'll get you to a sawbones pronto if you tell me one more thing." Nettles stopped sobbing. That was the only way Prophet knew the ambusher had heard him. Nettles hung his head over his knees, his forehead only inches above the ground. "Do you know Gritch Hatchley?" Nettles wagged his lowered head. "How about Weed Brome?" Again Nettles wagged his head. Since outlawry was at times a tight fraternity, Prophet had wondered if Nettles and Piper had headed here to meet Hatchley and Brome, or had maybe talked to them after the former pair had come to town ahead of Prophet and told the latter about the bounty hunter headed toward Indian Butte. Hatchley and Brome might have suspected Prophet's dead freight was men from their own gang. In turn, they might have suspected Prophet had come to Indian Butte to add more dead men to his pack train, namely them. "All right," Prophet said, jerking Nettles to his feet by his coat collar. "Rise and shine, boy." "Ow, it hurts." "Stop whining." "You take 2 bullets, one to your liver, the other to your cheek, and see if you don't whine, you rebel swine." Prophet slammed his right fist into the small of the coyote-faced ambusher's back. Nettles screamed and dropped to his knees again. "All right, hold it right there, you big galoot." The order had come from behind Prophet. The bounty hunter sighed and said, "I sure wish everyone would stop impeding my progress here in this little town." He turned to see a young man crouched over a long-barreled, double-barrel shotgun, both large round maws aimed at Prophet's belly. "I need a whiskey and a hot bath, gall blast it." The young man before him was maybe 19, possibly 20. His fair-skinned face was nearly hairless, save for a soot-stained mustache and a just as insignificant goat beard curling from his chin. He was maybe 5'7", mean-eyed, buck-toothed, and wearing a 5-pointed deputy town marshal star on his patched, butterscotch-colored coat. He wore a red wool cap and a bright green muffler. He sucked up some snot dribbling from his nose and said, Stop beating on that fella and drop that rifle, you big galoot, or I'll blow a hole through your guts big enough to drive a train through." "Oh, for Christ's sakes." The kid had gotten so close to Prophet, wagging the shotgun barrel tauntingly beneath the bigger man's nose, that all Prophet had to do was quickly nudge the shotgun aside with his left arm. Both barrels discharged skyward with a cannon-like roar as the kid's fingers jerked back on both triggers. Prophet grabbed the gun with his left hand and wrenched it out of the startled kid's grip. The kid screamed as he stumbled sideways, half turning. As he did, Prophet grabbed the hog leg poking out of the kid's coat pocket. He tossed the shotgun good and far and followed it up with the old Bisley .44 trimmed with baling wire holding the cracked walnut grips in place. What are you doing?" the kid cried in exasperation. "Those is my guns. I'm the deputy town marshal." "Yeah, well, I'm Lou Prophet, bounty hunter, you wet-behind-the-ears little polecat. You're lucky I don't take you over my knee and thrash your backside raw for wagging that gut shredder at me like that. You try it again, and I will." "Ah, Jesus!" the kid cried, throwing up his hands and then running off in search of his weapons. Again, Prophet jerked Nettles to his feet. The outlaw grunted, yelped, and snarled. Prophet shoved him brusquely ahead. "Get going." Prophet stayed about 10 feet behind the outlaw in case Nettles tried anything. He didn't look capable, however. He was stumbling on the toes of his boots, leaning forward and to one side, clamping his right hand to the wound above his shell belt, his left hand to his bullet-torn cheek. Prophet thought the bullet must have torn through the flesh without penetrating the bone, or the coyote-faced bushwhacker would be fussing even more than he was. Or he'd be dead. As it was, he left a very clear trail of blood on the snowy ground behind him. Prophet followed Nettles around the barn's right corner. Nettles stumbled forward, then dropped to his knees, grunting and writhing. Prophet stopped near his charge and slid his gaze toward the open bar doors. The old liveryman who'd sold Prophet down the river to Nettles and Piper was talking to another man a few years younger than the oldster, but only a few. The second man was a little bigger than the graybeard, and he wore a cinnamon beard liberally flecked with gray as well as a high-crowned, broad-brimmed Stetson. As he turned toward Prophet, Prophet saw the town marshal's star pinned to the lapel of the man's dark wool coat. "There!" the liveryman cried, lifting an arm to point accusingly at Prophet. "There he is now. Trouble. Pure D trouble. All 200 pounds of him. Damn near got me killed." "I saved your life, you old coot. You sold me down the river." "Ah, hell," said the man wearing the badge, scowling up at Prophet. Prophet studied him closely, recognition suddenly dawning on him. "Sheldon? Sheldon Coffer?" He smiled. "What the hell are you doing this far north? I thought you was down in Nebraska. Last time I seen you, you was sheriff of Cottonwood Springs," Coffer said, still scowling at Prophet as though the bounty hunter were a 200-plus pound of dog plop someone had left on his front porch. "I married a woman up here. Followed her up here, in fact, from down there. Didn't know we was gonna stay, but her pa died and left her a little house, and they needed a marshal. And Brandy was homesick. Though how any woman, or man for that matter, could be homesick for any place in Dakota Territory is beyond me." He beetled his eyes again at the bounty hunter. "Anyways, back to you. What in the hell are you doing up here, Prophet? This time of year, no less. You know, one thing I thought I'd never see again when I left Nebraska was the big peck of trouble known as Lew Prophet, who skinned through town from time to time, either on the heels of some dastardly owl hoot or with one or two in tow smelling up the place. That was the one thing that almost made the move this far north worthwhile to me. In spite of the skeeter-bit summers and the ass-grindingly cold winters, I thought at the very least, I'd surely never ever have to run into you again and deal with the 7 kinds of trouble you're always packing. Always. Jesus, Sheldon, Prophet said, tipping his head back and scowling down at the badge-toting coffer. If you ain't careful, I'm gonna get the notion you ain't happy to see me. Chapter 12. Marshal Coffer shaped a constipated look. He lowered his gaze to the man groaning and writhing on the ground near the bounty hunter and shook his head. Do you ever ride into town without shooting a man or men within the first 10 minutes, Lew? He glanced over his left shoulder toward the fancy carriage parked before the Indian Butte Hotel. Several folks had gathered around the contraption with a caved-in roof. The people, mostly men, had apparently spilled out of the hotel. Several stood out on the hotel's broad front veranda as well, staring down at the carriage through the roof of which Arlen Piper had made landfall, ruining the fancy contraption in the process. Indignantly, Prophet said, I'm the injured party here, Shell. Huh? I can't help it if within the first 10 minutes I ride into a town and someone, like these 2 low-down, dirty, back-shooting dogs, tries to send my soul hauling its freight to the golden clouds. That one over there in the fancy carriage tried to do so from the roof of the hotel. This here back-alley rattler tried to do it from inside the barn. Piper must have been the better shot. That's why he took the first one. This little coyote-faced Jasper wasn't much of a shot at all, fortunately for me. He must have been Piper's backup. Not much of a backup. If he had been, you'd be hauling me off to get fitted for a wooden overcoat, Sheldon. The bounty hunter glared at the town marshal, scowling at him skeptically. Where's the law and order in this town? When a feller can't ride into your fair town without getting shot at within the first 10 minutes, you got a problem. He pulled his head back and to one side, narrowing a curious eye. Brandy, did you say? Coffer frowned. Huh? The girl you married, her name is Brandy? That's right. Coffer's frown became a defensive scowl. So what? Prophet grinned insinuatingly. Coffer's scowl deepened, and his face turned redder than it already was from the cold. She was a singer, and that's all she did. She sang. Oh, I see, Prophet said, chuckling. Calm down, Shell. I didn't mean to climb your hump. Running footsteps sounded from the side of the barn. Prophet glanced behind him, raising his Winchester defensively as the young deputy ran around the barn's front corner. He stopped abruptly, slipping in the snow. Breathless and red-faced from exasperation, he jutted his chin and pointed an angry finger at Prophet. There he is, Uncle Shell! The man causing all the trouble! Easy, Ham, Coffer said. He threw my guns away, the kid said, spittle flying from his lips and snot stringing from his nose. Stand down, Ham, Coffer said, holding up his right, thickly gloved hand, palm out. Everything's under control. He glanced at the coyote-faced nettles on the ground near Prophet. That feller there tried to clean Lew's clock. No thanks to the livery man. Prophet had turned his angry gaze to the old man sort of shrinking back against the edge of the open barn door, looking as sheepish as a schoolboy who'd put a snake in the girl's privy. Pop Schofield, I take it. He glanced at the sign stretching across the barn, just over the big open double doors. Coffer turned to the long-haired, bib-bearded old man. "What's this all about, Pop?" "I would very much like an answer to that question myself, Marshal Coffer." The speaker was one of the two nattily dressed young men striding toward the livery barn from the direction of the hotel, where several men in heavy fur hats and coats were still inspecting the wreckage of the fancy carriage, while two others wrestled the slack body of Arlen Piper out of the carriage's busted door from beneath the collapsed roof. The young man who'd spoken hardened his clean-lined jaws and hooked a thumb over his shoulder. "The carriage. It's ruined." He spoke with what Prophet recognized as a phony English accent, common among the moneyed elite. He appeared in his early 20s with a delicate, even-featured face some might call handsome, though in a feminine sort of way. His pale, flawless skin appeared to have never known the caress of direct sunlight. A dark red mustache of the handlebar variety, complete with waxed ends and a carefully trimmed goatee, made the popinjay resemble a pretty young lady with a glandular vexation, or whatever caused facial hair on females. The man's little eyes appeared yellow. The man beside him, slightly taller and leaner, though dark-haired and mustached, was the same cut of man, a preening dude, hailing from what he himself would call good blood, and toting around a corncob stuck so far up his pale, bony behind that a Sawbones could see it when he examined his tonsils. The first young man, who appeared the alpha of this two-man sissy wolf pack, turned angrily to the marshal. "Did you hear me, Marshal? That carriage, that expensive carriage, is ruined. It was my father's gift to the Countess." He turned his fiery yellow gaze on Prophet. "Is this big ruffian the culprit?" "Who the hell is this?" Prophet asked Coffer. The young man jerked his head back as though he'd been slapped. His lower jaw hung in shock. "Excuse me? Who the hell are you?" "The one you just called a big ruffian. It's true I crap a bigger pile than you standing there, but you best talk nice and grown up when addressing me, Dan, or I'll drag you off to the nearest woodshed for a lesson in manners." "Oh, you think so, do you?" "I think so." The young man's face turned as russet as a baked yam. His nostrils flared to double their normal size. Stepping forward, he removed his thick glove from his right hand, clenched that hand into a tight fist, and grimaced as he threw that fist up from behind his right hip toward Prophet's face. "Oh, hell," Coffer lamented. Prophet had seen turtles withdraw from their shells faster than this kid could throw a punch. He had ample time to raise his left hand up in front of his left cheek. Fancy Dan's fist slammed into it. Prophet closed his fingers around it, squeezed. Fancy Dan yipped, rising onto the toes of his high-topped fur boots. His face turned even redder, puffing up as the fop stared in anguish at his hand, the little bones of which Prophet ground together in his own fist, bunching his lips, his eyes sparking angrily. "Prophet!" Coffer barked. "You ever want to use this hand again, Junior?" Prophet asked the Fancy Dan. "Release me, damn you!" the kid chortled tightly. He rolled his eyes to one side, glancing back at the second Fancy Dan, the one with the dark hair and dark beard, the one who appeared just now like he'd swallowed something he not only couldn't digest, but which was trying to claw its way out of him. "Leo," said the Fancy Dan, whose hand Prophet was grinding, Do something before he breaks my hand." Leo stumbled forward, eyes blazing, jaws hard. Unhand him this instant, or you'll be tangling with me as well." He raised his fists, crouching, feinting, Prophet squeezed the Fancy Dan's fist harder, grinding the bones more aggressively. His victim yipped louder. "No! Stay back, Leo! This devil's going to break my hand!" The young peacock's knees buckled as Prophet angled his hand back toward his face, threatening to snap his wrist, which he could do with one small jerk toward the young man's chin. It would be as easy as snapping a dry twig. "Release him this instant," demanded Leo hoarsely. "Prophet!" Coffer bellowed. "Let him go, you crazy rebel!" He pulled up a flap of his coat and shucked a Smith & Wesson Model 344 revolver from a black leather holster. Prophet stopped grinding the blustering fool's bones together. He shoved the kid's fist, as well as the kid himself, straight backward. The yellow-eyed, red-mustached dandy gave a cry as he stumbled, twisted around sideways, and fell to a knee. "Big galoot!" he cried, clutching his injured hand in his left one, glaring up at Prophet. "You're lucky I didn't twist that little hand of yours around behind your back and shove it up your behind. The curly wolf who caved in your fancy wheeler tried to perforate my hide, so I shot him. I didn't have no say in where he landed," Leo asked, dropping to a knee beside the groaning fop. "Let me see your hand. Do you think it's broken?" "It ain't his wheeler," Coffer told Prophet, holstering the Smith & Wesson. "It's the princess's." Rodney shoved the doting Leo aside and turned a glare on the marshal. "How many times do I have to tell you she's not a princess, you old hooplehead? She's a countess!" He turned his glowering, hard-jawed stare at Prophet. "Countess Tatiana Mironova, daughter of Count Ilya Mironova, who, along with his daughter the Countess, are guests of my father and myself." "I'll be damned," Prophet said ironically. "Imagine that. The Count and Countess himself, guests of yourn." The dandy heaved himself to his feet, again brushing aside his overly devoted pal, Leo. He gritted his teeth at Prophet once more. "You will be paying dearly for that carriage, you rube, as well as for this." He held up his hand, the fingers curled toward the palm like claws. "Mark my words." Still holding his injured hand against his chest like a delicate kitten, he glanced at Coffer again. "Why don't you do your job, Marshal, and lock this brigand up? He assaulted me." He jerked his head toward Prophet. Coffer turned to the bounty hunter and, a vague humor gleaming far back in his brown eyes, said, "I'll get right on that, Mr. Fairweather." "Yes, sir, I'll turn the key on this big rebel. You can count on that." "Awful cold out here. You best get back inside the saloon where it's warm. Have you a toddy on the town of Indian Butte?" Rodney stared at him, vaguely incredulous, as though wondering if he were being made fun of. Maybe it was too cold for him to wait to come to a conclusion, or maybe his hand hurt too badly. Whatever the reason, he gave a shrill curse, wheeled, lips quivering with rage, and stumbled back in the direction of the hotel. Leo shot an angry look between Prophet and the town marshal. Then he, too, wheeled and ran to catch up with Rodney, placing a hand on his friend's arm, guiding him gently back to the hotel. Staring after them, Prophet's gaze flicked toward the sprawling building's high front porch. His gaze started back toward the two popinjays, then shot back to the porch itself. Or rather, to the rather well-set-up young lady standing atop it, staring out over the front banister toward Prophet. In fact, as the bounty hunter stared at her, he could see that her large, lustrous, ink-black eyes were riveted on him. As cold as it was, his belly warmed instantly, and he felt a tingling in his frozen knees. For the first time in a long while, he felt his heart beating, sort of hiccuping inside his chest. She was a delicate little thing, maybe 5 feet 2 inches tall. The heavy but stylish cold-weather clothes she wore made her appear even smaller inside them. Still, he could see that behind her sleek black bear fur coat was the rise of an ample bosom. She wore black fur boots that rose to her knees, clad in what appeared to be heavy deerskin lavishly embroidered. The breeches were probably lined with fleece. On the girl's beautifully shaped head was a large black fur hat, the fur ruffling in the snow-laden breeze, the snow dusting it lightly. Her face was delicately carved beneath the large topper, vaguely heart-shaped and boasting a short but assertive nose and plump red lips sheathing a wide, sensuous mouth. Even from this distance, Prophet could tell that the lashes of her button-black eyes were long and exquisitely curved. "Holy moly," Prophet heard himself wheeze out on a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding until now as he released it, growing a little faint from lack of oxygen. "What is it?" Coffer said. "Not what. Who?" Prophet shaped a friendly half-smile at the chocolate-eyed little siren standing atop the porch. "Who, Coffer, is that?" Prophet thought the little goddess was about to smile back at him. He thought he detected the faintest parting and curving of her lips. But then the two popinjays, one crouched over his hand, mounted the veranda steps, and she moved over to the top of the steps, saying something to the two dandies that Prophet couldn't hear from this distance, though the din in the hotel had gone silent. He could see her lips moving, though. Seeing them moving, he couldn't help imagining how plump and full and pliable they would feel, mashed against his own. "Oh, that!" Coffer chuckled. "That there is the owner of the carriage you destroyed. Senator Fairweather gave it to her. It's hers, all right. Ever since that party came up here by train from Bismarck, whenever they've been in town and not hunting out in the hills, she's been shuttled around in that fancy contraption, just like the Queen of Sheba, don't you know? Not no more, though." The marshal laughed again. "I reckon you took care of that, Lou." He turned to look in amazement at the big Southern bounty hunter standing beside him. "My God, man. Wherever you go, destruction follows, don't it? Wherever you go. Sort of like the plague. Walking, talking smallpox is what you are. And here I thought by following my dear Brandy all the way up here to this frozen pimple on the devil's backside, I'd gotten shed of you once and for all." Throw a rein on the drama, Shell." Prophet dipped his chin to indicate the hotel. "That's the Countess, you're saying?" "That there's the Countess, I'm saying," Coffer said, following Prophet's gaze again to the hotel. The girl was just then standing with the two Fancy Dans in the middle of the porch. She held Rodney's hand in her own two mittened hands and was looking down at it, moving her mouth, speaking to him, likely consoling the wretched little rube. The bounty hunter's wild heart fluttered once again. Oh, how he would love to hear the music of the girl's voice in his own ears, preferably in a room of their own, a fire dancing in a big stone hearth. Almost as though she'd read his thoughts, the Countess turned her head to glance over the porch rail at Prophet once more. Seeing him staring back at her, she turned away quickly, but not before... Had that been a slight flush rising in her perfect alabaster cheeks? One of the other larger men standing on the porch opened one of the hotel's two front doors, and the girl and the two Fancy Dans walked into the hotel and disappeared, making Prophet's heart quicken with longing. The big man who opened the door for them followed them inside, and the door closed behind them all. "The Countess Tatiana Mironova," Coffer said, staring at the porch on which only big, bearded, fur-clad men stood, smoking and talking. There was something soldierly in the big men's bearing. "Daughter of Count Ilya Mironova," the marshal continued. "Some mucky-muck from Russia. Big noble family, kin to the country's head honcho, I hear tell, though not in those exact words. I've heard the Count talking of a night over there in the saloon at the end of their hunting days. Little bearded blowhard. The Countess, though, she seems a sweet little thing, though I hear she's got some sand in her. Loves to hunt wolves and grizzly bears. Guts and skins 'em herself. The Count and Countess and their entourage, I've heard them big men who shadow both her and the old man, are Cossacks. Tough, half-wild tribal fighters from the back country over there, are here as guests to that squarehead whose paw you mangled, and the squarehead's old man, Wilfred Fairweather, is territorial senator from Bismarck. Rodney's his son. Leo's Rodney's personal assistant, though I don't even want to think what he assists him with. In my opinion, men shouldn't pester each other like that." Coffer chuckled. Continuing, he said, "Apparently Wilfred Fairweather met the Count in Washington at some big powwow the president held at the White House. Turned out the Count was itching to come over to the New World and hunt the game we got in these parts. He wanted to shoot buffalo, but since they all been shot out, he and the kill-crazy little Countess settled for grizzly bears, wolves, elk, wildcats, moose, birds of all feather, and anything else they see out in the hills and creek bottoms around Indian Butte." "Christ almighty," Prophet said, shaking his head as he imagined the bloodbath. He hated sport hunting in the worst way possible. Animals should die only for their meat, not so some popinjays could mount their heads on parlor walls, showing off for their friends. "How long they been here?" "A week. They was out farther west first, but then they heard we got some nice-sized game in these parts, so they came up here. The senator's got him his own private train coaches. Parlor cars, sleepers, gambling car, dining car, you name it, they got it." "When are they pulling out?" "Tomorrow, I hear tell. Likely shot all the game out of this part of the territory, the square-headed devils. Those of us who live here will probably have to live on jackrabbit for the rest of the winter." Prophet blew a sigh of relief at his good fortune. "Do you think a raggedy-heeled fella like myself could board that train shell?" He winced. "Even if I wrecked the little princess's purty wagon?" Coffer chuckled. "I reckon you'll have to ask them." He chuckled again, as though imagining the scene of Prophet getting his hat handed to him by those big bearded Russians Prophet had seen inspecting the wagon and milling on the hotel porch. "Crap," Prophet said. "Not to worry, Lou," Coffer said, clamping a hand on the big bounty hunter's shoulder. "The Spur line has one of its own passenger cars in that train's combination, for lowly folks like yourself. You tell me if Birdie down at the depot gives you any grief over buying a ticket." He winked. "I'll make sure you're aboard that car when it's time to head south. Trust me on that one, old son." Coffer laughed. When he finally sobered, he scowled at Prophet and said, "So, tell me, Lou, what brings you here anyway, so late in the year? You telling me you was after him and the gent in the princess's wagon?" He glanced at Nettles slumped forward against the ground, turning the snow pink beneath him. "Piper and Nettles?" Prophet shook his head. "Pshaw! I got bigger fish to fry here in Indian Butte." He shuttled his gaze around the ragged-looking settlement, growing darker now as the afternoon waned and the snow continued dancing on the chill breeze. Gritch Hatchley and Weed Brome. Where in hell did he suppose they were holed up? Had to be here somewhere, either waiting out the weather to head north or for the train to head south, just like Prophet himself was. If they intended to hop the train, little did they know they'd have a 200-plus-pound ex-Confederate bounty-hunting chaperone. Again, Prophet shook his head. "No, I got much bigger fish to fry here in Indian Butte, Shell. Much bigger." "Well, that's good. Why's that?" Coffer placed a boot on Nettles's shoulder and shoved the coyote-faced bushwhacker over on his side. Nettles gave no resistance. He lay staring straight up at nothing, lips slightly parted. "Oh, lordy me!" Ham intoned, leaping back with a start. "This one here's as dead as the other one over there," Coffer said. Chapter 13. "Thank God," Tony said as she and Louisa rode up out of a dry wash and saw the town of Sundown sitting along the tracks before them. It was getting late. The sun would be gone in another hour. A light snow was falling out of a moody purple sky. "Here we are," Louisa said, sizing up the town before her. "End of the line." The town, if you could call the small, rough collection of tracks along the twin spur-line rails a town, didn't look all that welcoming. There were maybe half a dozen shacks and shanties crouched around a few two-story business establishments and a long, low wooden structure hugging the rails. That was likely the depot station. Near the depot was a large pile of split cordwood for feeding the locomotives that passed through Sundown, as well as a big wooden water tank on high stilts, also for feeding the trains. The town was so new that as Louisa and Tony approached it from the north along the trail that just ahead became the town's main street, Louisa could smell the pine resin in the green wood the place had been built from. Squinting against the fine grains of snow catching in her eyelashes, she could see a broad, unpainted building on the far end of town, on the street's right side. A sign poking into the street identified it, easily the largest building in town, as the Territorial Hotel. On the town's near end stood the train depot and a livery barn and corral just beyond it. The small stone, crackerbox-like structure of the Stockman's Territorial Bank sat just beyond the livery barn. Aside from 3 other, much smaller business buildings between the depot and the hotel, there were 5 or 6 small, randomly arranged frame houses and a couple of log huts. That was pretty much the entire town of Sundown. All around it stretched flat, nearly featureless prairie, fawn-colored grasses slowly being consumed by the snow. "I'm surprised this place has a bank," Louisa muttered half to herself. "It'll grow," Tony said, riding off Louisa's right stirrup. "It's along the spur line now, so it'll grow. Good grazing country up here. The country's growing. This will be a wealthy place one day." There'd been a definite note of hopefulness in the girl's voice as she stared ahead at the town into which they now rode. "Yeah, well," Louisa said, leaving her opinion of the place's future at that. She checked down the Pinto, as well as the 5 pack horses behind her, in front of the small wood-frame train depot on her left. "You go on ahead, stable your mount at the livery barn." Tony stopped the calico. She'd gotten pretty good with the horse. It minded her without balking over much, without fighting the bit. Turning to Louisa, she said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to see when the next train is due." She paused, then looked at the girl. "You flush?" Tony's cold cheeks turned a shade darker red, and she glanced down at her saddle horn. I'll make do. Here, Louisa bit off a mitten and reached into a pocket of her denims. She pulled out a coin and handed it over to the girl. Tony shook her head. Like I said, I'll make do. You're going to need a roof over your head tonight, food in your belly, until you can hog-tie that banker anyway. I'll see about getting a job, Tony retorted bitterly, offended by the Vengeance Queen's irony. You can see about getting a job tomorrow. Until then, take this. Louisa shook the hand in which she held the coin. Drawing a deep breath, Tony reluctantly held out her own mittened hand. Louisa pressed the coin into it. Tony drew it to her, looked at it. She looked up at Louisa, frowning. This is a double eagle. I can't take $20 from you. You're not taking it from me. Louisa glanced at the dead men behind her. You're taking it from them. That was a lie. The double eagle was from the jingle in her own pocket. Tony studied Louisa critically. Finally, she closed her mitten around the coin, slipped it into a coat pocket. I'm obliged, Miss Bonaventure. No reason to be. Louisa glanced up the street. Saddled horses stood at the hitch rack fronting the hotel. Returning her gaze to the girl, she said, Watch yourself. Men here. But then Tony knew all too well what that meant. The girl nodded, pressing her lips together. She batted her heels against the calico's ribs and rode on up the gradually darkening street. Louisa swung down from the Pinto's back and tied it and the lead pack horse to the hitch rack fronting the depot. The brick cobbles surrounding the humble building were lightly snow-dusted, but cleared here and there by the swirling breeze. A mountain lion hide was tacked to the building's front wall, just left of the front door. The head had been left on, and it snarled, glassy-eyed, at Louisa, long curved fangs showing inside its open mouth. The shingle announcing simply Sundown Depot ratcheted back and forth on its rusty chains beneath the building's broadly overhanging eaves. Lifting her gaze to the stovepipe protruding from the shack's shake-shingled roof, the Vengeance Queen saw that the place was occupied, though it didn't otherwise appear to be. Smoke lifted from the pipe to get pressed low against the roof by the breeze before it was quickly torn and dispersed. It was perfumed with the smell of cedar and pine. Louisa stepped up onto the brick platform, removed her hat and muffler, and shook her hair so that it spilled loosely about her shoulders, shedding the snow that had clung to it. She stepped to the front door and turned the knob. The door squawked open on unoiled hinges. She stepped inside, slowly pushed the door closed behind her, latching it. As she did, she instinctively stepped to one side, not allowing the light from the door to outline her. A soft whistle sounded to her left. Louisa jerked her startled gaze to see two men sitting on the bench on that side of the door, running the length of the front wall. They had all manner of gear, including saddles and saddlebags, piled around them. They wore their heavy coats open, and the larger of the two, a tall, fat, bearded, blue-eyed man in a quilted elk-hide coat, wore a battered black felt hat. The smaller man, lean and wiry, and rolling a matchstick around between his thin lips, was bareheaded, his hat hooked over the horn of the saddle resting on the bench beside him. "Look at that, French," said the little man. "Ain't she purty?" He smiled at Louisa. It was more of a leer, revealing one missing front tooth. The big man, French, shoved his saddle away, clearing a spot on the bench to his left. He patted the clear spot on the bench. "Come on over here and sit down beside me, pretty girl. If you're here for the train, you got a long wait." Ain't gonna get here till tomorrow afternoon, most like, and that's only if the tracks don't get blocked by the snow." "So a train is on the way?" Louisa asked hopefully, ignoring the leers in the men's eyes. Or trying to, anyway. She almost succeeded, despite the way their eyes turned glassy as they raked her up and down. "Certain sure," said the smaller man, his eyes on the rise where her breasts were pushing out her coat. "Might as well take a load off." He cleared a small spot beside him on the bench and grinned. "Sit down beside me. French ain't had a bath since last 4th of July. He stinks to hog heaven." "That's a lie, and you know it, Cully," accused French, his big bearded face turning crimson. "I took a bath just the other day over at the Territorial." He glowered at Cully. "Just before Tutwiler kicked us out on account of you cutting that half-breed swamper he had working for him." Louisa rolled her eyes at the seedy pair of hardtails, likely ranch hands laid off for the winter and heading toward warmer climes. They'd spend the winter fighting, gambling, getting drunk, and mistreating the doxies they'd badly underpay. Louisa glanced at the ticket cage to her right. It was vacant, though what appeared to be a solitaire hand was laid out on the pine counter just inside, near a whiskey bottle and a shot glass. A quirly lay at the edge of the counter, its burning coal hanging over the edge, sending a curl of gray smoke into the air of the shadowy niche that also housed a telegraph key. Louisa turned to the two men, now arguing on the bench to her left, and said, "Where's the station master?" "Hey, you two, pipe down. Where's the—" "Here I am." Louisa turned to see a stocky man with longish dark brown hair struggling through a trackside door in the far back wall of the place. He, too, wore a thick beard. Louisa judged him to be in his late 30s, early 40s, once a hard worker, judging by a layer of thick muscle, but gone to fat. He had an armload of split wood in his arms, which were clad in a grimy striped blanket coat with a torn and dangling pocket. He drew the door clumsily closed behind him and strode into the waiting room, shivering, shaking his long, greasy hair back away from his face, revealing his doughy, raw-boned features, including a nose like a door handle. He shivered, cursed the cold, and walked over to the big pot-belly stove sitting in the middle of the room. As he did, he glanced at Louisa. He glanced away and then glanced back at her again. He stopped dead in his tracks and looked her up and down. His eyes widened, turned glassy, glistening in the gray light angling through the two windows in the wall behind the pretty hazel-eyed blonde. Cully, who had stopped arguing with French, chuckled seedily. "Me and French, we got us a new friend, Jerry. See what happens when you leave." "Something special happens," French said, his voice low but teeming with sleazy laughter. Jerry's coal-black eyes raked Louisa up and down, a smile gradually growing on his mouth. "French and Cully tell me a train is due tomorrow afternoon," Louisa said to Jerry. "That right?" Jerry's eyes brightened even more. He smiled even wider. He turned away from Louisa and dropped the wood from his arms into the bin beside the stove, glowering at French and Cully and saying, "This ain't no hotel. If you two are going to hole up here till the train pulls in, you can at least split wood and keep the stove fed, damn it." He turned to Louisa again, and his unctuous smile was back in place, his eyes roaming across the swollen top of her coat. He brushed his hands together. "What's your name, pretty lady?" Louisa smiled stiffly. "The train." Cully chuckled through his teeth. French gave a snort. "What about it?" Jerry said. One is pulling through here tomorrow afternoon? That's right, if the weather holds. Can I purchase a ticket? Why, sure you can, Jerry said, planting his fists on his hips. But first you gotta give me a smile. Louisa stared at him blankly. Cully chuckled through his teeth again. Again, French snorted. All right, Jerry said, glowering at Louisa as he pushed through a Dutch door to enter his cage. You're purtier'n a speckled pup, but you sure are a sour little thing. A pretty girl should cheer a place up. A storm's on the way, don't you know? That's what the old man said. Staring through his cage now, over the playing cards, whiskey bottle, and shot glass, he plucked the quirly off the counter and stuck it in his mouth. He slid his eyes from Louisa to Cully and French, now sitting behind Louisa as she stood in front of the cage. The old Injun who lives down by the creek says so, Jerry continued. That old dog-eater's bursitis starts acting up something fierce when a storm's on the way. He goes through twice as much wood in his old shack, keeping the place warm. When he starts howling about his bursitis, you know you're in for one hell of a storm. I'm sorry about your Indian's bursitis, Louisa said. Tell him to grind up some mint and lavender and liberally apply the paste to his joints. Now, it's getting late and I have horses to tend, so I'd like to purchase a ticket for Bismarck and be on my way. Jerry sat on the high stool fronting the counter inside the cage and squinted his eyes as he took a deep drag off the quirly. Bismarck, eh? Right. What you got going in Bismarck, pretty lady? Another sleazy smile tugged at the agent's mouth corners as he blew smoke out his nostrils at Louisa through the cage. That's none of your business, Jerry. Just the ticket, please. Just the ticket, huh? Cully and French snorted and squirmed around on their bench. Louisa heard one of them take a pull from a bottle. He chuckled, choking a little on the tangle leg, and drew the bottle down sharply, coughing. The other man squealed hoarsely. Louisa removed her mittens and gloves and set them on the counter. Just the ticket. All right, Jerry said, drawing on the quirly again and holding the smoke in his lungs as he said, That'll be $25. $25? Louisa shuttled her gaze to the various ticket prices chalked on a board on the cage to her left. The board says it's $3.75 to Bismarck. Oh, that, Jerry said. That's summer prices. I ain't gotten around to changing 'em yet. Yeah, in winter the cost goes up, you know, on account of the weather and such. Costs more to run a train in the winter. It sure does. That's true, laughed Cully. There was the sloshing sound of either him or French taking another drink from the bottle. Louisa pulled her mouth corners down. Is that too much? Jerry asked. I don't have $25, Louisa lied. She looked up at him again and injected feigned beseeching into her gaze. Please, Jerry. I have to get to Bismarck. I can't afford $25, but I have to get to Bismarck just the same. Oh, please, Jerry, you must help me. Help you? Jerry said, his eyes brightening like those of a wolf smelling fresh meat. Chapter 14. Louisa raised her brows in mock helpless pleading. Please, Jerry, you have to help me. I have to get to Bismarck. Of course, Jerry said, nodding slowly, eyeing her cagily. How could I not help such a pretty girl in need? Such a pretty girl on the run. Now ain't that right? On the run? Yeah. Maybe from a husband out on some ranch around here. You got mail-order bride written all over you, sweetheart." "She does got mail-order bride written all over her," French said, slapping his thigh with the sudden realization. "I'll be damned, but you're good, Jerry." Sure, Jerry said. "I know how it goes. You probably came in on the train this summer, up from Bismarck or God knows where, answered the ad of some lonely rancher, married up with him, ate his food, enjoyed the shelter he put over your head. But now, when it starts turning a little cold, and maybe he slapped you around a little bit, teaching you how it is, you think you can just turn tail and run back home to Ma and Pa, leaving the poor old rancher high and dry." Louisa stared at him as though both amazed and taken aback by his insightfulness. "How did you know?" she cried softly, making her upper lip quiver. "This ain't my first rodeo," Jerry said. "I seen it all." "Please, Jerry." "I'll tell you what I'm gonna do," Jerry said. "What's that?" Louisa asked again, hopeful. "I'm gonna go ahead and let you pay the summer price for the ticket to Bismarck." "Oh, thank you so much, Jerry. I can't tell you how obliged—" Jerry held up his hand. Hold on. Louisa feigned a puzzled look. Jerry stared at her darkly, his lips fashioning a dark smile. "But you're gonna have to stay right here with me and Cully and French tonight. Gonna be a long, lonely, stormy night, don't you know?" "Sure is," French said, walking slowly up behind Louisa. He was a big man, Louisa saw now, glancing over her left shoulder at him. Almost as tall as Lou, but with a large round gut. His neck was as thick as a bull's neck, and the hands he held down at his sides were the size of hams. "Gonna be a long, cold, lonely night. We could use a girl to purty the place up a bit." Fellas," Cully said after clearing his throat behind French. Ignoring him, French stopped behind Louisa and placed his hands on Louisa's shoulders. He drew her back against him. He closed his hand over her shoulders. "Wait," Louisa said. I don't think this is at all fair. It's not right to take advantage of a poor, defenseless young woman down on her luck." "Oh, it's fair, all right," Jerry said, rising from his stool and pushing back out through the swinging Dutch door. "You be good to us, or we'll kick you out in the cold. If the man you're running from catches you, he'll likely bullwhip you and leave you out in the snow to die slow, wolves feeding on your purty parts. We're doing you a favor. You just gotta pay us back, see?" "Oh, God," Louisa cried in a pinched little girl's voice. "Please, don't let him find me." "Don't you worry, purty one," French said, pressing his nose to Louisa's neck and taking a long, deep, animal-like sniff. He himself smelled like sour sweat, stale whiskey, and cheap tobacco. "We'll protect you. You'll be right here with us." "Fellas," Cully said again, tentatively. Again, French and Jerry ignored him. Jerry beckoned to French, grinning, then walked toward a closed door just beyond the cage. French closed his hands even more tightly on Louisa's shoulders, turned her away from the cage, and, keeping his hands on her shoulders, shoved her toward the door through which Jerry now stepped. "Please don't do this," Louisa said, making her voice quaver. All I want is a ticket to Bismarck." "We'll get you that ticket to Bismarck," Jerry said. In due time, little girl. Fellas, came Cully's voice once more, pitched with sing-song warning. French pushed Louisa into the room, which appeared to be Jerry's private, sour-smelling sleeping quarters with a small cot covered in animal skins, a chest of drawers, a washstand, and not much else. A lamp burned low on the chest, casting a weak, fluttering light about the small room. Jerry turned to Louisa, grabbed the front of her coat, spun her around to put her back to the bed, then slammed the back of his hand savagely against her left cheek. The scream that vaulted out of her throat was as real as the sudden blow that sent her sailing backward onto the lumpy cot. Her head struck the cot's hard wooden frame, and her vision dimmed. Her cheek was on fire. She could feel the welt swelling hotly. She lifted her head. As she did, she looked up to see two gauzy images of Jerry laughing and crouching over her, bringing his right hand back toward her face. This time he connected with her mouth, tearing the left corner of her bottom lip. The second blow set up a loud ringing in her ears. It dimmed her vision further. It may have even caused her to pass out briefly. The next thing she was aware of, as she lifted her head from the cot, was blinking her eyes to clear the cobwebs. Giving a lusty wolf's howl, Jerry threw his thick body on top of Louisa. Abruptly, the howl died in his throat. He turned his face to hers. His eyes were wide, glazed with apprehension. His mouth was half open. His breath smelled like a dead fish rotting in the sun. It made Louisa's eyes water. She blinked them clear and returned Jerry's gaze with a threatening one of her own. She quirked the corner of her mouth into a knowing half-grin. "What?" Jerry croaked. What's that?" Louisa said, "Twin Colts." She'd shoved her pistols into her overlarge coat pockets before entering the depot station. She'd positioned them for the cross-draw. She was so good with the little ladies and so instinctual that even in her addled state, she'd pulled them as Jerry had hurled off his heels and onto the bed. She hadn't quite gotten them turned forward before he'd jumped on her, but she did so now, feeling Jerry's soft belly yielding to the barrels pressing into it. She cocked both pistols. The clicks, muffled by Jerry's body, sounded little louder than the twin croaks of baby frogs. Jerry stared into Louisa's eyes, wincing and shifting his weight to accommodate the shooting irons. Louisa stared back at him, trying to ignore his fetid breath blowing against her own mouth, from which she could feel the cool wetness of blood trickle. A sweat bead popped out just off the corner of Jerry's left brow and began to slowly make its way down through the 3-day growth of beard stubble on his ugly, pitted face. "Hold on now," Jerry said tightly. He grimaced, nearly closing one eye. Slowly, keeping his gaze on Louisa's eyes, he pushed his bulk off her until he knelt over her, straddling her. He raised his hands, palms out, his face slack, eyes wide with fear. Clumsily, he slid his feet back behind him and off the bed to the floor. Keeping one hand raised in supplication, he pushed off the bed and straightened, staring down at her slack-jawed. "Ah, hell," French said when he saw the guns in Louisa's hands resting on each of her hips, the intricately decorated barrels aimed at Jerry. "What in tarnation?" "Fellas," came Cully's voice again from the waiting room. It sounded far away, tentative. Jerry backed away toward the open door. "Don't now. Don't." Louisa sat up on the edge of the cot, extending both cocked pistols straight out before her. She could feel her right cheek swelling hotly. Blood continued to dribble from her torn lower lip. She stared unblinkingly, stone-faced, at Jerry, who slowly backed toward the door standing open behind him. French stood to Louisa's left, staring wide-eyed at her twin colts. "Easy," he wheezed, slowly raising his hands. "Easy, easy." Louisa canted her head toward her right colt, narrowed that eye as she aimed down the barrel. "No, no, no, no," Jerry cried. The last no was drowned by the explosive roar of Louisa's right-hand .45. Jerry screamed and slapped his right hand to his left bullet-torn shoulder. He'd no sooner made the motion than Louisa's left-hand colt roared, punching a hole through Jerry's right shoulder. He flew straight back through the door and hit the waiting room floor, howling. "No!" French bellowed. He'd just made it to the door before Louisa's bullets began chewing into him, the flashy colts bucking in her hands. She'd punched 4 bullets into French's side and his back — she wasn't beneath shooting such a devil in the back — before she stopped and peered through the powder smoke wafting before her, peppering her nose. French was down on the floor about 4 feet beyond the door to the right of Jerry. Jerry was on his back, writhing. French was on his belly, also writhing and bellowing loudly. Louisa rose from the cot. She crouched to retrieve her hat from the floor. She set it on her head, then strode purposely out into the waiting room. She turned her glance to see Cully standing by one of the 2 windows at the front of the building, hands raised toward the rafters, eyes squeezed shut, shaking his head resolutely from one side to the other and back again. Louisa looked down at French. Blood welled from 2 bullets in the man's back, spaced about 8 inches apart. More blood welled from a hole in his side, 6 inches below his armpit. Another wound oozed the thick, dark red fluid from the back of the man's raised right arm. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" French cried, trying to crawl forward, but not having the strength to rise onto his hands and knees. He just flopped on his belly like a fish in the grass. Jerry howled as he stared stricken-eyed up at Louisa, his eyes widening as she turned to him, raising the twin smoking colts in her hands. "Oh, God," Jerry pleaded. "Please, stop." Louisa stared mildly down at him. "I begged you to stop, Jerry." "I know you did," he said, sobbing. "I'm sorry." Louisa shot him in the right kneecap. Then she shot him in the left kneecap. Now he was really bellowing and sobbing, thrashing like a bug on a pin, his face a crimson mask of pure wailing agony. "Now you're sorry," Louisa said, "and now you have every right to be." She looked at French. The big bearded man stared in horror over his left shoulder at her, eyes bright with misery. "No!" He turned his head away from her and began squirming across the floor as though trying to make it to the rear door. He was moving only a couple of inches at a time, however, leaving a broad swath of blood in his wake. He'd never make it to the door before he ran out of blood and strength. Louisa turned to Cully, who stood as before, slowly shaking his head, eyes squeezed shut. "How about you?" Louisa asked, aiming down her raised colt at him. "Do you want some of this?" He drew his head back. "No! Now, please!" He kept his eyes squeezed shut. There was a soft ticking sound that Louisa could barely hear against the sound of the wind outside. She glanced down to see water dribbling down from the inside of the man's right pant leg to patter onto his boot before rolling onto the floor, a small pool of urine growing there beneath him. He opened his eyes, turned his head slightly to the window. "I looked out the window to see what you was riding, and I seen the horses. I seen the pinto, and I seen the 5 horses packing dead men. It was then I realized who you was, from the stories. You know, the ones folks tell about you. The ones I heard about in the papers. I don't read myself, but—" Keeping his hands in the air high above his head, his fingertips raking the ceiling, Cully gave a slight knowing smile. Shoulda known it was you, the Vengeance Queen her own self." He smiled again. Louisa kept her guns aimed at him. She kept one eye narrowed threateningly at him as well. Above the men still howling behind him, not quite as loudly as before, she said, "You're the new station agent." He frowned, his gaze becoming dubious. "That's right. Congratulations. You'll be selling the tickets now, manning this place." Cully looked around, turned his gaze back to Louisa. "Really?" Louisa tossed a glance over her shoulder. "Jerry's not long for this world. You leave him as he is, though, you hear? Don't tend him. Don't fetch a doctor for him. You don't tend French, either. You let them both die slowly, howling. Even that is too good for them." Cully winced, a muscle leaping in his cheek beneath his right eye. "I'm going to show a rare bit of mercy here tonight, but you leave them alone, you hear?" "Yes, ma'am, I hear you." "And when they're dead, you drag them out into the cold. You leave them out there in the snow and the cold to the wolves. That's what they would have done to me after you three had finished with me." "All right, I will. Yes, ma'am. It's what they deserve, all right." "It's better than what they deserve." "Yes, it is. It's better." "Take your hands down." Obediently, Cully lowered his hands. "Am I really the station agent now?" "Yes, you are. Once you learn how it all works, you can write me out a ticket. I'll fetch it in the morning before the train arrives. I'm going to have a free ride to Bismarck, understand?" "Oh, yes, ma'am, I understand. Of course." Louisa lowered her Colts, off-cocking the hammers with soft clicking sounds. "Good. Now, before I go, I have a question for you." "All right." She stuffed her pistols into her coat pockets, turning the butts forward and then lowering the pocket flaps over them, concealing them. She touched a finger to her lip, glanced at the blood. Turning to Cully, she said, "Did a man and a woman ride into town recently? Say, yesterday sometime?" Cully rolled his eyes around, pondering the question. "Well, yes, they did. A man and a woman. Late yesterday afternoon." Realization dawned on him. "Oh," he said, "you're after them, ain't you? Sweets Dupree and Pima Quarles." He gave an eager, expectant smile and whistled. "You know them?" "Not me. French did. He recognized them. He rode with Quarles once down in Texas. He knew Quarles's woman, Sweets Dupree, by her description and reputation. Got a long white streak running through her hair." He lifted a finger to his left eye. "And a scar over her eye. They say Quarles himself gave it to her." Cully chuckled. "Yeah," Louisa said. "I've heard they have a real sweet relationship." Cully chuckled again, louder, nervously. "Where are they?" "Over to the Territorial. They came in when me and French was just leaving." He gave a faded, defeated expression and a sigh. "They're probably holed up in one of the rooms upstairs, waiting out the storm, waiting for the train, most like." Louisa considered the information. She glanced behind her at Jerry, who was sobbing and gasping. The blood pool around him had doubled in size over the past few minutes. French was still trying to crawl to the door, but he was making even slower progress than the last time Louisa had looked. He was still 6 feet away from it. Even if he made it outside, where could he go? "Well," Louisa said, jauntily, turning back to Cully, "congratulations on the new job." She flashed an affable smile, retrieved her gloves and mittens from the ticket counter, then strode to the door and went out. Through the door behind her, Cully said, "Thank you, ma'am." Chapter 15. "Scraw! Scraw! Scraw!" The cry came so suddenly and loudly out of the forest that Lou Prophet's heart nearly burst out of his chest and heavy buckskin mackinaw. "What in thunder?" exclaimed Sheldon Coffer, drawing sharply back on his mare's reins just off Prophet's right stirrup. "Owl," Prophet said, stopping Mean and Ugly and staring up at the big winged creature beating upward through the skeletal aspen branches, a black silhouette against the dark charcoal sky. Something dropped to the trail about 20 feet ahead of Prophet and Coffer. The owl's wings made a windy, rushing sound. It gave another piercing scraw and then flapped on over the trees and out of sight. "Hoot owl," Prophet said, staring ahead along the trail. His heart had hammered his ribs so hard they ached. Now it was slowing, but he could still feel the lightning in his blood. "Great gray," said Coffer, staring at the gray tops of the trees where the bird had disappeared. Prophet glanced at the local lawman. "That's what I said." Coffer snorted, his breath frosting the air before his bearded face beneath the black brim of his big Stetson trimmed with a braided rawhide band into which a square chunk of turquoise had been woven, snugged against the front of the crown. "Let's see what it dropped." Prophet gigged Mean and Ugly ahead a ways, then stopped again and swung down from the saddle. Holding his reins in one hand, he walked ahead. He could see a small object lying in the snow in the middle of the two-track trail. It had rolled after it had hit the ground, leaving a 3 or 4 inch track to its left. That small a track wouldn't have been noticeable if the snow hadn't been fresh, and if it were just 15 minutes later in the afternoon. Prophet frowned down at the object, which resembled a bauble of some kind, then chewed off his mitten and glove, dropped to his haunches, and picked the curious article up between his right thumb and index finger. A couple of inches of what appeared to be a ragged red thread was attached to the object. Prophet held it up in front of his face. "I sure wish I would have known what this was before I picked it up," he said, stretching his lips back from his teeth distastefully, continuing to stare at the round object, which was roughly the size of a pullet egg, in his hand. "Why is that?" Coffer asked, riding up behind Prophet. "Because I never would have picked it up." "Why not?" Prophet tossed the object up to the marshal, who caught it awkwardly against his chest, leaning back in his saddle. Coffer held the object in his gloved right hand, angling the piece to catch the last dirty light from the cloudy sky, and looked at it closely. "Jesus!" He tossed it away like a hot potato. "Christ almighty! Why'd you give me that damn thing, Lou? Why, it's a human eye!" Prophet rose from his haunches, turning his head to peer into the fast-darkening woods to his left. "Smells to high heaven out here." He sniffed the sickly sweet fetor emanating from the woods. "Yeah, I smell it," Coffer said. "Helkatoot! That's a mite whiffy on the lee side." Prophet dropped Mean's reins and moved slowly into the woods, stepping carefully through the snow-dusted brush and bramble. He wended his way through the trees for about 20 feet, the stench growing stronger before he stopped. The brush had been knocked around just ahead of him, the new-fallen snow scuffed. Animals had been moving around here recently. Just ahead and to his right lay something that didn't appear natural. Prophet stepped over to it, dropped to a knee beside it, and stared down at it. He picked it up. It was a man's badly scuffed leather boot crusted with dried blood. Prophet dropped the boot when something else caught his eye. He walked over to the second object, dropped to a knee beside it. From recent experience, he knew not to pick it up. Clearly, it was a man's hand and part of an arm to the elbow. Bits of a blue shirt sleeve clung to it. On the man's hand, which was badly swollen, was a small, flat-faced gold ring on the pinky finger. To either side of the bauble, the finger itself was swollen to nearly the size of a small breakfast sausage. Yet another object caught Prophet's eye. This thing was shiny, glistening in the last rays of the sun concealed by the low, stormy gray clouds from which a light, breeze-whipped snow continued to fall. Prophet stepped over to the shiny thing, snow-dusted vines and branches snapping beneath his boots. This object he picked up and scrutinized. A 5-pointed chunk of nickel tin into which the words Deputy Sheriff Grant County had been engraved. "I'll be switched," said a voice behind Prophet. The bounty hunter's heart thumped with a start, and he dropped the badge. He whipped his head around to see Sheldon Coffer standing behind him, bent over to inspect the badge. "Christ almighty!" Prophet exclaimed indignantly. "You sure move quiet for a fat old geezer." Coffer smiled at Prophet's dismay. "What? This fat old geezer sneak up on you, manhunter?" "I was deep in contemplation," Prophet said. "Otherwise, you'd be trying to digest a .45 round about now." Coffer gave a fateful sigh and glanced around. "I do believe we done found Chester Tom." Prophet looked around at the other scattered remains of a man, mostly predator-gnawed bones and bits of torn, bloody clothing, much of it well concealed by the snowy shrubs and fallen tree limbs. "Who's Chester Tom?" "One of Dwight Pearson's deputies. Pearson's the sheriff over in Devil's Lake. He rode out to Indian Butte last week looking for Tom. Said he'd sent Tom out to investigate whiskey peddlers who may or may not have been making and selling busthead to the Injuns on the reservation. Pearson told me to keep an eye out for Tom. Tom passed through Indian Butte a couple weeks ago. He always felt like he was too good to check in with me, a lowly town marshal. So he laid up with the girls in a local cathouse drinking the bar dry and left early the next morning, with one hell of a hangover, no doubt. When Pearson said he was missing, I had me a suspicion he might have rode out here to snoop around that woodcutter's camp where I believe them tough nuts of yours, Gritch Hatchley and Weed Brome, is probably holed up since I ain't seen 'em in town." Coffer shook his head darkly as he stared down at Chester Tom's pinky ring. "Bad element out here, Lou. French-Canadian misfits, half-breeds, outlaws of a very bad stripe. It was like that even before Hatchley and Brome came, if they're out here, that is. I'm just glad the place, being out of town, is also out of my jurisdiction, so I don't have to mess with it. I'm too old for that kind of savage business. Whoever's holed up out here must have killed Tom and left his carcass to the coyotes and wolves and that big gray owl." Prophet rose from his haunches and tugged his mitten and glove on over his right hand. "Well, I didn't think I was riding out here to Saturday night hoedown." Coffer gave a dark laugh and shook his head. Prophet looked at him. "What's funny?" "Sheriff Pearson told me he investigated out here, didn't find Tom. I don't think he came out here at all. Just told me he did. He plays the big cock of the walk of the whole county, old Dwight does. But the only reason he's sheriff is because no one else was stupid enough to run for the office. Not out here. There's more outlaws up here than law-abiding citizens. Besides, Dwight's damn near as old as I am and twice as fat." Coffer spat a wad of chaw to one side. "No, sir. I don't believe he even came as near to the place as you and me are right now. Tom must have been foolhardy enough to investigate the camp. Probably found a couple stills and had his candle snuffed in the process." Coffer looked around at the grisly mess before him and Prophet. "And everything else looks that way." Prophet walked back out to the trail. He stared off up the two-track trace, which curved just ahead and was lost in the growing murk of dusk and falling snow. He glanced at Coffer, who was breathing hard now as the old marshal trudged out of the snowy brush and ambled over to where his mare stood beside Mean and Ugly. The hammer-headed Dun, who didn't realize he'd been gelded, was making eyes at the mare, who was having none of it. "How much farther is that camp?" Prophet asked him. "Less than a mile, straight on. The trail dips into a hollow. There's a big shack and a barn and a corral by Little Sioux Creek. It's run by a French-Canadian half-breed. There's a half-dozen woodcutters' cabins nearby. The woodcutters are likely also peddling whiskey, which probably pays better than firewood, even when the spur line's buying." Coffer shook his head. "Forget it, Lou. If Hatchley and Brome are out here, there's gonna be a whole lot more of their stripe out there with 'em. You won't have a chance." "I'm gonna check it out," Prophet said, grabbing Mean and Ugly's reins. "Hell, there ain't no point. Hatchley and Brome will probably catch the train tomorrow. You can take 'em both down then, when they won't have no one else backing their play." "I don't know they're gonna catch the train," Prophet said, swinging up into his saddle. "They're both Canadians themselves. I heard they might be headed for Canada. Now, Sweets and Pima Quarles, I think they're headed south." He shook his head. "I don't know about Hatchley and Brome. Those two hardtails ain't getting away. They got too big a bounty on their heads, and besides—" He let his voice trail off as he stared up the trail, a sheepish set to his shoulders. "Besides what?" Coffer asked, settling his heavy bulk in his saddle. Prophet winced, gave the old marshal a sidelong glance. "What would I tell Louisa?" "You'd be alive to tell her something." Prophet pondered on that, chuckled. "Nah," he drawled. "That girl can shame a man worse than any preacher. Besides, I need the money them two got on their heads. In a month I want to be in Mexico, and there ain't no way unless I bring them two to the U.S. Marshal in Bismarck first, dead or alive. I hope alive, because they're worth more alive, but I'll perforate 'em if I have to and haul 'em back like the others." He glanced at Coffer. "You go on back to town, Shell. You showed me where the camp is. You've done your duty. Go on back home and let brandy warm your feet." He winked and grinned. "And you know what flavor of brandy I'm talking about, you old reprobate." "I'm gonna do just that." Coffer began to rein his horse around, casting Prophet a defiant glance. "There you go. I am going. Back to town. You're gonna be alone out here, Lou." "See you back in Injun Butte," Prophet said, touching spurs to Mean's loins and moving ahead along the trail. "I hope to be over in the jailhouse later with my prisoners in tow." Coffer continued to turn his horse back in the direction of town. "No, you won't neither. You'll be out there keeping Chester Tom company." "I'm gonna miss you, Shell," Prophet said, chuckling softly as he trotted Mean in the direction of Little Sioux Creek. He'd spoken too quietly for the marshal to hear. It was time to be quiet. Time to watch his back. Time to have his Winchester handy. He did just that as he followed the bend in the trail, sliding the .73 out of his saddle boot, cocking the piece one-handed, then easing the hammer down to half-cock and resting the barrel across his saddle horn. The hair on the back of his neck pricked against his coat collar as he remembered that big round eye in his hand. It had been the clear blue of a spring lake. He couldn't help wondering what the last thing the poor soul, Chester Tom, had seen through that eye before they'd beefed him. "Stop thinking about it, Prophet," he told himself. "Think instead about that sneering look the Vengeance Queen would give you if, instead of going after Hatchley and Brome, you rode back to town and spent the rest of the night with a couple of comely girls and a bottle of Taos Lightning by a warm poppin' fire. Which is what you'd really rather do." He chuckled at that, but it was mostly just his nerves rattling around in his brain. 15 minutes later, he'd dismounted Mean and Ugly and tied the horse to a tree. He'd crabbed to the crest of a small knoll capped with several horse-tooth-shaped rocks cropping up out of the snowy earth before him, and stared down into the hollow in which the big cabin, barn, and corral sat. The cabin's windows shone with a soft umber light. Someone was playing a fiddle inside. Not too shabbily, either. "Someone is having a hoedown out here after all," said a raspy, breathless voice behind Prophet. The bounty hunter whipped around, swinging his Winchester around as well, thumbing back the hammer. He dropped the rifle's barrel and eased the hammer back down as he saw Coffer crawl up beside him in the gauzy darkness, breathing hard. "Christ!" Prophet wheezed under his breath. "I thought you went back to town." "I got an old fool's pride, I reckon," the marshal said, staring through a gap between the rocks at the cabin. He held a Sharp's carbine in his gloved hands. "Besides," he turned his dark eyes to Prophet, "Brandy left me last summer for a crazy Canuck. That worthless nephew of mine, of Brandy's, I should say, lives with me now. Hell." The old lawman sighed and shook his head. "I got a long, cold night ahead. I might as well spend it here." Chapter 16. "Sorry about Brandy," Prophet said. "She probably did you a favor, though, Shell. If she's the kind of girl who'd run off with a crazy Canuck, then you're better off alone." "Maybe," Coffer said with a sigh. "But she sure could warm an old man's feet, that girl could. There's more foot warmers in the sea, Sheldon." "It's a pretty small sea up here, Lou." Coffer shook his head, glowering as though the conversation embarrassed him. "Anyways, how are you gonna handle this thing?" Prophet chuckled. The question made him think about Louisa, and he wondered vaguely where she was and what she was up to at that very moment. Probably raising hell in Sundown, no doubt. Of course she was. That's what the girl did. She raised hell. "What's funny?" "Nothing. You stay with the horses. I reckon I'll figure this one out as I go. Plans don't work much in manhunting anyways. With any luck, in a half hour or so, I'll be back with Gritch Hatchley and Weed Brome in cuffs and shackles." He crabbed backward down the hill. At the bottom, he grabbed his Richards coach gun off his saddle horn and slung the lanyard over his head and right shoulder, so that the sawed-off gut shredder hung straight down behind his back. The savage, double-barreled popper cleaned up well in close quarters. He edged a look around the shoulder of the hill toward the cabin, which was a 1.5-story affair with a peaked roof and a lean-to addition at the rear. Someone was still sawing away on the fiddle. Through the curtained windows, Prophet saw moving shadows. He thought he could see two people dancing in time with the fiddle. He glanced at the sky. Nearly all the light was gone. It was dark out here. Dark and cold. He'd be damned glad to get back to Indian Butte for a hot bath, a steak, a few drinks, and at least a couple hours of shut-eye before hopping the train in the morning with his prisoners, living and dead, in tow. Hatchley and Brome were each worth $500 more alive than dead, so he hoped he could take them with their lights on. Louisa would just go ahead and cap them both and call it money well spent. In cold weather, it was more convenient to haul a dead man as opposed to one you had to keep your eye on and feed to his rightful destination. In hot weather, a dead man could get a mite sour. Then again, Louisa didn't have Prophet's spend-happy habits, nor his urge to hightail it down to Mexico, a long trip that needed ample financing. No, he'd take Hatchley and Brome alive, if possible. He jogged out away from the butte, heading directly toward the cabin. It didn't look like any pickets had been posted, which didn't surprise Prophet. It was stormy and dark, and apparently law dogs tended to give this so-called woodcutter's camp a wide berth. Most, at least. Lou's heartbeat quickened anxiously as the cabin loomed before him. He was close enough now that he could hear the hum of voices above the scratching of the violin behind the stout log walls. He was only 15 feet from the front door, which sat back behind a very small stoop, when a latch clicked. Prophet's heart leaped. The front door was opening, showing a slice of weak umber light reflected off velveteen curtains beyond it, inside the cabin. The curtains were obscured by a brocade-upholstered fainting couch on which two people sat, though Lou could see only their legs. A man stepped into the door's opening, a tall, slender man, judging by his silhouette. Prophet stopped, skidding a little in the slippery snow, breathing hard. Crouched slightly forward, he looked around. The only cover within many square yards was an overturned wheelbarrow to his left, 10 feet away. He took 2 broad running steps, then lofted himself off the toes of his moccasins, hitting the snowy ground with a grunt, and then rolling up behind the wheelbarrow, clutching his Winchester before him. He gritted his teeth, silently cursed. Had the man seen him? "Close the damn door!" someone barked from inside the cabin. "It's colder than a gold digger's heart out there." The "there" was muffled by the closing of the door and nearly drowned by the click of the door's latch. Prophet held his breath, listening. He kept his teeth gritted, awaiting a hail of hot lead. The wheelbarrow was too insubstantial for adequate cover. If the man had spied Lou, the bounty hunter would be feeding the hoot owl soon. The man on the stoop grunted, drew a ragged breath. A soft liquid dribbling rose. Again the man grunted, groaned, drew a breath. Prophet's heart slowed a little. He started breathing again. The man had stepped onto the stoop only to shake the dew from his lily. He must not have seen Prophet. Probably the man's eyes had been compromised by the light, weak as it appeared, inside the cabin, so he hadn't been able to make out Prophet's dark figure in the murky darkness stitched with falling snow. Prophet drew a slow, relieved breath, released it, drew another. He turned his head to peer over his left shoulder and over the wheelbarrow's snow-dusted wheel toward the cabin. The man was relieving himself all right. He stood at the front end of the stoop, sideways to Prophet, listing a little from side to side. He was either writing his name in the snow or he was wobbling from drink. Maybe both. "For Christ's sakes," Prophet silently complained after the man had been dribbling for nearly 2 full minutes. "You either better see a sawbones about your pinched flow or stop drinking like a fish, you damn fool." Finally, the man's flow dribbled to a stop. The man grunted, drew another breath as he tucked himself back in and buttoned his fly. He swung around and, humming under his breath the lyrics to the tune that the fiddle was sawing away on inside the cabin, and which Prophet recognized as Little Brown Jug, the man swung around and stepped to the door. He tripped the latch, stepped inside, and closed the door with a click behind him. "'Bout damn time," Prophet grunted as he heaved himself to his feet. But he hadn't taken one full step before a man's voice cried inside the cabin, "Someone's outside, fellas!" The door jerked open again. The tall, slender gent ran out onto the stoop and loudly cocked the rifle in his hands. Prophet threw himself to his right. The rifle in the man's hands thundered, flames lapping from the barrel. It thundered 2 more times, flashing brightly, sending bullets screeching through the air over Prophet's head. He hit the ground and rolled as the rifle belched again, a slug pluming the snow just ahead of him. He rolled up on his left shoulder, clicked his Winchester's hammer back, aimed quickly, and threw 3 quick shots at the cabin. The man standing on the stoop, and who'd been cocking another round into his own rifle's breech, was punched back inside with a scream, leaving the door standing wide behind him. Glass clattered in the window left of the door. Another rifle flashed in the broken-out window. As 2 slugs tore into the ground just beyond Prophet slid his rifle to the left and sent 2 rounds hurling toward the shooter silhouetted in the window there, against the wan light behind him. One of the bullets plunked into the window casing. The other made a wet crunching sound, which meant it had hit its target. The man standing there wailed and leaped backward, dropping his rifle out the window and clamping both hands to his face. "My face!" he screamed. "The devil shot me in the face!" "You're surrounded," Prophet shouted. "We got 20 lawmen out here. Another 20 armed and ready soldiers, you sons of devils. Come out with your hands up or die wailing." He thought the lie was worth a try. It might freeze the owl hoots for a few valuable seconds. "Law!" a man inside the cabin shouted. "Soldiers!" "Oh, hell!" lamented another. There were the sounds of more breaking glass as more windows were knocked out. More rifles started belching. Prophet emptied his Winchester into the 2 windows on both sides of the now wide-open door, evoking a couple of exasperated curses, then heaved himself to his feet and took off running. He tossed the Winchester aside, then slid the Richards coach gun around to his chest, grabbing the double-barreled cannon in both gloved hands. Rifles were belching inside the cabin, but the fire must have been directed out other windows besides the front ones, because Prophet saw no flashes and was met with no lead. Maybe his lie about the lawmen and soldiers had worked, and the tough nuts inside the cabin thought they were sure enough surrounded and were shooting at shadows. Prophet gained the stoop, thumbing both the shotgun's rabbit-ear hammers back to full cock. He bolted through the door like a bull through a chute, lifting a raucous rebel yell he hoped would further send ice water through the veins of his quarry. When he was 2 steps inside, he vaulted off his heels, propelling himself straight into the cabin in a high, arcing dive, absently opining that he was lucky to have such a nice, big, thick Oriental rug beneath him to soften his fall. The 2 men shooting out the windows to either side of him, 1 man to each window, swung around bellowing, swinging their smoking rifles around as well. "Company!" the man on the left shouted, pressing his back to the window he'd been firing out of. He hurled around at Prophet. He'd been slow to track the flying bounty hunter, however, and instead of plunking the lead into his intended target, he hit the man on the opposite side of the room from him. That man wailed and also fired his own rifle at Prophet. His aim was no better than the other man's. No sooner had his partner's bullet drilled into his brisket, he drilled a hot one into his partner's neck. Both men bounced off the walls behind them, bellowing like gut-shot mountain lions. Prophet hit the rug and rolled just as the man to his left screamed again and fired his rifle at him. The bullet tore into the rug just in front of Prophet, who rolled up onto his left shoulder, quickly aimed the Richards at the man who was now on his right as Prophet faced the front door and tripped a trigger. The fist-sized spread of double-aught buck lifted the curly wolf 2 feet up off the floor while opening a pumpkin-sized hole in his belly and hurling him straight back through the busted-out window behind him. Just like that, he was gone. All that remained was his rifle, which clattered onto the floor at the base of the window through which he'd disappeared. "Damn it!" a man shouted behind Prophet as boots thundered loudly. "What in the hell is—" Prophet swung around to see a man running down the stairs to the right of the short plank bar ahead of Prophet and on his left. The man wore only his long handles, hat, boots, and the cartridge belt he just then finished buckling around his broad, flat waist. The man stopped, eyes widening as he saw the big bounty hunter on the parlor area of the large timbered room. The man facing Prophet had long, stringy red hair and a broad, freckled, hairless face. He was maybe 5'7", but he was nearly as wide as he was tall. "Howdy, Weed," Prophet bellowed, his voice echoing in the cavernous room. "How the hell has life been treating you, anyways?" Brome dropped his chin. His eyes turned dark. He was thinking through his options. He must have concluded he didn't have many. He snatched the bone-handled hog leg from the holster hanging down his stout right thigh. Before he could clear leather, Prophet said, "Damn it," and tripped the Richards' second trigger. Kaboom! Weed Brome flew straight back against the stairs, which were already plastered with bloody bits of his heart, which the 12-gauge buck had shredded as they'd punched the pieces out of his back, along with flesh and bone from his spine. He slammed against the steps with an indignant grunt, his body twisting around and then rolling wildly, limbs akimbo, all the way to the bottom. Prophet tossed away the empty Richards and cursed again. He'd just lost $500. He'd heard footsteps on the balcony running along the second story on his right, hanging suspended above the first-floor parlor area. He grabbed his peacemaker from the coat pocket he'd stuffed it into for an easier reach and swung his head to his left. The 2 men were coming at him from opposite ends of the balcony, one from his left, one from his right. The one on his left had a Colt's revolving rifle. The one on his right had a big-assed buntline special, which he was just then cocking as he stopped, dropped to a knee, and rested the barrel on the edge of the balcony rail, narrowing an eye as he aimed down into the parlor at Prophet. Prophet vaulted off his heels and onto a table covered with coins, bottles, glasses, and playing cards. The buntline followed him, chewing 3 lead slugs into the table, each one not more than 3 inches behind Prophet's rolling torso. Cards and coins flew in all directions. Lou rolled off the table and thumped to the floor on the other side, coming up with the peacemaker talking in the only language it spoke. "Bang, bang, bang, bang!" Both the buntline and the man who'd been wielding it tumbled straight forward over the balcony rail. The man turned a forward somersault and then landed crossways on the fainting couch, behind which Prophet had just seen a girl pull her head, her eyes wide and frightened. The man's back snapped like several dry twigs under a heavy foot, and he lay groaning as he died fast but hard. Prophet had seen the second shooter, the hardtail with the rifle, out of the corner of his left eye. The man had snaked the rifle over the balcony rail. Prophet pulled his head down under the table as the rifle thundered twice, blasting 2 big holes through the table and scattering what cards and coins Prophet hadn't dispersed when he had rolled across it. When the Colt had fallen silent, the bounty hunter thrust the peacemaker above the table, narrowing one eye as he aimed down the still-smoking barrel. The man with the rifle, big and shaggy and clad in only a bear-claw necklace and long handles, widened his eyes a quarter-second before Prophet's .45 round blew away his right temple. The big, shaggy man flew back against the wall of vertical, unfinished pine planks behind him, gave a guttural, rattling sigh, then slid slowly down the wall to sit on his butt on the balcony floor. He tipped his chin to his left shoulder, then rolled over onto that side as though he'd just gotten the notion it was time for a badly needed nap. Prophet looked both ways down the upper floor balcony. No more movement. In fact, there appeared no more movement anywhere in the building, at least nowhere he could see it or hear it. The only sounds were the fire in the stove in the middle of the room and the wind moaning through the broken windows. A man's agonized voice said softly, "My face, my face! The devil shut my face!" Prophet rose. Quickly continuing to look around the big, lofty room, at the stairs at the rear and at the second-story balcony above, he flicked open the peacemaker's loading gate. He shook out the spent cartridges, then reached under his coat for 5 fresh loads from his cartridge belt. He thumbed the bullets into the chambers, closed the loading gate, and spun the cylinder. It made a sound like an angry rattlesnake. He walked over toward the window to the right of the open front door. The man he'd shot in that window lay on the floor at the window's base. He wore a shabby, mismatched suit and 2 pistols on his hips. He was in his late 20s, with short, dark red hair and a hooked nose. He'd been trying to grow a beard with little success. He writhed on his back, clamping both his bloody hands over his bloody right cheek. Prophet pressed the peacemaker's barrel against the hard case's left closed eye. "How about I shoot you on the other side, make you even?" He clicked the hammer back. "Where's Hatchley?" Chapter 17. The stocky, bald, apron-clad man with a bushy, upswept mustache and a face as red as a prairie sunset looked Louisa up and down from behind the rough-hewn bar in the Territorial Hotel's large but crudely appointed saloon. His brown eyes sparkled. "Hello there." He frowned a little when he saw the welt on Louisa's right cheek and the swelling cut on the left corner of her lower lip. "Looks like you got taken to the woodshed." "I'd like a cup of tea and a rag." "Tea and a rag," the barkeep said, deep lines of consternation cutting across his red forehead beneath his egg-shaped bald dome. "I got whiskey and beer. Might be able to scrounge up a bottle of tequila, but—" Louisa grabbed the rag wadded up on the bar to her right, snugged up against a gallon jar of pickled pig's feet. "Just the rag, then." She swung around and headed back out onto the Territorial's small front porch. It was nearly completely dark. The snow was moaning and groaning around the small prairie settlement hugging the spur-line tracks. The snow was still falling, though not heavily. Mainly, it was cold, bitterly cold. The chill wind bit at Louisa's torn lip as she walked over to a covered rain barrel that sat on a corner of the porch. She removed the lid, punched a hole in the ice with a stick provided for that purpose, then dipped the rag into the cold, slushy water. She wrung out the rag, then headed back into the saloon, ignoring the lusty stares of the half-dozen men seated at the various tables around the place, near the horseshoe bar that ran halfway into the middle of the room from the rear. A narrow stairs ran up the rear wall, off the bar's rear end, to the hotel's second story. The howling wind made the hotel's spindly wood-frame walls creak and groan. The Vengeance Queen could also hear other sounds. These issued from the second floor. They were sounds you'd hear in any cheap parlor house. A couple of the men sitting around the saloon chuckled as they lifted their eyes to the ceiling above their heads. Louisa kicked out a chair at the table she'd chosen when she'd first entered the place, after stabling her horses and the dead outlaws for the night in the only livery barn in town. She'd hid the saddlebags bulging with the loot that she and Lou had taken off the dead outlaws in the barn as well. Her bedroll, saddlebags, and Winchester were piled on a chair to her right, the rifle positioned for an easy grab from its scabbard. She was about to take a seat, but stopped when she saw Edgar Clayton sitting at a round table on the other side of a large potbelly stove. She hadn't recognized the man without his hat and scarf, both of which were on the table before him, near a whiskey bottle, a half-full shot glass, and a schooner of dark ale. His hair was so thin on top that the pink top of his head shone through it. His small, round spectacles sagged on his long nose. He stared back at Louisa. His pale blue eyes were dull, almost vacant. Suddenly he smiled, lifting his gray-speckled beard, and raised his shot glass in salute. Louisa said, "Any sign of your friend?" "Ramsey Willis is no friend of mine," Clayton said, the smile abruptly disappearing, and sipped his whiskey. "But in answer to your question, no. He's out there somewhere, though, I assure you. He's waiting on the train, no doubt. Thinks he can flee his sins, escape my wrath." Again Clayton sipped from his shot glass, then frowned at Louisa curiously. "What happened? You fall off your horse, Miss Bonaventure?" Ignoring the question, Louisa sat down in her chair and pressed the cold cloth to her cheek. She probed her torn lip with her other hand, then pressed the cold cloth to it. She pulled the cloth away and saw blood. She turned the wadded cloth around and held the cleaner side against her cheek. Meanwhile, the barman, looking grumpy, brought a steaming mug of tea to her. "Had to scour the pantry for that," he said. "How much do I owe you?" He spread his hands and gave a tolerant smile. "On the house. I'll take a room. They're filling up fast on account of the storm." The apron glanced around at the other men in the saloon. "Likely be more now that night's fallen. Too cold for even the most seasoned grub-line rider to camp out. More folks might be coming in for the train. You can have room 6, $2.50. We'll settle up in the morning. Fetch the key from the bar when you're ready to go up. Name's Morris Tutwiler. I own this heap." He glanced around and sighed. Grumbling, Tutwiler started to turn away, but turned back around when Louisa asked, "Who's upstairs, Mr. Tutwiler?" Still holding the cloth to her cheek, she glanced at the general area of the ceiling from which the sounds were coming. The bartender glanced at the ceiling. "That?" He shook his head, gave a fleeting grimace. "Believe me, you don't want to know." Tutwiler turned away with his heavy paunch and his broad, apron-clad hips and headed back around behind the bar. Holding the cloth to her cheek, Louisa raised the tea to her lips, blew on it, and, wincing at the pain of the cut, took a quick sip. Staring through the steam lifting from the stone mug, she saw yet another man gazing at her. This man was a soldier with a captain's bars on the shoulders of his dark blue tunic. He was a handsome man in his early 30s, with thick black hair curling over his ears and a thick dragoon-style mustache. He was a little pale, and his eyes were cobalt blue. He was playing poker with 3 other men, somewhat older than he and dressed in the store-bought suits of traveling drummers. Having caught Louisa's gaze, the captain cast her a warm, friendly smile. There didn't appear to be any leering lust in the man's eyes, but maybe he was just better than most men at disguising it. She did not return the smile. She took another sip of the hot tea and looked away from him. She was in no mood to parry unwanted advances. Louisa sat with her back to the wall, facing the bar ahead and on her left, the stove and Clayton about 10 feet straight ahead of her. The door at the front of the room was ahead and on her right. Now, as she heard it open, she turned her gaze to it, her right hand tingling in anticipation of the possible need to reach for the Winchester. Her hand stopped tingling when a slender female figure in a blue wool coat, wool hat, red muffler, and matching red knit mittens came in and closed the door behind her. Shivering, she stamped snow from her boots. The redhead from Jiggs's place loosened the muffler, removed the hat, and shook out her long, thick red hair that contrasted sharply with the delicate paleness of her face. Just then, the woman on the second story gave a long, shuddering cry. The men in the room snorted and chuckled sheepishly. "That's enough to make a fellow want to take his turn up there," said one of the drummers playing cards with the soldier. "You'd better not try it," warned the bartender Tutwiler, who was stirring a pot of stew bubbling on the stove near Louisa. He glanced around the room. "Anyone who wants some of this, it's ready. Beans and bacon. You put enough salt on it, you might be able to choke it down. Bowls are on the bar, dime apiece." Anticipating objections, he threw up a thick arm and said, "A man's gotta make a living." He dropped the spoon into the stew pot and walked back around behind the bar. Tony glanced at Louisa. They held each other's gazes for a moment, then Tony, holding her hat in one hand, her red mittens in the other, walked past the stove toward the bar. As she passed Louisa's table, the Vengeance Queen said, "Did you find the banker?" Tony stopped. She didn't look at Louisa, but only straight toward the back of the room, and nodded. "Hitched. He and his new wife aren't in the market for a housekeeper just now, but I can check back in a few months. She's in the family way." Tony shrugged. "That's the way my luck runs sometimes." "That's the way it runs for most of us." "Thank you for those words of wisdom, Miss Bonaventure," Tony snapped out bitterly. She continued toward the bar, where she ordered a bottle, then, clutching the glass by the neck, walked to the back of the room and climbed the stairs to the second story, where she must have secured a room earlier before she'd gone off looking for the banker and while Louisa was cleaning the rats out of the train depot. Another woman came down the stairs just as Tony was going up. They brushed shoulders, though neither looked at the other. The second woman had long, dark brown hair with a white streak running through it and a knotted scar at the outside edge of her left eyebrow. Her hair was badly mussed. All she wore was a striped blanket wrapped loosely around her body, angling down low enough on one side to reveal her left shoulder. It was obvious that she wore nothing beneath the blanket. She wasn't a pretty woman, but she wasn't ugly either. There was a feral hardness about her face, even now with her cheeks flushed. She appeared in her late 20s, but the lines poking out from her eyes and etched around her mouth bespoke the roughness of those years, of burning the candle at both ends. Her eyes were darkly smug, and thin, colorless lips were stretched in a cat-like grin. She held a long-barreled Smith & Wesson revolver down low in her right hand, along her right leg. She held the gun casually, almost as though it were as much a part of her person as the several rings Louisa could see on her fingers. She might leave a room without her clothes, but never without a gun. She dropped to the bottom of the stairs and padded barefoot to the bar. "Hello, Morris. How are you?" she asked as she set the pistol atop the bar, then leaned forward, ever the coquette, well aware that all eyes in the room were directed her way. Her thick, dark brown hair fluffed against her cheeks, concealing her face from the sides. The white streak ran down over her left ear. The fact that she was being watched seemed to delight her while also embarrassing her, making her feel shy. "What can I get you, sweets?" Tutwiler asked with a tolerant air, setting his big red fists on the edge of the bar. "Another bottle of your best." Sweets glanced toward the stove, then turned back to the barman, who was dusting off the bottle he had just pulled down off a high back bar shelf. "Are the beans ready?" "The beans are ready." "We'd like a couple of bowls delivered to our room." "I don't got no room service, Sweets," said the barman with a resolute shake of his bald head, staring obstinately down at the bar. Sweets threw her head back and laughed. She grabbed the bottle off the bar and in the process nearly lost the blanket. She laughed again. "Tonight you have room service, Morris," she announced, her laughing voice pitched with subtle warning. She adjusted the blanket about her shoulders and started padding back toward the stairs, the bottle in the hand holding the blanket closed at her chest, the Smith & Wesson in her other hand hanging low at her side. "We'll settle up with you in the morning." As Sweets padded back up the stairs, Louisa realized that someone else had entered the hotel via the front door, which the man was just then closing carefully against the wind and blowing snow. He was a tall man in a dark blue wool coat to which the snow was sticking, mottling it white. His collar had been raised against the storm, but now, as he turned to the room, he jerked it down. He removed his hat and batted the weathered cream Stetson against his wool trousers, the cuffs of which were shoved into the tops of mule-eared black leather boots. A town marshal's badge was pinned to his coat. He was a blond man with a fair, weathered pink, clean-shaven face with high, tapering cheekbones. At least, what little hair he had was blonde. The hair was confined to a band running around the sides of his head, leaving the crown as bald as Tutwiler's. The lawman looked around the room. His gaze settled on Louisa, and he turned his head slightly to one side, scrutinizing the Vengeance Queen from a distance, frowning. Louisa turned away and sipped her tea. She had no time for lawmen. It was as though her aversion summoned the man. Out the corner of her eye, she watched him walk toward her. He stopped at her table, stared down at her. He smelled smoky and cold. "You and me," he said tightly, tossing his wet hat onto her table. "We gotta talk." Chapter 18. "Forgive me, but I'm feeling rather antisocial at the moment." Louisa dabbed her torn lip with the cloth that was no longer cold, only wet. The lawman pulled out a chair and sat down by his hat. He leaned forward, arms on the table. "I'm Del Rainey, town marshal." Louisa set the rag down on the table and sipped her tea. "I know who you are," Rainey said. Louisa didn't say anything, but only blew on her tea and sipped, staring off toward the stairs at the rear of the room. "I know who you are," Rainey said again. "I seen you ride to the livery barn with them 5 men tied over their horses. I'd heard the shooting over at the depot. I checked out the depot." Louisa turned to him now, blankly. "Did you introduce yourself to the new depot agent?" "You go to hell," Rainey said in frustration. "I know who you are, I'm saying." Louisa sipped her tea again. "Good for you. I'm still feeling rather private, so if you'll excuse me, Marshal. Look, you can't just ride into my town throwing your weight around, Miss Bonaventure. I know who you are. I know your reputation, and I don't care. I'm the lawman here." Rainey poked himself in the chest. "You follow the laws here in Sundown just like everyone else. I don't doubt those fellas over to the train station gave you that split lip and swollen cheek, but in Sundown, I'm the law." Louisa looked at him again. "Are you saying that when they dragged me into your depot agent's sleeping quarters, I should have excused myself to come fetch you?" She sipped her tea. Rainey flushed a little. He stared at the Vengeance Queen, his eyes hard. "Why are you here?" "For the train." "Who are the men in the livery barn?" "They're from the Gritch-Hatchley bunch." "Damn!" Rainey gritted his teeth and slammed his right fist into his left hand, looking around. He pondered the situation for a moment, then turned back to Louisa. "Them two upstairs, the woman and the half-breed, they're part of that bunch, aren't they? You followed him here." "I'm here to catch the train." "Damn!" Rainey slammed his fist into his palm again. "I knew it! I recognized 'em. I was here when they come in yesterday. I seen their faces on wanted dodgers over to my office. The sheriff wired me last week the Hatchley bunch might be headed this way and to keep my eyes open." "Forget about them, Marshal Rainey." "What? Oh." Rainey smiled, nodded slowly. "I see. You want to take them down yourself, that it? Them two up there," he pointed at the ceiling, "both have good money on their heads. You want it all for yourself." "It is what I do for a living," Louisa said, "and if you'll forgive me for bragging, I do it rather well." "Good money for each." Rainey sank back in his chair, his eyes glazing dreamily. "That would be one nice steak, I bet. How much we talking exactly?" "You're a lawman. That makes you ineligible to receive the bounty." Rainey looked at her. "You know that ain't true. Lawmen can take a bounty just like any civilian bounty hunter can." The marshal smiled, his eyes dropping to Louisa's open coat. "Just like any bounty huntress can," he smiled. "You sure are pretty, just like I heard. In a few minutes I'll buy you a drink." "Leave those two to me, Rainey." Again Louisa pressed the cloth to her cheek and stared toward the stairs at the back of the room. "Mooey bad folks up there." "They're up there together, ain't they?" Rainey said. "That's what Morris said is all they've been doing since they rode into town yesterday, taking a little time now and then for a meal." "Leave them to me, Rainey." The marshal's eyes hardened and his tapering cheeks flushed. He leaned toward Louisa. "This is my town. I'm the law here. I enforce the laws here in my town." He slid his chair back, rose. "You got the 5 in the barn. Them 2 upstairs is mine. They're each worth 1,000 at least. Just the stake I need to get me the hell out of here." Absently, as though mostly to himself, he rubbed his jaw and added, "Don't know what I was thinking coming up here in the first place. Me, a farmer. Got crowded out by the cattlemen, so now I'm a town marshal making $25 a month and having to sit here taking grief from a female bounty hunter." Rainey shrugged out of his wet wool coat, hung it over the back of his chair. He set his hat on his head, released the keeper thong from over the hammer of the Colt Army on his right hip, and turned toward the back of the room. You stay there and sip your tea, purty girl. I'll buy you a drink later." Rainey grinned and winked at her. He strode down the long room toward the stairs. As he passed the bar, Tutwiler said, "Where you going, Dell?" "Haul me down a bottle of the good stuff, Morris." Rainey continued toward the stairs. "Don't go up there, Dell. Haul me down a bottle of the good stuff. Pop the cork, pour it up." Rainey mounted the stairs, one hand on the banister, and began climbing. "I'll be down in 3 shakes of a pig's tail." "I'm out of all the good stuff." All eyes in the room were on Rainey. When he'd gained the top of the stairs and stepped into the second-floor hall, several men muttered darkly. One chuckled. Clayton turned to Louisa and raised his freshly refilled shot glass, smiling behind his little spectacles, and said, "Here's to the good marshal." Louisa looked away from him, then swung her gaze to the front of the room when boots thumped on the porch. The door opened and a large draft of cold air blew in with large swirling snowflakes that instantly dusted the floor and began melting. 3 men came in, raising a raucous din with their boots thumping, spurs rattling, the men talking loudly, the wind howling in the street behind them. "Shoo-wee!" said the man entering first, doffing his hat and batting it against his woolly chaps. "Colder'n a banker's heart out there." He chuckled and glanced at the other 2 men moving into the room behind him, the third one closing the door on the storm. They were all dressed in rough trail gear. They had the seedy looks of market hunters. Blood stained their clothes. All 3 appeared to be in their mid to late 20s, and they owned the devilish twinkling eyes of firebrands. Especially the first man who'd entered, who was tall and whipcord slender and with long stringy blonde hair hanging to his shoulders. He had a skull and crossbones tattooed on his neck, Louisa saw now as he unbuttoned his blanket coat. His wild eyes, glassy from drink, the trio must have been passing a bottle as they'd ridden to Sundown, swept the room several times, each time coming to rest on Louisa, whose belly tightened in dread of having to parry more unwanted drunken advances. Keeping his eyes on Louisa, who did not look back at him directly, but only out of the corner of her eye, not wanting to encourage him in the least, the blonde firebrand said, "Hey, Morris, how about a bottle?" Tutwiler said, "What the hell you boys doing in town, Vink? I thought you was hunting game for the railroad down in Bismarck, and you know I don't walk that far. You want a bottle? Come and get it." "You fat, lazy son of an old she-lion," said the second young firebrand, shorter than the blonde and dark-haired. He owned a rooster-like strut. Tutwiler didn't react to the insult, which seemed to have been spoken only half seriously, mostly in a dry kind of joking, though the dark-haired man wasn't smiling. He had 3 days' worth of beard stubble and close-set, mean little eyes. Tutwiler only said, "There's beans on the stove. Bowls are up here, a dime apiece." "It's free if we're drinking, ain't it?" asked the dark-haired little man, bellying up to the bar. "No, it ain't free if you're drinking," Tutwiler mocked him, setting a bottle of unlabeled Busthead onto the bar before him. "Hi, little lady," said the tall blonde Vink. Louisa had shrunk deep inside herself as out of the corner of her right eye she had watched him saunter up to her table. Now he stood over her, thumbs hooked behind his cartridge belts, the flaps of his blanket coat shoved back behind the pistol holstered on his right thigh, and the handle of the silver-capped bowie knife jutting on his left hip from a blood-stained sheath. "What's your name?" the blonde wanted to know. Louisa brought her mug to her lips, sipped the tea. "Go to hell." Go to hell? The blonde said with a high-pitched squeal of laughter. Well, hello there, Miss Go-to-Hell. My name's Ray Vink. This is Mose and Nasty Ralph. He'd glanced first at the short, dark-haired man just now chewing the cork out of his bottle at the bar, and then at the third man who'd walked into the saloon with them and who was kicking out a chair at a table between Edgar Clayton and the bar. Clayton sat broodingly over his shot glass and beer, appearing so preoccupied by his own thoughts of Ramsey Willis most likely, that he wasn't even aware of the newcomers. The third newcomer stood over the chair he'd kicked out, unbuttoning his coat and staring lustily toward Louisa. He was big and raw-boned, with a full cinnamon beard carpeting a round, fleshy face. A large, dark wart grew out of the side of his nose near the stubby tip. "I'm Nasty Ralph," he said, stretching a smile at Louisa. "I won't be nasty to you, though, Miss Go-to-Hell, if you ain't nasty to me." He smiled more broadly and winked. "Shut up, Nasty Ralph," Vink said, gazing dreamily down at Louisa. "I seen her first." "Hell," said the short man, Mose, carrying the bottle and 3 shot glasses over to the table where Nasty Ralph was sagging his bulk into a chair. "She's the only woman in here. Hey, Tutwiler, you got any girls upstairs?" "I don't have any working girls no more," Tutwiler said. "I done already told you boys that several times. Running sporting girls is worse than herding cats, and I'm just too damn old to herd cats. If you want girls, Clarence Gray Wind has girls down at his place along the creek." "It's too cold for the creek," Vink said, still staring with simple-minded fawning down at Louisa. "Besides, one of the half-breed's girls gave me the pony drip last fall. I spent the winter on Mercury." He laughed at that. "Tincture of mercury," he explained to Louisa, who still did not look at him. "The Sawbones over to Devil's Lake gave me some. Nasty stuff, but it did the trick." He paused. "Hey, how about if I sit down here with you, Miss Go-to-Hell? Can't you see the lady isn't interested?" The man who'd spoken was the handsome, blue-clad soldier sitting at the table nearer the bar, playing cards with the drummers. He was hipped around in his chair, his cards in one hand, glaring at Vink. "Who are you?" the blonde firebrand inquired, sneering. "Her lord and master, or maybe you just want to be?" He grinned insinuatingly. "Ah, Jesus," Louisa thought, her gut tightening. The soldier slid his gaze to her, then back toward Vink, who turned to face him now. The soldier laid his cards down near a cigar smoldering in an ashtray and rose from his chair. "It's all right," Louisa called, fashioning an affable smile. "He was just joking. Even if he wasn't, I'm not offended. Come on, fellas. It's a cold and stormy night, and we're all friends here. Friends staying warm. Let's be friendly." The captain was having none of it. He left the drummers at the table, staring at him expectantly, and strode over to where Vink stood near Louisa, facing him. The captain was the same height as Vink, and he wore an Army-issue Colt and a flap holster positioned for the cross-draw on his left hip. He wore a bone-handled bowie knife in a sheath on his right hip. His cobalt-blue eyes glinted in the light of several smoky lamps guttering from ceiling support posts. He stopped 3 feet away from Vink and said, "Apologize to the lady." "Please," Louisa said, "let's all just—" "No!" The captain kept his eyes on Vink. "This man insulted you. I won't let him get away with it." To the blonde firebrand, he said, "Apologize to the lady." "Go to hell, soldier boy." "That's Captain Yardley, you uncouth bastard. Apologize to the lady." "Go to hell, soldier boy." Captain Yardley jerked. It was such a quick jerk that he became a blur for half a second. When he stopped moving, Louisa saw the man's right fist buried in Vink's solar plexus. Vink gave a great "Nyah!" as the air was punched out of his lungs, and he jackknifed forward, eyes wide, face swelling and turning dark red. As Captain Yardley pulled his fist back, straightening, Vink dropped to his knees, groaning. His two cohorts, Mose and Nasty Ralph, had gained their feet when the captain had walked over to Vink. Now they both leaped forward, but froze when a gun blasted at the room's rear, the sudden explosion making everyone, including Louisa, jerk with a start. Louisa quickly shuttled her gaze to the back of the room. A man stood on the stairs just far enough down from the top that Louisa could see his entire body, his hat crown grazing the ceiling above his head. Marshal Del Rainey held his smoking Colt down low in his right hand, aimed at the floor. Rainey just stood there, staring straight ahead. At least, he appeared to be staring straight ahead. His body was nearly entirely in shadow, his eyes deeply shaded by his hat brim. Louisa kept expecting the man to order the men before her to stand down, but it didn't come. Everyone in the room watched him, waiting. Finally, Rainey dropped his left foot down to the next step below him. It was a sudden, violent movement. His head bobbed as though he hadn't been ready to take the step, as though his own movement had caught him by surprise. Rainey continued down the stairs, taking the steps faster and faster until near the bottom he was nearly running. He dropped his gun, which struck the second step from the bottom with a loud thud. He dropped to the saloon floor on both feet, twisting around as though drunk, and fell on his back near the bar without breaking his fall. Louisa had already gained her feet. She ran out from her table, pushing past Yardley and Vink, who remained on the floor, groaning. She ran down the bar to stand staring down at Rainey. The marshal lay flat on his back, staring up at her, his eyes glazed. His expression was blank except for one eye twitching spasmodically. Louisa raked her gaze down the man's body and parted her lips, drawing a breath when she saw the blood oozing out from between the fingers of his left hand, which he'd placed on his belly. As the men in the room slowly converged on her and the marshal from behind, Louisa dropped to a knee beside the dying lawman. She slid his left hand aside and winced down at his belly. She drew another slow, deep breath as she studied the stab wound just above the square buckle of the lawman's cartridge belt. Rainey's dull-eyed stare found Louisa. He opened his mouth, but was slow to speak. When he did, it came out as a raking, barely audible whisper. She-devil buried a buoy in my guts." Louisa lifted her head. All the men in the room, except Vink, stood around her and Rainey, quiet as church mice. They were so silent that Louisa could hear only the beans bubbling on the stove and the wind outside the saloon, and the snickering laughter, male and female, issuing from the ceiling. Chapter 19. "I'm gonna ask you one more time," Prophet told the young hardtail lying at the base of the window through which the cold wind blew. "Where's Hatchley?" He pressed the peacemaker's barrel more firmly against the young hardcase's right cheek. The hardcase flopped on his back on the deep, sour-smelling oriental rug, kicking his legs defiantly. Blood oozed from the ragged hole on the other side of his face. "I don't know, you son of the devil!" he screamed. Another scream sounded somewhere in the bowels of the remote whorehouse saloon, beneath the wind moaning through the broken windows. This scream, a girl's, had been muffled. "You go to hell!" the one-eyed hardtail bellowed. Prophet pulled the peacemaker away from the young man's cheek. Slowly, staring up at the balcony, he rose and started striding toward the stairs. The scream had come from the second story. When Prophet was halfway across the room, he heard soft scuffling and grunting sounds behind him. He wheeled. The kid was just then pulling a hideout pistol from the well of his right boot. Prophet whipped up the peacemaker, cocking it, and squeezed the trigger. The kid was knocked straight back against the floor where he lay flopping, dying fast. Fool. Clicking the peacemaker's hammer back again and holding the big .45 barrel up in his right hand, Prophet continued across the room and mounted the stairs angling up the back wall running parallel to it and the balcony. It was a steep staircase with a rail made of woven aspen saplings. Prophet moved slowly up the stairs as quietly as possible, then walked just as slowly along the balcony, listening behind each door as he passed. When he was 3/4 down the balcony, in deep shadows that wavered with watery light reaching weakly up from the first story, something sounded behind a door off his right shoulder. Prophet stopped, wincing as a floorboard squawked faintly beneath his left boot. From behind the door came a clipped, muffled cry, and then the sound of someone saying, "Shh," very faintly. A click followed the admonition. Prophet took a quick step forward. Before he'd even set his boot down again, a loud explosion assaulted his ears, making the balcony leap beneath his boots. A hole the size of a squash was blown through the door from the other side, the buckshot blasting the wood slivers out over the balcony and into the saloon below. Another concussive explosion sounded close on the heels of the first, plugging one of Prophet's ears and doubling the size of the hole in the door. Prophet stepped back in front of the door and slammed the flat of his right boot against it near the latch. The door with the gaping hole burst open, and before it could slam back against him, Lou stepped into the small room and caught the door with his boot as he extended his cocked Colt straight out from his right shoulder. The man standing before him, 6 feet, broad, long-haired, pale-skinned, and clad in only wash-worn balbriggans, had just lowered his smoking, sawed-off, double-barreled shotgun and was smiling as he aimed a Bisley .44 straight out from his own right shoulder, lining up his sights on Prophet's forehead. Prophet was about to cut loose with his Colt, but then the face of the man before him crumpled in sudden horror, chocolate eyes turning wide as silver dollars, his mouth opening to nearly the size of the hole he'd blown in the door. There was a girl on the bed to his right. She appeared to be a small, plump Mexican, and she had long, dark brown hair. She pulled a stiletto out from between Hatchley's legs, from behind him. She must have stuck him in his backside. She appeared very satisfied with her work, too, for she slid her plump lips back from her gritted teeth and shrieked, "No sabes cómo tratar a las chicas, loco?" Prophet, who knew just enough Spanish to get himself into deep trouble south of the border, roughly translated the puta's exclamation as, "That's no way to treat a girl, you crazy fiend." Hatchley had dropped to his hands and knees, bellowing. He dropped the Bisley and reached down to cup his hand over the gash whose placement Prophet still hadn't pinpointed. The girl vaulted her small, dark, plump body off the bed and onto Hatchley's back and went to work, screaming and punching his head, slamming her fists against his ears, the back of his neck, and the crown of his skull, making his dark brown hair, which was nearly as long as the girl's hair, fly like a muddy tumbleweed in the wind. Hatchley glared up at Prophet and yelled, "Get her off me!" Prophet lowered his Colt as he stepped farther into the room. "All right, senorita," he said. "I'll take over from here." She continued to punch and slap the wounded hardcase, screaming Spanish epithets for a good half a minute. She likely would have continued the assault if she hadn't gotten winded, and if she hadn't looked up and seen the big man in the buckskin coat holding the .45 low in his right hand, his funnel-brimmed Stetson tied to his head with a ratty green muffler. She didn't know if Prophet were friend or foe. For all she knew, he was just as bad as Hatchley. Breathing hard, muttering curses under her breath, and sobbing now as well, she climbed down off the hardcase's back and brushed past Prophet as she ran out of the room. She gave a scream in the hall, and Prophet turned to see that she'd run into Marshal Sheldon Coffer, who'd just stepped into the room's doorway. She bounced off Coffer and then ran down the balcony to her right, the padding of her bare feet dwindling behind her. Another door opened and slammed shut, and she was gone. Coffer held his old Remington barrel up and looked first at the howling Gritch Hatchley and then at Prophet. Coffer's face was red from the cold outside, and his nose was running. "You clean up right well, Lou." He nodded at the cursing hardcase, who now sat on his butt against the washstand abutting the room's back wall, to the right of the bed. "Who's your friend here?" "This here's Gritch Hatchley," Prophet said. "Damn near thought I was gonna be able to take him alive. If that little girl had had her way, I wouldn't have. She really worked him over." He raised his voice. "How you doing, Gritch? Feeling all right, you old bank robber?" Hatchley's face was as broad as an Indian's. In fact, he looked Indian, though Prophet had heard he hailed from French coal mining stock up in Canada. He wore long, black mare's tail mustaches down past his chin, long sideburns, and a silver stud shaped like a cross in his right ear. His left earlobe was missing. Only a grisly white knot remained. His face looked as though it had been hammered crudely out of dark granite, though the rest of his body was as white as salt. "That loco senorita cut me good." The outlaw spat through large, square, gritted teeth. "I'm bleeding bad." "She cut off anything important?" Hatchley glared at Prophet, dark eyes shiny from both drink and exasperation. "You'd like that, wouldn't you, Prophet?" The bounty hunter had never met the man before, though he had heard plenty about him. Hatchley had probably heard plenty about Prophet in turn. "No, I wouldn't," Prophet said, shaking his head, "because that'd mean you're likely gonna bleed to death here in a few minutes, and that would cost me $500. Me? I'm a thrifty son of the old rebel South. I'd just as soon tote your living cussin' corpse into Bismarck for the full 2,000. The bounty hunter canted his head, trying to get a look at how bad his prisoner's wound was, but all he could see was way more than he wanted to see, and not the wound itself. Plenty of blood was oozing onto the floor between the man's pale legs, however. He had his right hand cupped under his upper left thigh. "She missed the important stuff," Hatchley hissed, "but she come close. I'm bleeding bad. Fetch me a sawbones before I bleed dry." Prophet dragged a pair of girls' pantaloons off a chair back. He tossed them to Hatchley. "Wrap it up and get dressed. We're riding back to Indian Butte." "In this weather? It's storming outside, fool." Coffer stepped forward. "Storm or no storm, we'd best light a shuck, Lou. Several men skinned out the back when you went in the front. They probably lit out for the woodcutters' camp, which means they'll likely bring more men back here soon. They probably think we're federal." He raised his brows significantly. "And after their whiskey." He shook his head. "They won't want to part with their whiskey. I've had about enough lead swapping for one night anyways. I'm plumb tuckered out." Prophet turned to Hatchley. "Don't make me tell you again, Gritch, or I'll sick that little Mex on you again. Wrap it up and get dressed. We're burning starlight." It was a chilly ride back to Indian Butte. In the barn flanking the whorehouse, Prophet had saddled a horse for Gritch Hatchley and tied the man's handcuffed wrists to his saddle horn. Not that Hatchley would have strayed far without the cuffs and the ties. It was a cold, snowy, windy night, and he'd missed being gelded by the width of a cat's whisker. The plump señorita had, however, buried her stiletto deep in the killer's left inner thigh. At least, judging from the amount of blood Hatchley had left on the girl's floor, she must have buried it deep. Due to the location of the injury, Prophet felt no compunction to scrutinize it overly closely. If the outlaw died, he died. The hell with him and the extra $500. Prophet had lost that much money in a half hour at a poker table. Still, he summoned a sawbones once he, Hatchley, and Sheldon Coffer reached Indian Butte, after the horses had been turned over to the livery barn's slightly pie-eyed hostler, Pop Schofield. Horses first, Hatchley second. Indian Butte's venerable surgeon, an older gent named Carl Hassler, who'd been the medico at the nearby Fort Totten agency and who, like the liveryman, had been keeping the stormy chill out of his bones with a goodly portion of Who Hit John, continued to sip from a small, flat brown bottle while he sutured Hatchley's leg in one of the 3 cells forming a line along the rear stone wall of Coffer's jailhouse 2 blocks east of the Indian Butte Hotel. "You're one lucky feller, I'll give you that," the mossy-horned medico announced from time to time, pinching up the groaning killer's skin and running his curved needle through the torn flesh. Each time he drew the catgut taut, he took a drink, extending one beringed, age-gnarled pinky, then smacking his lips as he returned the bottle to the floor. "If your girl had slid that blade a hair to the right, she would have perforated the circumflex fibular branch of the anterior tibial artery, and your goose would have been cooked." "That sow," Hatchley grunted, panting and swilling whiskey against the pain as he lay belly down against the padded iron cot. "That crazy little sow. I'm gonna cut her tongue out, cut her ears off, cut her nose off." And on he went, while Prophet, yawning, sat in a chair in the cell's open doorway, keeping his Richard's gut shredder trained on the miserable killer's head. It had been one hell of a long day. It was damn near midnight, and Prophet wanted nothing so much as to head over to the Indian Butte Saloon and Hotel, rent a room with the softest, least louse-ridden bed in the place, order up a steak, a bottle, and a hot bath. After soaking himself into near unconsciousness, he'd throw himself into the bed and plummet deep into a restful, if all too brief, slumber. As soon as the sawbones had finished sewing up the growling, snarling killer, Prophet closed the cell door on him, twisted the key in the lock, turned the key over to Coffer, who looked as weary as Prophet felt, then slogged through the several inches of fresh snow to the sprawling flophouse, which sat at the opposite end of the main street from the marshal's humble little jail. Not much snow was falling, but the wind was a blue howling devil. The cold bit Prophet deep. It seemed to bite him even deeper than before, coming again so violently after he'd so recently thawed himself out in Coffer's jailhouse, heated by a roaring potbelly stove. He slipped and slid in the fresh white stuff that lay like a 2-inch deep bed of feathers on the boardwalk fronting the hotel. He climbed the steps, grumbling, hunkered down inside his coat, hearing music resonating from inside the place. Strange music to his ears, but damned lively music as well. He stomped snow from his moccasins, then pushed through the heavy storm doors inside of which the bat wings, used in warmer months, were tied back against the wall to either side. He closed the storm doors, but not before a cold breath laden with large snowflakes had swept in around him, causing several people in the saloon beyond to give him the woolly eyebrow. Prophet shrugged guiltily as he turned to face the room, untying the muffler knotted beneath his chin and removing his hat. He stood several feet above the room, which was sunken 5 steps down from the doors, so he had a good view of the layout. Broad and deep, the room was lit with several well-placed bracket lamps. It was heated by 2 large, black, bullet-shaped Windsor stoves. There were a good 20 men in the room, occupying 2 long tables running along the room's far right wall, and several scattered tables nearer to Prophet and the front of the room. The men were smoking and drinking, but what they were mainly doing was watching the dark-eyed little Countess dancing about 10 feet from the stove to Prophet's right, to the right of the bar that ran along the rear wall. Prophet had never seen such a dance, and he'd never seen a young lady, or any woman of any age, decked out in such billowing, brightly colored finery as was the dancing Countess. Her dress was snow white with a pleated skirt, and it was trimmed in gold and red velvet, and there was even some spruce green in it. It looked almost like a fancy Spanish ball gown, for it was low-cut, leaving the pretty olive-skinned little damsel's shoulders bare, its brocade bodice jostling as she moved, hopping and skipping and turning lithe pirouettes that caused her long, thick, dark-brown hair to fly out wildly around her head. Just watching such a scrumptious, sensuous female move in such an exotically enticing fashion made the bounty hunter's heart twist. "If that don't beat a pig a-flyin'," he heard himself mutter beneath the jubilant strains of the happy, raucous music to which the dark-eyed Countess kicked and hopped, flinging her arms about, and even at one point crossing them straight out in front of her chest while she kicked her knees up nearly to her chin. "Holy moly," the bounty hunter said, pensively scratching his chin. Chapter 20. The music the buxom little Countess danced to was being played by instruments Prophet had never before encountered. There was a 5-man band. No, a 5-man and 1-woman band. The light was weak at the room's rear, and Prophet hadn't noticed the stout, older, black-haired woman seated in an upholstered armchair and playing a strange-looking stringed instrument laid flat across her lap. Her hair was pinned severely atop her head, which she lowered and sort of rolled from side to side with the oddly sonorous twanging sounds that rose from her fingers as they flicked across the strings. One of the men was playing a guitar with a triangular body. The others were playing a fiddle and various wind instruments, one of which resembled a very long meerschaum pipe with a broad, ornately flared bowl. The men were all decked out in gaudily embroidered costumes with high red velvet conical caps, and they bent their knees and jostled to and fro as they played. The old woman played the flat stringed thing on her broad thighs from her chair, moving only her hands and her head. Prophet found himself staring so long at the dancing Countess, intoxicated by the girl's smoldering sensuality, not to mention the thrilling way she moved, the inadequate bodice of her colorful dress jostling enticingly, that only when his knees began to buckle did he realize he was about to pass out from exhaustion. He didn't think any other man in the room was conscious of his presence. All eyes were on the girl. The men at the long table along the far wall appeared to be in the Countess's party. There were a good dozen of them, maybe more. They were dressed more fashionably than the others, their mustaches and beards immaculately clipped. Most were from the Countess's home country. Prophet recognized several of the large, dark-bearded, straight-backed men from the veranda earlier. Even sitting, they owned a military bearing. Prophet saw the fancy Dan sitting there, Rodney Fairweather. Between an older, bespectacled man Prophet assumed was the Dan's father, Senator Wilfred Fairweather, and the younger, dark-haired and neatly bearded gent, Leo, who'd accompanied Rodney on the street earlier when he'd confronted Prophet about the Countess's carriage. About its demise, to be exact. All of the men at the table over there, dressed in dark suits with fur coats hanging from their chair backs, a heavy cloud of tobacco smoke billowing over their heads, clapped their hands in time with the music and thumped their feet on the floor. They smiled with admiration, touched in no small amount with leering lust. Even the old senator, whose craggy cheeks were flushed above his thin charcoal beard, was no doubt imagining the Countess dancing in his private quarters sans the fancy dress, clad in only that earthy, bewitching smile. The old man, as old or even older than the senator, who sat at the end of the table nearest the front wall and smoked a long-stemmed brass and ivory pipe, was likely the Count himself, the Countess's father. There was a distinct family resemblance, though he must have been pushing 70. Leaning forward, elbows on the table, he appeared short and squat, but his bearded face was regal, the eyes the same liquid black as the girl's. Long, thick, coal-black hair was combed straight back over his head and tucked behind his ears. There wasn't a thread of gray in it, as far as Prophet could tell. Shiny with pomade, it licked down over the back of the collar of his fine metallic red coat, richly adorned with gilt stitching, including 2 golden eagles spreading their wings high on each breast. Prophet lifted his right boot, about to drop down the steps and head toward the bar, then stopped. He saw now that at least one of the men at the table of the Countess's party was aware of his presence. None other than Rodney himself was glowering at him, eyes narrowed, his pale forehead glistening like polished pearl in the light of a guttering lamp hanging low above his head. Prophet smiled, pinched his hat brim to the fop. Rodney curled one half of his thin mouth in a silent snarl. Adjusting the saddlebags and rifle sheath hanging heavy on his left shoulder and the Richards hanging down his back, the bounty hunter dropped down the 5 steps to the main floor and strode heavily toward the bar. As he did, he glanced at the Countess once more. Her dark eyes were on him. They seemed glued, in fact, their expression unreadable. She turned away suddenly, blushing ever so slightly as she performed another acrobatic leap and pirouette. Prophet gave a lusty groan as he turned his own gaze from the girl's ravishing succulence and continued to the bar at the back of the smoky room, the music and the girls dancing reverberating through the floor beneath his boots. A barmaid, the only one in the place, it appeared, a rotund, dour-looking young Indian woman, was just then making her way toward the Count's table with a tray of frothy beer schooners. A beefy man with a beard but no mustache stood behind the bar, smoking and watching the Countess, while yet another fellow, a full-blood Indian with long, scraggly black hair, stirred a pot on the big range behind the bar. The barman eyed Prophet a little warily as the bounty hunter approached, bristling as Prophet was laden down with weapons, including the Richards poking up from behind his broad back. "Room," Prophet said, noting the tingling in his toes as they began to thaw once more. "A hot bath, a steak, rare, and a bottle. No, make that 2 bottles of your best fire water." The barman scowled at Prophet. He canted his head toward the Count's table, then slid his gaze toward the 4 or 5 other tables at which rough-hewn townsmen sat, also enjoying the entertainment. "Can't you see I got a full house tonight? I got 1 room left, but no time to haul water to it. You can have it for $3. I'll sell you the stew Henry is cooking, and I'll sell you a bottle of good liquor. Grub and whiskey's $5. $8 total." The barman extended his pudgy palm. "Payable up front. You're gouging on account of the storm. Rooms in a stinkhole like this likely go for $1, maybe 6 bits on any other night." The barman smiled. "And I bet your best whiskey goes for 75 cents. Ain't you the wise man? If you're looking for baby Jesus, he's out in the manger." Prophet gave a wry chuff. He reached into his coat pocket and flipped a coin in the air. The barman jerked his hands up with a start and caught the coin against his chin, flushing with annoyance. He opened his hand. He arched a shaggy brow at Prophet. "That's an eagle. There'll be 1 more $10 gold piece after I've had my bath and eaten my steak." Prophet had scavenged the money off one of the dead men who no longer had use for it now that he was sleeping the last long sleep, likely frozen up as solid as a tombstone out in the livery barn. The bounty hunter extended his hand across the bar. "Key." The barman looked at Prophet's hand. He glanced behind him as the big Indian, who, with a corn-husk cigarette dangling from between his lips, returned the glance with a shrug and then turned back to his pot. Ashes from the cigarette tumbled into the pot. The barman reached under the bar for a key and set it in Prophet's hand. 14, 3rd floor, far end," he added with a satisfied snarl. "Thunder juice." When the barman had handed over 2 labeled bottles, Prophet stuffed them into his coat pockets. He made his way along the bar to the broad staircase opening at the far right end of it, near where the Countess had been dancing. She'd stopped now and, flushed from exertion, stood near the long table, Rodney Fairweather hovering over her, fawning shamelessly. He held one of her small hands in both of his hands, patting it and fairly sniveling over the girl, rising anxiously up and down on the balls of his feet. Just as Prophet turned to mount the stairs, the girl, who must have been watching him out of the corner of her eye, swung her head toward him. Again their eyes met. They held briefly. Rodney saw the quick, furtive exchange and raised his own gaze to Prophet, his eyes and mouth hardening. Prophet pinched his hat brim to the dandy, chuckling, and mounted the stairs, climbing up into the shadowy bowels of the creaky old building, which groaned and shuddered against the gusts of the cold Dakota wind. An hour later, he dozed in a hot tub, his hunger sated by an entire bottle of whiskey as well as the succulent steak that Henry had delivered to him after the Indian had brought the copper tub and filled it with near-scalding water. Prophet dozed despite the raucous music still hammering through the floor from the main drinking hall below. Footsteps sounded on the hall outside Prophet's door, rousing him slightly. The footsteps stopped. There was a light tap on the door. He barely heard it above the music from below. Prophet lifted his head, frowned at the door. He hadn't had an opportunity to lock it, as he had been soaking in the tub the last time Henry had come and gone. Prophet blinked sleepily, half drunk. "Who is—" He hadn't had time to finish the question before the door was thrust open. The little Countess waltzed straight into the room, followed by 2 big men in gaudy red uniform tunics and deerskin trousers stuffed into the high tops of fur-trimmed leather boots. The little countess stopped before Prophet, planted her fists on her hips, and glared down at him, eyes blazing. In badly broken English, she shrieked, "Are you the Bolshoi ублюдок who broke my carriage?" "Hey, now," Prophet said. He automatically completed his reach for his peacemaker, which he'd hung from a chair near the tub, always in close reach. But he was so sluggish from steak, whiskey, and fatigue that he'd moved too slowly. One of the big men who'd entered with the girl reached around Prophet and grabbed the pistol before Prophet could close his hands around the grips. The big man, ginger-bearded and with frosty gray eyes set beneath thick ginger brows, barked something in a foreign tongue, which Prophet figured was Russian, and rapped the barrel of Prophet's own revolver across the bounty hunter's forehead. "Ow!" Lou pressed his hands to his head, just below his hairline. Scowling against the pain from the bruise the frosty-eyed Russian had tattooed him with, Prophet looked up at the little countess still glaring down at him with her fists on her hips. Now she was smiling, eyes slanted like a devilish cat's. Prophet drew a breath and let it out with, "Get the hell out of my room, you little polecat!" The countess's eyes snapped wide again, fairly stabbing bayonets of pure rage at the naked man in the tub. She glanced at the men to each side of her and stepped back, pursing her lips in a savage, menacing smile. The man to each side of Prophet closed on him. As he placed his hands on the edge of the tub, trying to hoist himself up and out of the now tepid water to where he had a better chance of defending himself, each big Russian grabbed one of his arms. They pulled him up out of the water. Prophet leaped out of the tub, raging, trying to fight, but they held his arms fast, one on each side of the tub. While the ginger-bearded Russian stepped behind him and wrenched both his arms behind his back, the second man, wider and shorter than the first, and with one brown eye and one eye that was eggshell white, drew his right fist back, bunching his lips with fierce determination. Prophet canted his head to one side, accidentally timing the move perfectly. The one-eyed Russian's fist glanced off his left jaw. With an enormous explosion of indignant rage, Prophet bulled forward and, before the one-eyed Russian could cock his fist for another blow, Lou slammed his head against his forehead. As the man howled and stumbled backward, slapping his hands to his left temple, Prophet heaved his torso forward, giving a bear-like roar. He jerked his arms up and around from behind him. Since his arms, like the rest of him, were wet, they slipped easily from the ginger-bearded Russian's grip. Wheeling, Prophet swung a hard right cross that smashed savagely against the ginger-bearded man's left cheek, sending him barreling sideways into the room's front wall. Prophet wheeled again to see the one-eyed Russian rushing toward him, bringing his right fist up again, that determined look compressing his mouth. Prophet ducked. The ginger-bearded Russian's fist whooshed through the air where his head had just been. Prophet was big, 200-plus pounds on a frame nearly 6.5 feet tall. But even tired and drunk, he was as lithe as a cat, especially when he was raging with as much fury as he was now. He stepped forward and slammed his right fist into the one-eyed man's left ear. "Ow!" the man said, his head jerking to one side, eyes snapping wide. His head shook, reverberating from the blow. His ear turned snow-white, then rose-petal pink. Prophet slammed his fist into the same ear again, and again, driving the man across the small room to the front wall. As the one-eyed man slumped there, stunned, blood issuing from his torn ear, Prophet hammered his head 3 more times. Prophet turned. The ginger-bearded man stood before him. The Russian was smiling, despite the blood leaking from the left corner of his mouth. A broken tooth appeared between his lips. He spit it out, then bolted forward, snarling like a rabid panther and closing his big hands over Prophet's face, trying to work his thumbs into the bounty hunter's eyes. Prophet tipped his head back, keeping the man's thumbs out of his eye sockets. He tried to shrug out from under the man's solid grip to no avail. Both men, bellowing and snarling and cursing in their own native tongues, they struggled there against the wall for nearly a minute, hands clawing at the other's face, before Prophet finally jerked his arms up, breaking the ginger-bearded man's grip on his head. He head-butted the man, then smashed 2 left jabs against his mouth. The man stumbled backward, lips smashed, giving a shrill cry as he fell into Prophet's tub crossways, making the water splash up and over the edges and onto the floor. Prophet walked over to him, leaned down, and smashed the man's face twice more, first with his left fist, then with his right. That turned the man over sideways, and he wallowed lengthwise in what remained of Prophet's bathwater, blinking rapidly, eyes rolling back in his head. Breathing hard, Prophet straightened. He stumbled backward, then regained his balance. He looked around, saw the Countess sitting in a chair by the door, her left leg crossed over the knee of the other leg beneath her frilly skirt. She had her arms crossed on her lovely bodice. Her eyes raked him up and down. Her expression was unabashedly brazen, ripe lips slightly parted, olive-colored cheeks tipped with pink. She returned her gaze to lose and quirked her mouth corners up into a beguiling, ambiguous half-smile. Suddenly self-conscious, he grabbed a towel off a near chair and held it over his privates. The Countess glanced at her fallen accomplices, one in the tub, one on his knees to Prophet's left, pressing his forehead against the floor. The girl's face colored up like a stormy sky. She shot up from her chair and, bent slightly forward at the waist, sliding her accusatory glare from one man to the other and back again, bellowed loudly in Russian. Prophet couldn't have distinguished her harsh tongue from the language of the wildcats, but he could tell she was berating both men roundly. By the furious flush rising in her perfectly formed cheeks, she was likely castigating their bloodlines and manhoods to boot. The man in the tub, wincing against the verbal bombardment, hoisted himself out of the water. He fell over the side to the floor, then worked himself to his feet. His face was badly smashed, nose turned sideways. His wet uniform tunic was spotted with soap suds. He gave Prophet an indignant but also a faintly admiring glance, then stumbled over to the door. Slumped under the Countess's unrelenting denouncements, he slogged out. The one-eyed man finally maneuvered his head, which appeared to be a heavy burden for him, up off the floor near the front wall. While the Countess continued to harangue him, he trod heavily to the door, tripped over the tub, then stumbled into the hall and disappeared. The Countess turned her beautifully flushed cheeks and angrily crossed eyes to Prophet, standing 7 feet away from her, holding the towel over his privates. "You have beaten 2 Cossacks, senseless," she said, her tone coldly accusing. "Do you know what this means?" Prophet had no idea. He was still searching for an answer when the Countess extended her right hand out to her side, grabbed the door, and slammed it. "It means I am yours for the rest of the evening."